Chapter 3464. More than 40 demon kings were gathered on the drill ground of the city palace. Lao Ku, Carson, and Ian stood solemnly, gazing ahead. Behind these demon kings, there were thousands of demon commanders and tens of thousands of demon general. Although there were many people, the drill ground was completely silent, and the atmosphere was solemn. The three high-ranked demon kings exchanged glances and saw the doubt in each other's eyes. They didn't know why the new prince had called them here at this time, but they all had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Yang Kai stood in front of the demon kings and glanced around indifferently before saying, "This king has only been here for 2 days, yet he has already lost a precious treasure. This king is truly distressed by the poor atmosphere of Cloud Shadow City." Lao Ku's eyes twitched. He was the commander of Cloud Shadow City and was in charge of everything in the city. If Yang Kai really lost something, it definitely had something to do with him. Moreover, looking at Yang Kai's appearance, it seemed that the thing lost was very valuable. He suddenly felt uneasy. If he didn't handle this matter well, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty, may I ask what you lost and when? This subordinate is willing to personally lead a team to investigate this matter and give your Majesty an explanation." Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "That won't be necessary. The deputy commander has already found out the whereabouts of the thief. However, the thief's strength is not ordinary and he has a lot of people. Today, I called you all here to catch this thief and eliminate our Cloud Shadow City." Hearing this, Lao Ku couldn't help but glance at Boya. He saw that this woman had lowered her head and lowered her head. The uneasiness in his heart grew stronger. He knew that the new deputy commander had been doing everything he could to fight for power with him. However, he didn't have the ambition he had when he was young. In addition, Boya's trip was justified, so he just let it be. However, he only gave half of the power, and the other half was firmly in his hands. Not having ambition didn't mean that he didn't have the desire to protect himself. However, when did this deputy commander inquire about this kind of information? How come he didn't receive any information? Not only was he puzzled, but Boya was also cursing in her heart. She naturally knew what Yang Kai wanted to do. Capturing the thief was a good excuse to lose the treasure. However, although there were many people here and many experts, could they really help? She suddenly felt that Yang Kai was too naive. He was holding a chicken feather as an arrow. She might suffer a big loss tonight. She secretly decided that if the situation turned bad, she wouldn't care about Yang Kai's life. She would find a chance to snatch the soul and escape. On the other side, Yang Kai continued, "This king will personally lead this operation, so you must obey my orders. Where is the vice commander?" The corner of Boya's mouth twitched. She stepped forward and said, "Your subordinate is here. Keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to disobey, kill them immediately." Yang Kai coldly swept his eyes over the demons in front of him. Boya braced herself and said, "Yes. Very good." Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go." The moment he finished speaking, he was the first to soar into the sky, followed by Boya. The three high-grade devil kings exchanged glances and hurriedly called for their subordinates to follow as well. In an instant, over 10,000 figures soared into the sky above the city. Although it was late, Cloud Shadow City was still bustling with noise and excitement. With the cover of the night, although there were many people, they didn't make a sound. At the front, Yang Kai had an indifferent expression, as if he was at ease. Boya, on the other hand, was restless. Her eyes darted left and right, as if she was looking for a retreat route. Behind the two, the three high-ranked demon kings' divine senses were surging. They were obviously communicating. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them even if he noticed. These three were just guessing his intentions, but they would find out soon. In fact, this was indeed the case. After a while, Ian suddenly sent a message. "Our king isn't going to deal with Lai Kuang, is he?" Lao Ku and Carson were startled. They turned to look at her. Carson asked, "What did you see?" Yang Kai's so-called missing treasure and capturing the thief was definitely a ruse. They weren't fools. How could they not see through it? Even if there was a treasure, it would be stored in a space ring. How could it be stolen for no reason? Lao Ku and the others thought that Yang Kai was using this to punish them and establish his authority. Later, they realized that wasn't the case. However, He didn't hesitate to mobilize so many people. He definitely had other motives. Yin sneered. Don't tell me you didn't know that Lai Kuang entered the city yesterday. Lai Kuang didn't conceal himself when he entered the city. He even contacted the three of them after entering the city to inquire about the so-called Grand Prince. How could they not know? Yin pointed forward. Lai Kuang's mansion is over there. And this direction was exactly where they were heading. Hearing her words, Curson and Lao Ku's expressions changed. They suddenly realized that this Grand Prince might really be going to deal with Lai Kuang this time. Otherwise, why would he act in such a manner in the middle of the night and even use a clumsy excuse of a missing treasure? Curson frowned. If that's the case, what should we do? Logically speaking, they should listen to Yang Kai's orders. However, they weren't familiar with this Grand Prince and didn't trust him at all. If Yang Kai really asked them to deal with Lai Kuang, they definitely wouldn't be willing. Lai Kuang was a madman, and he was strong. If they really forced him into a corner, at least one of the three of them would have to die with him. Who would be willing to do such a thankless thing? Yin also frowned. She felt that Yang Kai had given them a big problem. At the same time, she was very annoyed. This guy thought that he could do whatever he wanted just because he had the Lord behind him? What a fool. Although the Lord had conferred him the title of Grand Prince and was in charge of the Cloud Shadow mainland, without enough power, who would be willing to listen to his orders? Moreover, the realm gate of the Cloud Shadow mainland was about to disappear. The entire mainland would be completely isolated within 100 years. The few of them who had been staying here were the kind of people who were unloved and unloved. They all had the potential to be fugitives. If they really forced Lai Kuang to a certain extent, only Yang Kai would be at a disadvantage. After pondering for a while, she transmitted her voice. Let's wait and see. Anyway, no matter what, she couldn't attack Lai Kuang. Although Yang Kai had given her some hope, that hope was too vague and not enough for her to risk her life for him. It would be best for tonight's matter to end peacefully. If it really got to a point where it couldn't be resolved, she wouldn't stand on Yang Kai's side. At worst, she would just betray the Cloud Shadow mainland and seek refuge with another lord. An upper-grade demon king would be accepted wherever he went. However, bearing the name of a traitor would make life difficult for him in the future. Clearly, Carson and Lao Ku had the same thought. They nodded and agreed with her point of view. Just as the three of them were secretly communicating, the group had already arrived above a huge mansion. Yang Kai, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and looked down at the brightly lit mansion below with a mocking smile. Lao Ku and the other two looked at each other and secretly thought, as expected, this Grand Prince is so daring to attack Lai Kuang. Yang Kai pointed down and said, the thief who stole this king's treasure is hiding here. I ask the three of you to help this king capture him. His gaze swept to the side. Lao Ku and the other two were quietly looking at him, unmoved. At the side, Boya covered her face with her hands. She was too embarrassed to continue watching. She only felt embarrassed. It was really embarrassing. However, Yang Kai didn't seem to notice. He smiled faintly and waved his hand, shouting, surround him. This order caused Lao Ku and the others to frown. It wasn't that this order was difficult, but rather unexpected. They had thought Yang Kai wanted them to attack directly. If it was just to surround them, they could have cooperated. In any case, as long as they didn't directly clash with Lai Kuang's people, they wouldn't really offend him. Therefore, after pondering for a moment, Lao Ku nodded to Carson and Yin. Under the three's orders, the 40 demon kings, thousands of demon marshals, and over 10,000 demon general immediately spread out and surrounded the mansion below. At the same time, they secretly passed down orders that without their orders, no one was to attack. At the same time, in the main hall of the mansion below, the lights were brightly lit, and there were signs of singing and dancing. At the head of the table, there was a tall and sturdy demon king with disheveled hair who looked like a madman. He was dressed in black and had 2 women in his arms. At the table below, there were more than 20 demon kings on both sides. The table was filled with fruits, wine, and delicacies. At the center of the hall, a group of young women were singing and dancing. The sound of wind instruments and woodwinds filled the air. At the head of the table, Lai Kuang was looking down with a face full of smiles. The 2 women in his arms were very good at flattering him. They served him wholeheartedly, making him even happier. Suddenly, a demon king stood up from the table and cupped his hands, saying, Master, When shall we go and pay our respects to the Grand Prince? As soon as he said this, the noise in the surroundings suddenly quieted down. All the demon kings stared blankly at the guy who spoke. Lai Kuang also turned his sharp gaze from the women below. His gaze was bone-chilling, causing the demon king who spoke to break out in cold sweat. He thought to himself, did I say something wrong? Could it be that the master didn't come to Cloud Shadow City to pay a visit to the new Grand Prince? Just as he was in doubt, Lai Kuang suddenly grabbed a wine bottle in front of him and smashed it over. With a bang, the demon king who spoke was smashed on the head. He instinctively tried to dodge, but he didn't dare to. He didn't even dare to use his devil chi to protect his body. Even though his body was strong, this hit still caused his head to bleed. The pain on his head was insignificant. What made him panic was Lai Kuang's reaction. As expected, he said something wrong again. Is this your first day following this king? Lai Kuang looked at him coldly. That demon king was terrified. He hurriedly half-knelt on the ground and lowered his head. Master, please calm down. This subordinate knows his mistake. Lai Kuang coldly snorted. Where did you go wrong? Chapter 3465. The demon king's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He knew that Lai Kuang was on the verge of exploding in anger. If he didn't handle it well, he would definitely suffer. But if he knew where he was wrong, he wouldn't have spouted nonsense. At this time, he couldn't think of a reason no matter how hard he tried. Fortunately, someone reminded him and he quickly said, Master, you are so mighty. That guy should be the one paying you a visit. Lai Kuang's face relaxed a little. He glared at the demon king, too lazy to argue with him. If it were someone else, he would definitely punish them. But this subordinate of his had made a mistake in his cultivation in his early years, causing his mind to be damaged. There was no point in arguing with him. Seeing this, the demon king smiled embarrassedly and returned to his seat. But once this topic was raised, the other demon kings couldn't sit still. Someone immediately said, Master, this subordinate heard that the so-called prince doesn't seem to be very strong. Not only is his strength not high, but he's also a human. It wasn't that they didn't have any connections in Cloud Shadow City. After entering the city yesterday, they contacted many people to inquire about him. The news that Yang Kai publicly admitted that he was a human had long been spread, so it wasn't a secret. But someone who heard this for the first time exclaimed, Human? How can he be a human? Can this news be confirmed? He is indeed a human. I heard that guy had some mishap in Star Territory. He accidentally became the demon race and became the demon race. He was chased by the great emperors and false emperors and was forced to come to demon territory. I don't know how he caught the eye of the holy sage and was entrusted with such an important task. The holy sage doesn't know how to recognize people. The Cloud Shadow continent should be ruled by the master. Why did she send a human over? This is ridiculous. It would be fine if he was strong enough, but his cultivation is only equivalent to a mid-tier demon king. Sigh, the holy sage has miscalculated this time. The human race is deceitful and changeable. Who knows what kind of flowery words he would say in front of the holy sage? The holy sage is a woman after all. The group of people all talked at once. They all looked like they were fighting for justice for Lai Kuang and felt that Yu Ru Meng had been blinded. Bastard! Lai Kuang bellowed, immediately silencing the demon king below. He swept his dignified gaze around. The saint has her own reasons for doing things. How can you casually talk about it? If the words of this place were to spread out, you will have to bear the consequences. It was indeed inappropriate to talk about the Lord behind his back. If the Lord knew about it, he, Lai Kuang, would be severely punished. After saying that, he snorted coldly. Lao Ku was forced to stay in the Cloud Shadow City, but Carson and Ian, those two idiots, actually rushed over to pay their respects as soon as they heard the news. What a disgrace to the demon race. But I, Lai Kuang, don't take them seriously. Do they think that they can control the Cloud Shadow mainland just because they have the Saint's edict? Wishful thinking. That's right. Our demon territory doesn't need the human race. We have always respected strength. If he didn't have the ability, how could he sit in that position? Someone immediately agreed loudly. Lai Kuang sneered and said, I'm afraid you all don't know. A few days ago, that brat offended Master Yu Sang in the Holy City. Master Yu Sang sent an order for me to think of a way to deal with this brat. As long as I complete this task, Master Yu Sang can guarantee that I will control the Cloud Shadow mainland. With this power, I may be able to become a half-saint. The demon kings were overjoyed when they heard that. They all raised their heads to look at Lai Kuang and congratulated him. Master Yu Sang thinks so highly of you. If you control the Cloud Shadow mainland, it will only be a matter of time before you become a half-saint. Ha 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 ha. Lai Kuang couldn't help but laugh, as if he could already see himself becoming a half-saint. He raised his hand and said, "It's still too early to talk about this. What we need to do now is to complete Master Yu Sang as soon as possible." Before he could finish, Lai Kuang suddenly frowned and looked up at the sky. He angrily slammed the table and shouted, "How dare you!" With a single slap, the table was smashed to pieces. Wine splashed everywhere as he soared into the sky. With a loud boom, a hole was smashed through the ceiling of the Great Hall. Only at this moment did the demon kings in the Great Hall realize that something was wrong. There seemed to be many auras outside, and they actually surrounded this place. Without hesitation, more than 20 demon kings flew into the sky and passed through the hole. At this moment, in the sky above the mansion, tens of thousands of demon race experts were scattered in all directions in an orderly manner, surrounding a large area. Lai Kuang flew up with a gloomy face. He swept his gaze around and immediately fixed it on Yang Kai. A trace of obvious killing intent flashed in his eyes. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh. Star. One figure after another flew over and appeared behind him. They were none other than his subordinates. 4 pairs of eyes met. Yang Kai smiled and sized up the high-ranked demon king in front of him. He was indeed extraordinary. His blood energy was extremely dense and impressive. He was undoubtedly stronger than Lao Ku and the others. It seemed that Boya's information was correct. This guy was only a step away from becoming a half-saint. Lai Kuang was obviously stunned. However, after seeing Lao Ku and the others behind Yang Kai, he immediately understood Yang Kai's identity. This was that human prince? They were just talking about him. He didn't expect to meet him so soon, and under such circumstances at that. As if sensing the playfulness in Yang Kai's eyes, he knew that this guy didn't come with good intentions. He simply pretended not to know and pointed his halberd in front of him. He angrily shouted, "Who are you? Tell me your name." Yang Kai faintly smiled. This king was conferred the title of prince by the saint, the ruler of Cloud Shadow mainland. "Who are you? Prince? Where did this prince come from?" Lai Kuang's eyes flashed fiercely. He bared his teeth and grinned. "This king has never heard of you. As for me, I am Lai Kuang." Since this guy didn't come with good intentions, today's matter couldn't be settled peacefully. He might as well take this opportunity to take his life. Then, even if the saint investigated, he could say that Yang Kai was rude. Yang Kai tilted his head. "Lai Kuang. I remember now. This king has a subordinate called Lai Kuang, but I haven't met him. What evidence do you have?" Lai Kuang sneered. "What evidence do you want?" The group of devil kings behind him also roared with laughter. Their eyes were filled with mockery as they thought to themselves, "Is there something wrong with this human's brain? He actually wants their lord to take out evidence to prove his identity. Just the cultivation of a high-grade devil king is enough. Or is he trying to find a way out for himself?" Yang Kai nodded. "Looks like you don't have any evidence." He suddenly shouted, "Vice Commander." Boya really didn't want to bother with him. When Lai Kuang appeared, she knew that something was wrong. This guy was stronger than any other demon king she had ever seen. Moreover, he was a stone demon. His defense was naturally strong. Her archery skills might not be enough to deter him. However, she couldn't ignore Yang Kai's shout. Her soul puppet was still in his hands. She braced herself and said, "Here. Look at this person carefully. Is he the one who stole this king's treasure?" Yang Kai pointed. Lai Kuang couldn't help but frown. Stole the treasure? What the hell? Boya didn't even look at Lai Kuang. She followed Yang Kai's words and said, "There are some similarities." She didn't dare to be too sure. She didn't want Lai Kuang to hold a grudge against her. "Then it's you." Yang Kai nodded. As soon as he said the last word, he rushed in front of Lai Kuang like a ghost. Lai Kuang jumped in fright. He didn't even see how Yang Kai moved. He was almost face to face with him. He instinctively circulated his demon yuan, causing his body to glow with a stone luster. He really was a stone demon. He was born with thick skin and flesh. At the same time, he threw a punch forward. Since his opponent had made the first move, he wouldn't be careless. After all, he had to kill this person tonight, so he didn't hold back in this punch. But just as he moved, he saw a golden vertical slit appear in Yang Kai's left eye. This vertical slit exuded a strange power, causing his mind to waver for a moment. However, that was all. He was a peak high-rank demon king. His soul was incomparably powerful. Even the demon eye of annihilation couldn't affect him for long. And Yang Kai wanted this short moment. He had just used the soul-severing blade not long ago. The heaven-piercing strike still needed to be nourished, so it wasn't suitable for him to use it again. However, the blossoming lotus secret technique was activated. In an instant, Lai Kuang's vision was filled with a budding lotus flower. He couldn't see anything else. The lotus flower took root in his mind, madly absorbing the power of his soul. The petals bloomed, and Lai Kuang couldn't help but groan in pain. At the same time, he threw a punch at Yang Kai's left shoulder. Everyone was stunned. Lao Ku, Carson, Een, and even Boya were all dumbfounded. It was only now that they reacted. They had all thought that Yang Kai had come with an army of 10,000 to borrow their strength to deal with Lai Kuang. They all had their own plans. Who would have thought that Yang Kai had no such intentions? Instead, he directly attacked Lai Kuang without hesitation. Was he seeking death? Although Lai Kuang was a stone demon and wasn't as strong as the power demon, how could a mid-rank demon king withstand a punch from him? Seeing that punch land on Yang Kai's shoulder, everyone was stunned. They all subconsciously thought that Yang Kai would die without a burial. Boya had already stood up, preparing to snatch Yang Kai's space ring as quickly as possible and then leave this place. However, what she saw in the next moment left her mouth wide open. Lai Kuang's punch had indeed landed on Yang Kai, but Yang Kai actually didn't die. His body only tilted slightly to the side, and he took the full brunt of the punch. Immediately after, Yang Kai opened his mouth and unleashed a deafening dragon's roar. A shockwave visible to the naked eye rushed towards Lai Kuang. Lai Kuang was already tormented by the blossoming lotus secret technique to the point where he wished he was dead. Now that he had taken the full brunt of the dragon roar secret technique, he was seeing stars and his divine sense trembled uneasily. The middle and low-ranked devil kings behind him were even more aghast as they lost their footing, and their formation was instantly broken. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned the mountains and rivers bell. As it spun, it rapidly grew in size and enveloped Lai Kuang and himself. Chapter 3466. With a clanging sound, the mountains and rivers bell fell. Yang Kai and Lai Kuang both disappeared, suppressed by the bell. Lao Ku, Carson, and Een were all dumbfounded. After Lai Kuang's subordinates steadied themselves, they all frowned and stared at the mountains and rivers bell with strange looks on their faces. From the looks of it, that human probably wanted to fight Lai Kuang alone with Master Lai Kuang? Otherwise, why would he use such a treasure right from the start? But where did that guy get his confidence from? Although Lai Kuang was an upper-ranked demon king, he was only one step away from half-saint. It could be said that as long as he had the right opportunity and enough time, he would definitely be able to become a half-saint. Even Lao Ku and the others, who were also upper-ranked demon kings, admitted that they were not his match. How could a mere mid-ranked demon king be so daring? He must be tired of living. Even if they thought with their toes, all the demon kings could predict what would happen next. It could only be that the human would be killed by Master Lai Kuang on the spot. There was no other possibility. One of the mid-ranked demon king glanced at Lao Ku and the others indifferently and waved his hand. More than 20 of Lai Kuang's subordinates immediately swarmed forward and surrounded the mountains and rivers bell. They clearly did not want Lai Kuang to be disturbed before the battle ended. Seeing this, Lao Ku and the others' faces darkened. They were not worried about Yang Kai. If Yang Kai wanted to die, there was nothing they could do. However, this mid-ranked demon king's attitude of not putting them in his eyes was infuriating. But that was it. There was nothing more to it. Carson and Een looked at each other and could not help but sigh. The human prince had only been here for a few days and he was already killed by Lai Kuang. It would be difficult to explain to the saint. Compared to this, they were actually more worried about whether Lai Kuang would find trouble with them later. For a moment, they were deeply worried. They felt that they had been implicated by Yang Kai this time. Inside the mountains and river's bell, there was only a space of 20 meters. Yang Kai and Lai Kuang stood facing each other, the former shaking his head and stretching his muscles, while the latter glared at Yang Kai angrily. Although his life wasn't in danger, Lai Kuang was like a volcano that was about to erupt. His expression was ferocious. Although he was angry, Yang Kai's mind was still clear. Turning his head to look around and using his divine sense, Yang Kai immediately understood his current situation and could not help sneering. "Human, you're quite bold, daring to act like this." To be honest, what Yang Kai had just done was beyond his expectations. Yang Kai said lightly, "You are quite bold. This king is ordered to take charge of Cloud Shadow. Since you have entered the city, why don't you come to pay your respects? Who do you think you are? You are qualified for me to pay my respects to you." Lai Kuang sneered and raised his arms. He glared and shouted, "You have offended Master Yu Sang. Do you think you still have a way out?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Yu Sang has been sent to the Two-Realm battlefield by the saint. Don't you know?" This confirmed that Lai Kuang was indeed close to the Lanyuan continent. Bai Zhua had said before that the Lanyuan continent was Yu Sang's territory. Lai Kuang was stunned when he heard this, his eyes filled with confusion. Yang Kai sneered. "Looks like you really don't know anything. If he knew something, he would not have reacted this way." Lai Kuang waved his hand angrily. "Don't talk nonsense. Master Yu Sang is deeply trusted by the saint and is regarded as his right-hand man. How could he be sent to the Two-Realm battlefield by the saint? As for you, if you are willing to submit to me, I may spare your life today. I'll return your words to you." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile. "I have just arrived here, and my foundation is shallow. I want to gather some help. Seeing that your cultivation is not bad, it would be a pity to kill you. If you can open your mind and let me plant my soul brand, I can spare your life today." Lai Kuang laughed. "Ignorant child, shameless boasting." He looked around and said, "You are relying on this treasure?" "Yes, this treasure is indeed extraordinary. Although this king has not tried it, I know that it will not be easy to break it. However, your mistake is that you should not have stayed here with this king. In this space of 20 feet, if this king wanted to kill you, where can you hide?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and smiled mockingly. "I will give you one last chance. Submit or die." Lai Kuang's face turned cold and he shouted, "I want you dead." As soon as his voice fell, his demonic chi surged as he rushed towards Yang Kai, like a ferocious tiger that had been released from its cage, unstoppable. Yang Kai did not seem to notice, standing in place and looking at him with a smile. Lai Kuang frowned. He did not know what Yang Kai was doing, but he did not show any signs of resistance. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but at this moment, the arrow was already knocked on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. He gathered a bit more strength and punched out with all his strength. In the next moment, he saw Yang Kai suddenly raise his hand, and a large figure strangely appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Before he could see clearly what it was, a fist the size of a door came at him. The fist had not yet arrived, but it gave Lai Kuang a feeling that he could not block it. It was as if what was coming at him was not a fist, but a mountain. In a flash, Lai Kuang hurriedly crossed his arms in front of his chest. At the same time, he hurriedly urged his innate divine technique, causing his body to glow with a golden light, giving off a feeling that he was invulnerable. With a loud bang, under Lai Kuang's disbelieving gaze, he was sent flying by an irresistible force. Golden light flashed wildly from his body as he slammed into the wall of the mountains and river's bell with a loud clanging sound. His internal organs and blood churning, Lai Kuang struggled to get up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His eyes trembled as he looked up, clearly seeing what had injured him. It was a 10-jong-tall stone giant. Its entire body was burning with evil flames, and its body was covered with stone spikes. An aura that made him feel fear was emitted from the evil flames. A divine spirit. There were divine spirits in the demon territory, and some of them were so strong that even a half-saint would have to retreat. Although Lai Kuang did not recognize the divine spirit in front of him, he knew that it was not something he could fight against. Excruciating pain came from his arms. His opponent's punch had already shattered his arms, and even a few of the bones in his chest had been broken. If he had not been born as a golem and had his innate magical powers, that punch alone would have been enough to shatter his body. What kind of terrifying power was that? Lai Kuang's eyes twitched, and his heart was filled with unease. Compared to the strength displayed by this divine spirit, he was more confused about how it appeared here. Obviously, there was only him and Yong Kai here just now, and this place had been sealed off by some unknown artifact, so how could it have entered? Just as Lai Kuang's mind was in turmoil, the avatar shook its head and said, "I can't use it." Although the mountains and rivers bell could change its size, this space was only 20 feet wide, and he felt that his hands and feet were tied. Yong Kai slowly walked out from behind the avatar and said with a smile, "Don't complain, just put up with it." With his current strength, dealing with Lai Kuang was a piece of cake, but if he really fought him alone, it would take some effort. His main purpose here tonight was to intimidate the Cloud Shadow demons, so it was better to finish this battle as soon as possible. If it was delayed for too long, who knew what would happen outside? Hearing this, the avatar did not say anything else and strode towards Lai Kuang. Yong Kai's figure flickered as he followed closely behind. Lai Kuang's heart was filled with danger. He knew that if he did not deal with this properly today, he would really die here. Without any hesitation, Yong Kai grasped the void with one hand and a long spear appeared in his palm. Enduring the pain, Yong Kai roared angrily as he pushed his demonic chi and fiercely thrust the spear behind him. The power of this spear was exerted with all his strength, and it felt like it could shatter heaven and earth. A fist-sized pitch-black ball appeared at the tip of the spear. As long as he could break this treasure, he would be able to receive the help of his subordinates outside, and the situation would be reversed. Even if he could not, he would still be able to escape. This was undoubtedly his only way out. With a rumble, the mountains and rivers bell shook, but it was not damaged at all. On the other hand, Lai Kuang was pushed back by the rebounding force. His eyes flashed with disbelief. He had really underestimated the level of this treasure. His full-powered spear attack was actually unable to shake it. This was undoubtedly a Saint artifact-level treasure. This human whose strength was only comparable to a mid-rank demon king. How could he possess such a treasure? Even though life and death were on the line, Lai Kuang could not help but feel jealous. But at this moment, the embodiment suddenly raised his hand and pressed downwards. In an instant, an indescribable force enveloped Lai Kuang, making his body feel as heavy as 10,000 catties, making it difficult for him to move. Not only that, strands of dark red aura uncontrollably escaped from his limbs and pores, gathering in the embodiment's large hand. What kind of damned secret technique is this? Lai Kuang turned pale with fright. He clearly sensed that his strength was being absorbed by the other through space. Although the speed was not too fast, if this dragged on for too long, his foundation would definitely be damaged. At that time, he would not be able to advance any further in his cultivation. It would be good enough if he could maintain his realm as a high-rank demon king. Shocked, he turned his spear, wanting to break through the embodiment's secret technique. But at this moment, Yong Kai attacked from the side. His hands turned into dragon claws, and his entire body was filled with draconic might. This caused Lai Kuang's heart to pound, realizing that he had underestimated this human from the beginning. Looking over, it was as if he could see the figure of a giant dragon curled up behind Yong Kai. In his days, Yong Kai had broken through the defense he was so proud of, leaving a 5-finger mark on his body. Normally, this kind of injury would only be a small one, but under the effects of the embodiment's secret technique, a large amount of blood gushed out from the wound. Even though Lai Kuang reacted quickly and used his demonic chi to quickly seal the wound, his momentum still fell in this short moment. Chapter 3467. As the central city of the continent, Cloud Shadow City was always bustling with noise and excitement. But tonight, the city that should have been bustling with noise was strangely quiet. The news that the city palace had mobilized more than 40 demon kings, thousands of demon marshals, and tens of thousands of demon generals to surround a mansion had spread like wildfire. Many members of the demon race had no idea what was going on, so they hid and watched from afar. However, there were some members of the demon race who knew that it was Lai Kuang's mansion. Lai Kuang had just entered the city a day ago, and now the city palace had mobilized so many people. Were they going to attack Lai Kuang? How could Clark be so bold? Or perhaps, this was all the doing of the new prince? No matter what, there would be a good show to watch tonight. Those of the demon race who had a bit of strength could feel that the Cloud Shadow mainland was about to change tonight. The entire Cloud Shadow city was shrouded in an indescribable atmosphere. Outside Lai Kuang's mansion, the mountains and rivers bell was suppressing a large area. Lao Ku and the others were watching from afar, while Lai Kuang's 20 Demon King subordinates were frowning. Ever since the treasure had trapped the human and Master Lai Kuang within, it had already been half the time it took to brew a pot of tea. As for what had happened inside, they had no idea. All they could hear was some vague sounds coming from within. The fact that the human could last so long under Lai Kuang's master's attack was beyond their expectations. In their minds, with Lai Kuang's strength, he would be able to quickly take down the human and escape from the treasure. But in reality, the movements inside showed the intensity of the battle. Their initial calm had disappeared, and the 20-plus Demon King's eyes revealed a trace of worry. Lai Kuang's master wouldn't meet with any mishap inside, would he? After all, the treasure belonged to the human, but they hadn't sensed any signs of the treasure's power being activated. The bell seemed to be only used to block the outside world's view. They tried hard to cast this thought away, and firmly believed that Lai Kuang's master couldn't even deal with a human. They waited quietly. At the same time, inside the mountains and rivers bell, Lai Kuang's eyes were wide open in anger as he frantically fled like a stray dog. But where could he escape to in a mere 20 zhang radius? He never thought that he would fail so miserably. At first, he didn't put the human in his eyes, but when they really fought, he realized that the human strength wasn't any lower than his own. And with the help of that strange divine spirit, Lai Kuang was beaten to the point of no return. His originally tall and sturdy figure had already shriveled up like a dried fish. His body had lost a great deal of blood essence, and this was all thanks to the saint's spirit. He didn't know what kind of evil technique the saint's spirit had cultivated, but it actually had the effect of devouring everything. Every time a wound appeared on his body, a large amount of blood would gush out and be devoured by the saint's spirit. It wasn't a big deal if it happened once or twice, but once it happened too many times, Lai Kuang couldn't take it anymore. At this moment, he could feel that his foundation had been damaged. His cultivation of high-grade Devil King had already dropped to mid-grade, and there was no way for him to recover. His heart was filled with grief and indignation, and there was only darkness in front of him. Seeing Yang Kai once again blocking his path and grabbing at him with his sharp fingers, Lai Kuang hurriedly knelt on the ground and shouted, I surrender, please spare my life, master. Lai Kuang is willing to follow master and serve master with my life. If he delayed any longer, he might not even be able to keep his life. At this time, integrity and reputation weren't important. Saving his life was the most important thing. Yang Kai's dragon claw stopped in front of Lai Kuang's neck. He tilted his head and saw the unwillingness in Lai Kuang's eyes. He grinned, it's too late. If you surrender now, what use do I have for you? If Lai Kuang was an upper-class demon king at his peak, Yang Kai would still be interested in recruiting him. But Lai Kuang had been devoured by the Dharmakaya using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. His strength had dropped greatly, and there was no way for him to recover. There was no point in taking him in. Lai Kuang didn't cherish the opportunity he was given and was forced into a corner. How could there be such a good thing in the world? By the time he finished speaking, Kai Yang had already made a grabbing motion. As the light flashed, the mountains and rivers bell spun and quickly shrank. All the members of the demon race who were looking at this place couldn't help but perk up. Lai Kuang's 20 subordinates were even more excited. Boya's eyelids twitched. She really didn't dare to look, afraid that she would see something she didn't want to see. The soul puppet wasn't bad in Yang Kai's hands. At least in the past few days, Yang Kai didn't make things difficult for her, nor did he make her do anything she didn't want to do. But if the soul puppet fell into Lai Kuang's hands, Boya was sure that her life would be worse than death. So even though she knew that the chances were slim, she still prayed that Yang Kai could create a miracle and appear in front of her alive. When the mountains and rivers bell rose into the air, the sealed space was finally exposed to the eyes of the demon race. Lao Ku and the others narrowed their eyes in astonishment. Lai Kuang's 20 or so demon king subordinates, on the other hand, were filled with anticipation and disbelief. A chill ran down their spines. Boya was also stunned. She rubbed her eyes as hard as she could, as if to confirm that she wasn't seeing things. Yang Kai really was alive. Not only was he alive, there wasn't a single wound on his body. He stood there majestically, holding a 2-meter-long spear in his hand. A shriveled corpse was propped on the tip of the spear. The corpse looked like it had been dead for countless years. It was so shriveled that it didn't even look human. But from its face and body, one could still see Lai Kuang's shadow. Its dull eyes were wide open, as if it had died with a grievance. And that 2-meter-long spear was obviously Lai Kuang's demon treasure. Lai Kuang was actually dead? Everyone felt like their hearts were being hammered by a sledgehammer. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they felt like they were in a dream. How could Lai Kuang die? How could the ending be like this? Among the 4 high-ranked demon kings in Cloud Shadow Mainland, Lai Kuang was the strongest. Even if he encountered another high-ranked demon king, he would be fine. And the cultivation Xueqi displayed was only equivalent to a mid-rank demon king. According to the human race's classification, he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master. It was impossible for him to kill Lai Kuang without suffering any injuries. Was it the work of that bell-shaped artifact? Although the bell didn't show any signs of releasing its power, who knew what kind of strange abilities it had? Perhaps it was the power of that bell that allowed Xueqi to achieve this. What made these demon race even more horrified was what kind of secret art Xueqi had cultivated to actually turn Lai Kuang into a dried corpse. It was not hard to imagine that Lai Kuang had undoubtedly suffered extremely tragic torture before his death. Even his vitality had been completely drained away. And such a secret art would undoubtedly be called a demonic art by the human race. No wonder this guy betrayed the star boundary. With such a demonic art, how could there be a place for him in the star boundary? Xueqi held Lai Kuang's dried corpse with his spear and looked around coldly. The 20 or so demon kings gathered around him all took a few steps back. They all felt a fierce aura rush towards them, causing them to tremble in fear. Lai Kuang, how dare you steal my treasure and ruin my Cloud Shadow's reputation? You even disobeyed my orders and disobeyed my orders. This king will behead you today. Please take this as a warning. Xueqi shouted in a deep voice. Under the stimulation of his Emperor Qi, his voice spread far and wide. Almost all the demon race in Cloud Shadow City heard it clearly. As soon as he finished speaking, he shook his hand and nailed Lai Kuang's dried corpse to the top of the tallest building in the city. A strong wind blew, causing the dried corpse to sway. Its angry eyes seemed to be looking at everyone, causing the demon race members to tremble in fear. Xueqi suddenly turned his head to look at the 20 or so demon kings around him and shouted, Lai Kuang's subordinates, you disrespected your superiors and aided the evildoer. I should have killed you all, but since you were just following orders, I will spare your lives for the time being. I will make a decision after the investigation. Waving his hand, Xueqi looked at Lao Ku, Kusen, Yin, and the others with a burning gaze. Take them all down. Anyone who dares to resist, kill without mercy. Lao Ku and the others couldn't help but shudder. The gentle impression they had of Xueqi when they first met him 2 days ago was completely overturned. They had thought that this human was just a sheep pretending to be strong, but who would have thought he was actually a hungry wolf? Tonight's events had instantly exposed his true colors. With Lai Kuang's example as an example, Lao Ku and the others naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Even Lai Kuang was killed by Xueqi in an extremely short period of time. How could they be a match for him? If they really angered him, their future days would definitely be difficult. Therefore, when the order was given, Lao Ku and the others only hesitated for a moment before waving their hands and saying, Do it! In an instant, more than 40 demon kings moved out and pounced on Lai Kuang's subordinates. Lai Kuang's subordinates were still in a daze. They hadn't recovered from the shock of Lai Kuang's death. When they heard Xueqi's harsh words, they immediately panicked. However, although their numbers weren't small, Lao Ku and the others had twice as many people as them. Furthermore, there were 3 high-ranked demon kings overseeing them. Therefore, most of the demon kings stood there with gloomy expressions, allowing Lao Ku and the others to seal their cultivations and capture them. Only 2 or 3 demon kings, who were either panicking or truly loyal to Lai Kuang, actually rose up and broke out of the encirclement in anger. They each used their own secret techniques and turned into streaks of light to escape. Fortunately, there were still thousands of demon marshals and over 10,000 demon generals surrounding them. Borrowing the slight obstruction of these demon race, 3 meteor-like arrows pierced through the air and accurately nailed the 3 fleeing demon kings, killing them on the spot. Xueqi turned his head and saw Boya putting away her bow. After a short while, the dust settled. Everyone in Lai Kuang's residence had been captured. Perhaps they wanted to make up for their previous negligence, but this time, Lao Ku, Carson, and Ian were very cooperative. They carried out Yang Kai's orders meticulously. After half a stick of incense worth of time, Lao Ku arrived in front of Yang Kai and cupped his fists. "Great King, the 22 demon kings under Berserker Lai's command are all here. 19 of them were captured alive, 3 were killed, and 348 others below the demon king rank have been captured." Chapter 3468. Yang Kai nodded slightly and said indifferently, "Bring them all back." Mr. Crook complied. Ian slowly walked forward and handed over a bunch of rings, saying, "My king, these are the spoils of war." Since the group of demon kings had been captured, their space rings were naturally taken as well. There were 22 of them, not one more, not one less. They all belonged to Lai Kuang's demon king subordinates. As for Lai Kuang's space ring, Yang Kai had already taken it. Yang Kai glanced at her and waved his hand, saying, "Thank you for your hard work tonight. Take these things and divide them among yourselves. Treat it as a token of my appreciation." He didn't have much use for the items from the demon race. Taking Lai Kuang's was enough. He might as well use the rest to buy people's hearts. Tonight, he had killed Lai Kuang and intimidated Lao Ku and the others. Now was the time to give them some benefits. Ian was silent, but didn't say anything. She cupped her hands and said, "Thank you for your reward, my king." Although there were many good things in the 20 or so Demon King space rings, it definitely wasn't much for everyone. After all, they had sent out quite a few people tonight. However, this signal from Yang Kai made her feel a little more at ease. She knew that Yang Kai still needed their help and wouldn't blame them for their previous neglect. After a while, everything was sorted out. Yang Kai waved his hand and led the demons back home. Lao Ka looked back at the dried corpse nailed to a high place and couldn't help but sigh. Although he didn't like Lai Kuang, he never thought that this guy would meet his end in such a way. Lai Kuang's death wasn't a big deal, but after tonight, the Cloud Shadow mainland really did have a new master. The next day, Yang Kai had just come out of the sealed world bead when he sensed several auras waiting outside. It was Lao Ku and the others. He didn't know how long they had been waiting. Yang Kai waved his hand and opened the door. Lao Ku and the others entered one by one. When they came close, they cupped their hands and said, "Greetings, my king." "What's up?" Yang Kai picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of water. He looked up at them and sneered in his heart. Although he had only been here for a few days, these people had not been so attentive to him in the past few days. They didn't even take the initiative to pay him a visit. But this morning, they all ran over together. It seemed that last night's incident had quite a big impact on them. Lao Ku replied, "Reporting to your majesty, this subordinate and the others followed your majesty's orders and interrogated Lai Kuang's subordinates overnight. We have already obtained the results." As he spoke, he handed over a jade slip. Yang Kai reached out and took the jade slip. He used his divine sense to check the information inside. There was nothing else inside, only information about the 19 captured demon kings, including their race, origin, cultivation, relationship with Lai Kuang, loyalty, and so on. Among them, 5 demon king were highlighted. Lao Ku explained from the side, "Those 5 have been following Lai Kuang since they were insignificant. The shortest time they have been with him is at least 1,000 years. How does your majesty wish to deal with them?" These 5 were undoubtedly Lai Kuang's most trusted subordinates, including the 3 who had been killed by Boya. Since they were his trusted subordinates, he couldn't keep them for long. In any case, he didn't care how many demon kings died here. He immediately looked up at the 3 in front of him and asked, "What do you think?" Lao Ka pondered for a moment before saying, "This subordinate feels that it's best not to keep them, lest something unexpected happens." Ian and Cousin also nodded in agreement. Yang Kai said indifferently, "Since the 3 of you are of the same opinion, let's deal with them." Lao Ka's mouth twitched when he heard this. Why did it sound like he and the others wanted the 5 demon kings dead? Wasn't this just following orders? However, although he thought this, he didn't dare say it out loud. He paused for a moment before saying, "The other 14 aren't much of a problem. They don't intend to avenge Lai Kuang. Then break them up and assign them to your respective subordinates." "Yes." Yang Kai took a sip of tea. Seeing that they didn't intend to leave, he couldn't help but smile and ask, "Is there anything else?" Lao Ku and the others looked at each other. In the end, Lao Ku braced himself and said, "Your Majesty, you said that you came to the Cloud Shadow mainland to protect the realm gates under the orders of the saint. Now that Lai Kuang has been killed, the Cloud Shadow mainland is under your control. You can also make arrangements there. When will you be leaving?" This matter was an illness in their hearts. The sooner it was resolved, the sooner they could feel at ease. Therefore, even if it was a little overboard, they couldn't help but want to urge him. Yang Kai smiled and said, "In a few days. However, before that, I have something for you to do." "As you command, Your Majesty." "Find me all the information about the Cloud Shadow Realm Gates, including the ones that have disappeared. I have some use for them." This was a small matter. Although they didn't know Yang Kai's intention, Lao Ku and the others still agreed readily. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He reached out and took out an exquisite jade box. He said, "Speaking of which, I do have something to ask the three of you." Lao Ku and the others didn't dare. Opening the jade box, Kai Yang took out a small black pill about the size of a pigeon's egg, similar to a pill. This black pill didn't look very eye-catching and didn't have the slightest medicinal fragrance. However, if one used their divine sense to perceive it, they would be able to detect the terrifying energy it contained. However, this kind of energy wasn't something that just anyone could digest. The energy it contained was chaotic and evil. If a human were to consume it, they would instantly become the demon race. On the other hand, if a demon race member were to consume it, it would be greatly beneficial and would definitely increase their cultivation. This thing was found in Lai Kuang's space ring. There weren't many of them, only 3 of them. Each one was stored in a jade box and was placed in the deepest part of Lai Kuang's space ring. Obviously, they were very precious. Yang Kai didn't know what this thing was, but he assumed that Lao Ku and the others should know. However, to his surprise, when he took out the black pill, the eyes of Lao Ku and the others suddenly became scorching hot. Even their breathing became slightly rapid as they stared at the black pill. Yang Kai raised his thick eyebrows and asked, "What is this?" Lao Ku gulped and cupped his fists. "Your Majesty is from the human race, so it's understandable that you don't know about this thing. However, to the demon race, especially us demon kings, this thing is a great supplement. This is a myriad demon pill." "A myriad demon pill?" Yang Kai was dumbfounded. "This is a myriad demon pill?" Yin asked. "Your Majesty knows about the myriad demon pill?" Yang Kai said with a strange expression. "I heard someone mention it a few days ago. That bastard Yu Sang wanted to use 80 myriad demon pills in exchange for Baijua's forgiveness in Holy City." Although he had asked Baijua about the myriad demon pill that day, Baijua simply smiled and didn't say anything, leaving him helpless. He never thought that he would actually obtain it today. It was no wonder that a half-saint would use it as a bargaining chip. This thing was truly extraordinary. The energy contained within it was extremely large, comparable to an emperor pill that had formed pill clouds and been nourished for 1,000 years. Yang Kai estimated that if a low-rank demon king were to consume this thing, it would only take a few dozen pills to advance to a mid-rank demon king. Of course, the prerequisite was that the low-rank demon king had enough time to digest the energy within. As for a mid-rank demon king, consuming 400 to 500 pills would allow it to advance to a high-rank demon king. Of course, this was only his own estimate. He didn't know the truth. Who refined this thing? Yang Kai was an alchemist himself, so he knew that refining this thing was definitely not an easy task. The energy contained within was too large, and only a powerful alchemist would be able to condense it. Naturally, he was interested in the person who refined this thing. With such a miraculous alchemy technique, it was likely that this person was comparable to the wondrous pill great emperors. He never thought that there would be such a person in the demon territory. Yin laughed involuntarily. "My king, you may not know this, but this myriad demon pill is formed by nature, not refined by humans." "Formed by nature?" Yang Kai was astonished. "Indeed, formed by nature." Lao Ku nodded solemnly and explained, "There are several hundred continents in the demon territory, and on 80% of them, there is a myriad demon nest. Every few years, a certain number of myriad demon pills will be produced in the myriad demon nest. These pills are consumed by us demon kings, and can increase our cultivation realm and shorten our cultivation time. More or less, we have all consumed a myriad demon pill before." Yang Kai was amazed. 80% of the continents have this myriad demon nest? He was stunned for a moment before asking, Then what about our cloud shadow continent? There is. Lao Ke nodded. Just like the Realm Gate, it is also in Lai Kuang's territory. Every time the myriad demon pills are produced, he is the one who collects them and then offers them to the saint. You are not involved? Yang Kai looked at the three people in front of him with a strange expression. Since these things were so useful to them, and they were the high-ranked demon kings of the Cloud Shadow continent, they definitely had the right to participate in the supervision. But from Lao Ke's words, this matter was actually handled by Lai Kuang alone. Lao Ke and the others immediately showed a touch of embarrassment on their faces. Carson said, "My king, you may not know this, but in the past, this matter was done by us high-ranked demon kings. But ever since Lai Kuang pledged allegiance to Master Yu Sang, we have been excluded." It's easier to do things with someone backing you. Yang Kai sneered, and was about to ask them why they did not pledge allegiance to Yu Sang, but thinking carefully, it was not that they did not want to pledge allegiance, but that Yu Sang did not accept them. After the myriad demon pills were collected, Yu Sang would definitely share some of the profits as a reward. The more people he accepted, the more rewards he would naturally give. Since Lai Kuang was working for him, why would he accept others? How is this nest of myriad demons formed? Why does it exist in more than 80% of the continents? Yang Kai asked curiously. This question stumped Lao Ke and the others. They also did not know how the nest of myriad demons was formed, but since ancient times, the various continents in the demon territory were like this, and they were already used to it. Furthermore, it was normal for them to be able to collect myriad demon pills in the nest of myriad demons. If they wanted to find the reason, they would probably have to ask the half-saint or even the saint venerables. Seeing that they did not know, Yang Kai did not bother to make things difficult for them. He asked a few more questions about the myriad demon pills, and found out that the frequency and quantity of these things were collected was different in every continent. The Cloud Shadow continent basically only collected them once every 10 years or so. Each time, there would be dozens to hundreds of myriad demon pills, and the quantity was not constant, fluctuating. Chapter 3469. The matter of the myriad demon pill caused Yang Kai's heart to sink slightly. No wonder there were more demon kings in the demon territory than in the emperor realm in the star boundary. It turned out that such a thing existed. According to his previous estimates, a few dozen myriad demon pills were enough to promote a low-ranked demon king to mid-rank. In other words, in the Cloud Shadow mainland alone, a low-ranked demon king could be promoted every decade or so, and there would still be some left over. In the long run, how could the number of demon kings not increase? Of course, although this calculation method was too idealistic, with a myriad demon pill, the experts in the demon territory would have an easier time cultivating, and the time to grow would be shorter than in the star boundary. Why didn't the star boundary have such a good thing? Also, how did the nest of myriad demons appear? How could it give birth to something like the myriad demon pill? Perhaps Yu Ru Meng would know the reason, but he couldn't ask her now. At this time, Yin smiled slightly and said, "Speaking of which, Your Majesty came just in time. This time, the myriad demon pill will be collected soon, within half a year. When the time comes, Your Majesty can go and see for yourself." Hearing this, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed, and he said, "Since the nest of myriad demons is in Lai Kuang's territory, did he send people to guard it?" "Yes." Lao Ke nodded. Yang Kai glanced at him faintly and said, "But as far as I know, Lai Kuang has brought all the demon kings under his command to the Cloud Shadow City. Who is guarding it now?" Lao Ke was startled when he heard this, and as if he suddenly thought of something, he cupped his fists and said, "This subordinate will go to the nest of myriad demons to investigate." The nest of myriad demons was the most important place in every continent, and it absolutely could not be left unguarded. Since Lai Kuang had brought all the demon kings under his command, it was very likely that the nest of myriad demons was unguarded, or that there was someone else guarding it for Lai Kuang. Thinking of Lai Kuang's defection to Yu Sang, it was not difficult to imagine where the person guarding the nest of myriad demons came from. Now that the Cloud Shadow mainland was Yang Kai's territory, the myriad demon pills collected from the nest of 10,000 demons were naturally under Yang Kai's control. How could he tolerate others interfering? "Bring more people. Carson will accompany you." Yang Kai waved his hand. Carson replied, "Yes." The two of them didn't delay any longer, and for the sake of avoiding trouble, they immediately bid their farewells and left. He left behind a voice that was shrouded in black gas and whose face could not be seen clearly. "If my king has no other orders, this subordinate will take his leave." Bring those 5 Demon King to me. Yongkai ordered, then closed his eyes. Yin glanced at him curiously. She didn't know why he wanted the 5 Demon King, but she didn't ask. She accepted the order and left. After a short while, the 5 Demon Kings, whose cultivation had been sealed, were brought to a room. After a night of torture, the 5 Demon Kings were all in a sorry state. However, at this moment, all of them were glaring at Yongkai. Some of the more hot-tempered ones were even cursing loudly, which was extremely unpleasant to hear. They also knew that they were doomed, but they couldn't do anything to Yongkai. So, they just wanted to vent their anger. If they could provoke Yongkai to kill them, that would be the best. Death would be the end of all troubles. It was better than being tortured again. Waving the soldiers to retreat, he closed the door and laid down a layer of barrier. Yongkai looked at the 5 people coldly, then stretched out his hand and grabbed them. The next moment, the space principles fluctuated, and the 5 Demon Kings disappeared. Then, Yongkai's figure flickered and disappeared from the room. Inside the small sealed world, in an open space, the embodiment was sitting cross-legged. Even though it was sitting on the ground, its 10-meter-tall body was still towering like a small mountain. It was looking at the 5 Demon Kings that Yongkai had brought in with great interest. Yongkai appeared, and without any nonsense, he raised his hand and said, "Let's begin." The embodiment nodded and formed a seal with both hands, assuming a strange posture. In the next moment, an invisible force fluctuated and enveloped the 5 immobilized Demon Kings. The faces of the Demon Kings, who were at a loss because of the sudden change in environment, changed drastically. They felt the blood essence and even Yuan Qi divine senses in their bodies become restless, uncontrollably drifting out of their bodies. As Yongkai looked over, he saw dark red qi gushing out of the 5 Demon Kings' bodies and converging towards the embodiment. The embodiment inhaled and exhaled, swallowing the dark red qi into its stomach. In just a few breaths, the dark red qi became incomparably thick, and the bodies of the 5 Demon Kings shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, their auras plummeting. This scene made Yongkai shudder. He secretly thought that the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was really overbearing and evil. No wonder the star boundary couldn't tolerate it. Although the embodiment was a stone mongoose and wasn't afraid of the many drawbacks of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, when he was in the star boundary, Yongkai tried his best to avoid letting the embodiment use the secret art inherited from the Great Emperors of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor when fighting with others, so as to prevent others from seeing any clues. In the past, the embodiment had also devoured the chi essences of some enemies, but it was just a taste and was rarely used. Now that he was in the demon territory, he naturally didn't have too many scruples. In the battle with Lai Kuang last night, the embodiment used the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to torment Lai Kuang. Moreover, according to the embodiment, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique could be used to nurture battle. When devouring the chi essences of others, it could weaken the strength of others and strengthen itself. As long as it wasn't a fatal injury, it was almost invincible. In the past, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor had single-handedly slaughtered many Great Emperors in the War of Great Emperors. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was undoubtedly the most important contribution. Yongkai planned to let the embodiment properly cultivate the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique in the demon territory, so as to increase its strength as soon as possible. Although these 5 Demon Kings were only below average, their chi essences couldn't be wasted. They could be used to nourish the embodiment. As long as there was enough energy to devour, the embodiment could quickly become stronger. In the demon territory, Yongkai only had the embodiment as a helper. Naturally, he wanted it to be as strong as possible. The 5 Demon Kings were no longer in the mood to curse and shout. They resisted with frightened expressions. However, with their cultivation sealed, how could they resist the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique's devouring Great Emperor's battle technique? In just a few dozen breaths, the 5 Demon Kings stopped breathing and turned into dried corpses. The embodiment maintained its posture, but the chi-ji on its body was surging and flames were rolling. Suddenly, its body shook, and a dark aura escaped. It was the demonic chi that was purified after it digested the chi essences of the 5 Demon Kings. From this, it could be seen that the embodiment had a unique advantage in cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. The stone mongoose's body allowed it to purify all kinds of negative and unfavorable energy. If it was a flesh and blood body that cultivated the battle technique, even if it had the means to resolve it, it was bound to be affected to some extent. In the long run, its temperament would certainly be distorted. I've also asked about this. Yang Kai raised the 3 jade boxes in his hand and casually threw them over. With a thought, he transmitted the information he had learned to the embodiment. The embodiment caught the 3 jade boxes, raised his eyebrows, and said, "Myriad demon pills? Good stuff." After saying that, he cast a spell to open the jade boxes and directly swallowed the 3 myriad demon pills together. He activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique to refine them, making Yang Kai's eyelids twitch. The myriad demon pills were created by nature and contained an enormous amount of energy. Before the demon kings took them, they had to be fully prepared, and then spend a lot of time to refine them. It wasn't something that could be done overnight. However, the embodiment directly swallowed the 3 pills in one gulp as if he was eating candy. If the other demon kings saw this, their eyes would definitely pop out of their sockets. Even a high-grade demon king didn't have such boldness. The embodiment's Qi was surging at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a continuous stream of dark aura escaped from his body. The scene of him devouring the Qi of the 5 demon kings was much better than before. After tossing and turning for an incense stick's worth of time, the embodiment slowly opened his eyes, and the flames in his eyes flickered. Yang Kai sensed it and knew what it was thinking. He smacked his lips and said, 3,000 pills should be enough for you to reach a higher level. That's quite a lot. One had to know that the Cloud Shadow continent only collected a few hundred myriad demon pills every 10 years or so. 3,000 pills would take the entire Cloud Shadow continent hundreds or thousands of years to produce. However, if it could really make the embodiment's strength reach a higher level, it would be worth it. The embodiment now had the Holy Spirit Stone Fire origin and the Stone Mongoose's body as a foundation, so it had extraordinary strength. Its strength was stronger than an ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm cultivator, but slightly weaker than a half-saint. If it reached a higher level, it would be able to contend with a half-saint. Now, he could only try to collect myriad demon pills. This thing could greatly shorten the growth time of the embodiment, so it was worth investing in. Yang Kai suddenly regretted being so generous last night. He didn't know if there were any myriad demon pills in the space rings of the Demon Kings, but seeing that Lai Kuang only had 3 pills left, the chances of the other Demon Kings were slim. Even if they had a chance to obtain myriad demon pills, they would have taken them immediately to strengthen themselves. In addition, Yang Kai could also capture more Demon Kings and throw them into the small sealed world bead for the embodiment to devour. Although the effect was not as good as taking myriad demon pills, it was still not bad. Leaving the small sealed world bead, Yang Kai waited quietly in his room for a while before Yin brought him a large amount of information about the world gate. Yang Kai spent an hour going through the information, pondered for a moment, then got up and walked out of the door. Master! Xiao Wu, who was guarding outside the door, hurriedly saluted, her eyes shining like stars. Yang Kai nodded gently, but just as he was about to speak, he suddenly turned to look at the room beside him with a strange expression and asked, "How long have you been in there?" What? Xiao Wu did not understand. Boya, Yang Kai glanced at her. Only then did Xiao Wu understand and said, "She has been here since last night." Yang Kai's mouth twitched and he hurriedly walked to the door and pushed it open. This was Li Shiqing's room. In order to make it easier to take care of her, Yang Kai deliberately arranged for her to stay in the room next to his. These days, Li Shiqing had been well behaved, perhaps because she was afraid of Yang Kai, so she had been staying in her room and not coming out. But even though she did not come out, someone went to look for her. At this moment, Boya was in her room, sitting next to Li Shiqing. Boya was holding her hand and talking about something, but no one knew what she was talking about. What made Yang Kai feel a chill run down his spine was that Boya, this slut, actually had a look of affection in her eyes. She's hopeless. Hearing the movement, the 2 women in the room turned to look. Li Shiqing instinctively shuddered and hid behind Boya. She was really afraid of Yang Kai to the extreme. Boya, on the other hand, let out a dissatisfied grunt, as if she was angry that something good had been disturbed. Chapter 3470. After fiercely reprimanding Boya and forcing her to leave, Yang Kai turned to look at Li Shiqing. She was sitting at the innermost part of the bed, curled up and hugging her knees. Her face was drained of blood, and she looked extremely scared. Yang Kai looked helpless. He softened his expression a little and said, "Don't interact with that witch in the future." She's not a good person. Li Shiqing shrunk her body even more and nodded almost unnoticeably. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai knew that she didn't take his words to heart. He guessed that in her eyes, he was the worst villain in the world. He couldn't say anything bad about her behind her back, so he could only stop. After thinking for a while, he casually flicked out a space spirit bead and said, "If you encounter any danger, activate the restrictive spell in this bead. It will keep you safe." He couldn't take care of Li Shiqing all the time, especially when there were many things to deal with later. It wasn't easy to get her out of the blood-fighting arena, so he couldn't let anything happen to her. A space spirit bead was enough to keep her safe. As long as her reaction wasn't too slow, she could use this bead to teleport to Yang Kai's side when she encountered an irresistible danger. Of course, the premise was that she had to be on the same continent as Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai estimated that the chances of her using this bead weren't very high. Now that he had the entire Cloud Shadow mainland under his control, once he gave the order, the Demon King wouldn't dare to disobey. Perhaps no one here would dare to attack his people. After giving the order, he strode out without waiting for Li Shiqing's reaction. Behind him, Li Shiqing looked up at Yang Kai with a slightly complicated expression. After hesitating for a long time, she put away the bead. At this moment, Yang Kai and Sound had already driven the tiger-headed chariot in a certain direction of the Cloud Shadow mainland. Half a day later, in the wilderness, the tiger-headed chariot stopped at a high altitude. Yang Kai and Sound got off the chariot, looked around and said, "Are you sure it's here?" Sound also turned her head to take a look, and then looked around for a while, as if she was measuring the location. After a short while, she came to a void and stood still, saying, "It's right where I am." Yang Kai nodded lightly, the space principles around him fluctuating as he closed his eyes, silently sensing something. Sound looked at him curiously, her eyes flashing with a strange light. However, she didn't dare to disturb him and waited quietly. After a full hour, Yang Kai opened his eyes and slowly shook his head. He looked at the Sound and asked, "When did this realm gate disappear? Where does it lead to?" Previously, he had looked up the information about the realm gates of the Cloud Shadow mainland and confirmed that what Bai Zhua had said before was true. There were originally 5 realm gates in the Cloud Shadow mainland, which were connected to 5 different continents. However, in the past 1,000 years, 4 of the realm gates had disappeared one after another, leaving only the last one connected to the Lonyuan mainland, which almost caused the Cloud Shadow mainland to be completely isolated. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. If he wanted to protect the last realm gate, he must first take a look at the 4 disappeared realm gates. At the very least, he must have some idea of why they disappeared. Even if he couldn't figure it out, he must at least find some clues. However, although he had tried his best, he still found nothing. There was nothing unusual here. If it wasn't for Sound's confirmation, and all the information he had looked up before pointed to the existence of a realm gate here, Yang Kai was afraid that he might have made a mistake. Sound said, "The realm gate here was the first to disappear, about 1,000 years ago. The signs before it disappeared were very similar to the last realm gate. There were some signs of instability. It could have led to the Blood Flame mainland." After a pause she asked, "Your Majesty, did you find anything?" Although she knew that there was little hope after seeing Yang Kai's performance, she still couldn't help but ask. But to her disappointment, Yang Kai shook his head and said, "I didn't find anything. Let's go to the next place." He raised his hand and summoned the tiger-headed chariot. Sound naturally had no objection. She got on the chariot with Yang Kai and led the way. Half a day later, the two came to a sea territory. Below them, waves rose and fell, and the sea was boundless. Yang Kai, as before, closed his eyes to sense, while Sound waited quietly beside him. After a while, Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, showing a look of surprise. The fluctuation of the law of space around him became more and more violent. Sound, who had been paying attention to him, couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. She realized that Yang Kai should have found something. The next moment, she saw Yang Kai suddenly open his eyes and look at the void in front of him with a solemn face. The power of space around him was wandering, and he suddenly stretched out his hands to explore the void in front of him. The speed of the advancement of his hands was very slow, as if there was great resistance in the void. What surprised Sound even more was that after advancing about half a foot, Yang Kai's hands suddenly disappeared, as if they had merged into the void. Sound couldn't help but be stunned. The power of space was so mysterious. Then she heard Yongkai roar open. With this roar, Yongkai's hands jerked to the sides. The next moment, the void seemed to be torn apart, and a crack appeared in front of Sound. Inside the crack was chaos and nothingness. Not only did it swallow the line of sight, but even the divine thoughts that entered it disappeared immediately. Sound, however, was extremely excited and cried out, "Your Majesty!" Yongkai turned a deaf ear to her and exerted more strength in his hands. His clothes fluttered without wind, and the crack in front of him grew bigger and bigger. When it was big enough to accommodate the two of them, Yongkai suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed Sound's arm, and rushed toward the crack with her. In a flash, the two of them disappeared. Sound felt that the world was spinning, and her vision was turned upside down. When she came back to her senses, she had already arrived at another world. She collected her thoughts and looked down in a daze. After seeing some familiar scenery, she exclaimed, "Thunder Sky Continent." The portal that had disappeared just now was originally connected to this Thunder Sky Continent. Sound had lived in the Cloud Shadow mainland for thousands of years. In the early years, before those portals disappeared, she often came to the Thunder Sky Continent to do business. Naturally, she was not unfamiliar with the scenery at the exit. However, since the portal there disappeared, she had never been here again. She did not expect that one day she would see the scenery here again. For a moment, she was full of confidence in Yongkai. She felt that it was not unreasonable for the holy sage to send him to the Cloud Shadow mainland to protect the portal. With such means, it meant that he could really open the portal that had disappeared again, so that the Cloud Shadow mainland would no longer be isolated. "Don't be happy too early." Yongkai looked indifferent, pouring cold water on Sound's excitement. "Look behind you." Sound was stunned for a moment and quickly turned her head to look behind her, only to see that the crack in the void that they had passed through was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. It would disappear in less than 10 breaths of time. Her excitement and expectations suddenly disappeared. She was stunned and absent-minded. How could this be? Yongkai laughed and said, "I just followed a trace of where the portal used to be and forcibly broke through the void to come here. The two continents have their own laws of heaven and earth, so they will naturally repair the interference of external forces and trace back to the source." "Then the portal," Yongkai said, "it's too early to say this, but it's not hopeless. Since the traces of the connection between the two continents are still there, there is a way. Let's go back first." As he spoke, he turned around and tore the almost healed crack again, and returned with Sound. After a while, the two returned to the Cloud Shadow. Looking at the rapidly healing crack, Sound sighed in her heart. However, after experiencing such a thing, she saw a little hope. After that, the two went all the way to the other two vanishing portals, carefully investigating. It took them 2 days to finish investigating the two places. The results made Sound feel better, because the two places were in the same situation as the portal to the Thunder Sky Continent. There were still some traces left, enough for Yongkai to tear through the void and go there directly. Only the first portal to the Blood Flame Continent made Yongkai somewhat helpless. In other words, among the 4 vanishing portals, there was hope for 3 of them to reappear, but there was no hope for the first portal at all. This made Yongkai somewhat puzzled. Logically speaking, the 4 vanishing portals were not much different and should be in the same situation, but the place where they first investigated was somewhat different. Sound. Think about it carefully. What's the difference between these 4 portals? Especially the portal to the Blood Flame Continent, it's different from the other 3 portals. Yongkai himself could not figure it out. After all, he had not been here for long, so he could only ask Sound. This was also the reason why he brought Sound out. Time. Sound pondered for a moment and proposed a possible guess. Could it be that the reason why the first portal disappeared for the longest time? It's only 1,000 years, but we can't rule out this possibility. What else? Yongkai frowned. Sound continued to ponder. After a while, she looked up at Yongkai and said, "By the way, the Blood Flame Continent has disappeared. The portal connected to the Cloud Shadow is the last portal it has." Yongkai did not know whether to laugh or cry. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? If he guessed correctly, this was the reason why the traces of the portal had completely disappeared. Even the Blood Flame Continent had disappeared. So how could the traces of the portal remain? Sound was a little embarrassed. "I forgot." Yongkai shook his head speechlessly, but he did not mean to blame her. Since he had figured out the reason, the next thing would be easy. In order to protect the portal, Yang Kai had to at least figure out why the portal had always existed. Logically speaking, that kind of thing should have been smoothed out under the effect of the law of heaven and earth. But in fact, there were many continents in the Devil territory. Every continent had at least 2 or 3 portals, and at most a dozen portals. It was extremely strange. So no matter what, he had to make a trip to the only surviving portal. On the one hand, he could check it out. On the other hand, he could use the unstable portal to comprehend the power of space. If he could make further progress in the law of space, that would be the best. Chapter 3471. Since he had made up his mind, Yang Kai did not delay and immediately rushed towards the only realm gate with Yin. When he first came to the Cloud Shadow mainland, he and Bai Zhua had passed through this realm gate. But at that time, they did not know that this was Lai Kuang's territory. This time, Lai Kuang was already dead, and the Demon King subordinates of Lai Kuang had also been scattered, so this place had become ownerless. However, without Yang Kai's permission, Lao Ku and the other 2 high-ranked Demon King did not dare to occupy this place without permission and could only wait for his decision. Lao Ku and Carson were nearby. Previously, Yang Kai had asked them to investigate the situation of the nest of myriad devils, and now that a few days had passed, they should have obtained some results. Halfway there, he transmitted a message to the 2. When Yang Kai arrived near the realm gate, he saw Lao Ku and Carson leading a group of Demon King waiting respectfully. Before Yang Kai arrived, they hurriedly greeted him and bowed respectfully. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai looked at Lao Ku and asked. Lao Ku cupped his hands and said, "As your majesty expected, Lai Kuang is colluding with the Blue Origin continent. When he went to the Cloud Shadow City, the nest of myriad devils was guarded by Tukaro." Seeing Yang Kai's suspicious look, Yin explained in a low voice, "Tukaro is the Demon King of the Blue Origin continent. He is a subordinate of Master Yu Sang, and his strength is not ordinary." For Yin to say that his strength is not ordinary, he should be a high-ranked Demon King. Yang Kai nodded and said, "Then where is Tukaro now?" Lao Ku and Carson couldn't help but reveal awkward expressions on their faces. Seeing this, Yang Kai knew that they had escaped. However, this was human nature. Although the Blue Origin continent had extended their hands to the Cloud Shadow mainland to get their hands on the nest of myriad devils and the myriad demon pill, they still had a half-saint as their backer. Unlike Lao Ku and the others, who were unloved and unloved, they were in an awkward situation. Even though Yang Kai's killing of Lai Kuang gave them some confidence, they didn't dare to really go against Yu Sang. Although it wouldn't take them much effort to kill Tu Chiao Luo with their current strength, they would definitely get into trouble after killing him. If Yu Sang were to pursue the matter in the future, they would definitely die without a burial place. Therefore, they were only following Yang Kai's orders to take back the nest of myriad devils, and let Tukaro's mind his own business. At this time, when Yang Kai asked about it, they were naturally embarrassed. Fortunately, Yang Kai did not intend to pursue the matter. He just looked at them deeply, a sarcastic smile appearing on his face as he waved his hand and said, "Now that the situation in the Cloud Shadow mainland is settled and the nest of myriad devils is in our hands, this king will begin to investigate this realm gate and find a way to maintain this only passage. You must cooperate with all your heart. From today onwards, this realm gate will be temporarily closed. Without this king's command, no one is allowed to enter or exit." Since he wanted to study the realm gate and find out the principle behind its continuous existence, he needed a quiet and undisturbed environment. Naturally, the realm gate had to be closed and no one was allowed to enter or exit. Fortunately, there were a lot of people here, enough to set up a defense. "Yes," Lao Ku and the others respectfully responded, thinking that their good days had come to an end. The Cloud Shadow mainland had a new master and they would no longer be free. But then again, if Yang Kai could really stabilize this realm gate and ensure that it would not disappear, it would be of great benefit to them. At the very least, they would not have to consider a way out in the future. Yang Kai said again, "Lao Ku, your subordinate is here." Lao Ku answered and stepped forward. "Go back to the Cloud Shadow City and bring Boya here." Although he had warned Li Shiqing to be careful of Boya, who knew if that woman Boya would still have designs on Li Shiqing after he left, it was better to bring her here. Moreover, he had to comprehend the secret of the realm gate and would have no time to be distracted. He could not trust Lao Ku and the others too much. Only Boya could take on the responsibility of protecting him when he was concentrating on studying the realm gate. With the soul puppet in hand, he was not afraid that Boya would have second thoughts. Lao Ku accepted the order and left. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and turned to look at Carson and Een. He said, "I've always wanted to ask you, can you buy the Infinite Demon's Elixir?" The Infinite Demon's Elixir was very useful for Dharmakayas, but the amount needed was too much. If it could be bought, it would save a lot of trouble. Now that he was in charge of the Cloud Shadow mainland, it could be said that everything here was under his control. With the current situation of the Cloud Shadow mainland, he still had the financial resources to buy some Infinite Demon's Elixirs. It's possible, but it's not easy to buy. Carson frowned. Every Demon King needs it. Once they get their hands on it, they will consume it and refine it immediately. Een also said, "In the past, every time we collected the Infinite Demon's Elixir, we could get one or two, but we never saved any and used them very quickly." After a pause she said, "Your Majesty, do you want to buy the Infinite Demon's Elixir?" Yang Kai nodded. "I do have this idea," Een said. "Then I advise your Majesty not to buy it. It's ridiculously expensive." "How expensive?" Yang Kai looked at her dumbfoundedly. Een replied, 50 to 80 million top-grade magic crystals for one elixir, and there's a price but no supply. Yang Kai could not help but grit his teeth. He had thought that the 1 billion magic crystals he had won from the blood fighting arena was already quite valuable, but according to what Een said, he could only buy a dozen Infinite Demon's Elixirs, and he might not even be able to buy it. And if he threw the 1 billion magic crystals to Dharmakayas to devour and refine, the effect might not be much worse than taking the Infinite Demon's Elixir. This was really bad news. It made Yang Kai suddenly lose interest in buying the Infinite Demon's Elixir. Even if he could mobilize the resources of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, he was afraid that he would not be able to buy much. Yang Kai waved his hand to dismiss the two, and then he flew toward the portal. Standing in front of it, he carefully looked at it, unable to hide the shock on his face. The portal could be said to be a huge void corridor. The chaotic and nothingness aura inside was fluctuating, giving people a very dangerous feeling. Yang Kai knew that with his current attainments in space, it was impossible for him to make such a thing, but if it was to maintain its stability, there might be some ways. Gently taking a breath, he closed his eyes and used his divine thoughts to investigate the situation of the portal. Below, Carson and Een began to disperse the demon race subordinates. With the portal as the center, they divided the troops within a radius of 30 miles, and prohibited all irrelevant people from getting close to the portal, so as not to disturb Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai cracked the secret of the portal, the demon race of the Cloud Shadow mainland could not leave through the portal. Although this move would cause some demon race to complain, it concerned the future of the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, so it was useless to complain. Above the void, Yang Kai's divine thoughts swept through the portal inch by inch, feeling the mysterious power of space contained in it. His face was thoughtful. As he had thought before, comprehending here was indeed helpful to his understanding of the law of space. After all, such a huge void corridor had never been seen in the Star World, and the various wonders contained in it were also something he had never experienced before. Just as he faintly felt that he had gained something, suddenly a fluctuation of the law of space came from the portal. This made Yang Kai raise his eyebrows. He thought it was the unstable fluctuation of the portal itself, but the next moment, a demon race suddenly appeared in front of him. The cultivation of the demon race was not too high, only in the realm of Demon Commander. As soon as he appeared, he was shocked to see Yang Kai face to face. He thought that someone was lying in ambush here to attack him, so he immediately rushed to the side with his demon chi. After standing firm, he saw Yang Kai looking at him coldly, and there seemed to be countless gazes fixed on him from all directions. The demon commander frowned, looked around, and suddenly broke out in cold sweat. Down below, there were as many as 10 demon kings eyeing him covetously, and there were many demon commanders and demon generals surrounding him within a radius of several dozen kilometers, making him feel like a sheep that had accidentally stumbled into a wolf's den. Frightened, he forced a smile to Yang Kai and asked bitterly, "Master, is there something you need?" Scram. Yang Kai waved at him, in a bad mood. The demon commander felt as if he had been pardoned from a dream, quickly turning around and flying in a certain direction, only gasping for breath when he was far away. Yang Kai shouted down, "Carson!" Carson quickly flew up and cupped his fists. "Great King! Take people to the portal in the Blue Origin continent and block it. Don't let anyone pass through it." The demon commander just now should have come from the Blue Origin continent and happened to be near the portal here. Even if it wasn't near here, once someone passed through the portal, it was bound to cause some ripples, disturbing Xueqi. How could he comprehend the secrets of the portal? Hearing this, Carson's expression froze. This isn't good, right? That's Master Yusang's territory. We have no right to interfere. What's more, they had just chased away Tukaro a few days ago. If they took people to block the portal now, how could the Blue Origin continent let it go when they found out? A single mistake could trigger a confrontation between the two continents. Xueqi sneered. What are you afraid of? Yusang has already been sent to the two-realm battlefield by the saint. Carson said awkwardly, even if Master Yusang isn't here, there are still nearly 10 high-ranked demon kings in the Blue Origin continent. We are no match for them. The Blue Origin continent had Yusang's protection, so even if the demon race's army was transferred to the two-realm battlefield, there were still more demon kings than Cloud Shadow. If a fight really broke out, Cloud Shadow would definitely suffer a great loss. Xueqi glanced at him. If they have any objections, let them talk to me. Carson was helpless, knowing that Xueqi was determined to block the portal on the other side. It was useless to say more, so he could only brace himself and follow the order. After he ordered some demon kings to follow him and went through the portal to the Blue Origin continent, Xueqi closed his eyes and continued to comprehend. The next 2 days were peaceful. No one from Cloud Shadow dared to disturb them, and everyone who wanted to pass through the portal was stopped. It was the same for the Blue Origin continent. It seemed that Carson didn't act carelessly. Boya had already come over, glaring at Xueqi fiercely from not far away, as if she couldn't wait to eat his flesh. Xueqi didn't pay attention to her at all, or rather, he didn't notice her gaze at all. He was immersed in the portal. Naturally, he couldn't rely on Boya for his safety. Inside the sealed world bead, the embodiment had been monitoring the surrounding situation. If anyone had bad intentions, the embodiment would immediately rush out of the sealed world bead to protect himself. Chapter 3472. A few days passed and everything was calm. In front of the realm gate, Xueqi closed his eyes and remained motionless, but the fluctuations of the space principles on his body were constantly visible, and even seemed to be resonating with the realm gate. This made Lao Ku and Yin, who had been watching below, very surprised. At the same time, they were secretly excited and looking forward to it. The current situation showed that Xueqi was deeply studying the secrets of the realm gate. If there was a breakthrough, he might really be able to protect this realm gate. In fact, Xueqi had indeed gained a lot these days. He felt that his attainments in the space principles had improved by leaps and bounds. Especially when the realm gate was unstable, he could even pry into some secrets that he couldn't normally pry into, and verify them with his own experience. Every time he would gain something. This was indeed a good place to cultivate the space principles. If it were an intact realm gate, it would definitely not have such an effect. Only this kind of unstable realm gate could help him. He didn't even think about how to protect this realm gate. Instead, he was immersed in the joy of enlightenment, prying into the mysteries of the void and absorbing the nutrients to make himself stronger. Although the demon territory and the star boundary were two large worlds, and the heaven and earth principles were slightly different, when it came to specific principles they were all the same. The space principles were like this. A few days later, even though Xueqi didn't have any thoughts about protecting the realm gate, he had some vague ideas about how to do so. Of course, it was still too early to say if he wanted to put these ideas into practice. He needed to carefully pry into the secrets of this realm gate to have some confidence. At a certain moment, a trace of abnormal fluctuation came from the realm gate in front of him again, interrupting the state he had maintained for many days, causing him to wake up from the meditative state. He shouted with a gloomy face, "Bastard!" Lao Ku and Yin's expressions changed slightly, and they flew up together. Xueqi turned his head to look at the two of them, his eyes gloomy. Go and ask Kusen what he's doing. If he can't even handle such a small matter, what use does this king have for him? The situation just now was obviously caused by someone passing through the realm gate on the Blue Origin continent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the realm gate to have ripples out of thin air. Lao Ku and Yin accepted the order and hurriedly flew down. They gathered some people and prepared to go through the realm gate to the Blue Origin continent to investigate. Boya, on the other hand, looked at Xueqi with a gloating expression. Xueqi sent her here, making her angry. Demon King. Demon King. Master. Yongkai looked over and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He saw that this mid-rank Demon King was covered in blood, and there were many wounds on his body that reached to the bone. He had obviously experienced a fierce battle. This Demon King was one of Master Kursan's subordinates. He had been brought to the Blue Origin continent by Kursan. The disturbance in the Realm Gate just now should have been caused by this person passing through the Realm Gate. Lao Ku, Yin, and the others also looked over when they heard this. The former anxiously asked, "What happened?" The mid-rank Demon King took a deep breath and hurriedly said, "We were ordered by the king to go to the Blue Origin continent to seal the Realm Gate. The past few days were peaceful, but we didn't expect that the Blue Origin continent would suddenly send out 6 high-ranked Demon Kings with thousands of subordinates to besiege us. Under the cover of Master Kursan, this subordinate passed through the Realm Gate and came back to report. I hope the king and the other masters can lend a hand and save Master Kursan." Before this subordinate returned, Master Kursan was already seriously injured. "I'm afraid he won't be able to hold on for much longer." "How dare you!" Lao Ku was furious. He raised his head and looked at Yongkai, his face filled with righteous indignation. Although he was old and didn't have the fighting spirit of his youth, it didn't mean that he wouldn't retaliate when he was bullied. Kursan was Cloud Shadow's Demon King and could be considered his colleague. They had been together for so many years, so they had some friendship. Now that he was seriously injured, he naturally felt the cold. In addition, for so many years, the Blue Origin continent had interfered with Cloud Shadow's nest of 10,000 demons, so they no longer had an income of myriad demon pills. This made Lao Ku feel resentful. Now that Yu Sang had been sent to the two-realm battlefield, Cloud Shadow had Yongkai, the Lord King, to take care of the situation. If they were still bullied like this, it wouldn't be a demon race. He immediately cupped his fists and said, "My king, nothing can happen to Kursan. My Cloud Shadow doesn't have many high-rank Demon Kings now." Originally, there were only 4 high-rank Demon Kings left. A few days ago, Lai Kuang was killed, so there were only 3 of them left. If something happened to Kursan, who else in Cloud Shadow could take on the responsibility? When his voice fell, Yongkai had already sneered. "Gather your troops and come back later. This king and Boya will go first." One of the more troublesome things about going through the Realm Gate was that after going through the Realm Gate, they would be randomly teleported. Unless they used some method to wrap everyone together, they would appear in the same place after going through the Realm Gate. However, they couldn't be accurately teleported to a specific location, so Yongkai didn't plan to wait for Lao Ku and the others. It would take some time for them to gather the people scattered here. Kursan's situation was unclear, so he naturally had to go and take a look first. "Yes." Lao Ku and Yin responded in unison, thinking that their king was indeed a lord who wasn't afraid of trouble. Originally, they were a little worried that Yongkai would be afraid when he heard that there were 6 high-ranked demon kings causing trouble, but they didn't expect him to be so decisive. Thinking about it, this person had killed Lai Kuang in just a few days after coming to Cloud Shadow. If he was really a person who was afraid of trouble, why would he do such a thing? They didn't ask for anything else, only that they could save Kursan and protect most of Kursan's subordinates. This way, even if Yuan Qi and Cloud Shadow suffered losses, it wouldn't be too serious. Boya obviously also realized the seriousness of the situation and didn't have the mood to argue with Yongkai at this moment. She quickly flew up after hearing his words. Yongkai activated his Emperor's Qi and wrapped her up, then plunged into the Realm Gate. He couldn't control where the Realm Gate would teleport him, but he could ensure that he and Boya wouldn't be separated. His vision blurred, and he had already entered another continent, the Blue Plains continent that was connected to Cloud Shadow. He raised his hand and summoned the tiger-headed war chariot, then got on with Boya and drove the war chariot forward. The place where Kursan and the others were besieged should be where the Realm Gate between Cloud Shadow and the Blue Plains continent was located. Although he didn't know the route, the war chariot had already set the route before coming here, so this time he just had to follow the map. Presumably, this place wasn't too far away from the Realm Gate. After passing through the Realm Gate, although one would be randomly teleported to a location, generally speaking, one would be within 1,000 kilometers of the other end of the Realm Gate. It was very rare for one to be teleported to a place more than 1,000 kilometers away. No one knew why this was, but at this time, it was convenient for Yongkai to rescue Kursan. After all, if they were too far away from the Realm Gate, by the time he arrived, Kursan's corpse would probably be cold. Sensing Yongkai's murderous intent, Boya couldn't help but shiver. She turned to look at him, only to find that Yang Kai had a faint smile on his face. She asked Master, "What are you smiling about?" What was so funny about today's matter? The situation on Kursan's side was definitely worrying. If Kursan died, then Cloud Shadow would only have 2 high-ranked demon kings left. Yang Kai chuckled. "I'm laughing because Blue Plains has finally made a move." Boya was startled. "You expected this?" Yang Kai glanced at her leisurely. "Yu Sang and I have a grudge." Although he was sent to the Two-Realm battlefield by the Lord, he still tried everything to take my life. In the past, Lai Kuang was ordered by him. Even Lai Kuang was like this, so why would he care about the Blue Plains continent? I'm sure the Demon Kings on the Blue Plains continent have also received Yu Sang's orders. This time, I've placed an opportunity in front of them. If they don't cherish it, then they are pigs. The meaning of these words was clear, but Boya was confused. After thinking carefully for a while, she said thoughtfully, "You asked Kursan to block the realm gate on the Blue Plains continent just to provoke them?" Kursan was the Demon King of Cloud Shadow, but he interfered in the Blue Plains continent's matters. If she was the Demon King on the Blue Plains continent, she would not have just sat by and watched. Who could tolerate this? Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "I didn't purposely provoke them. This king does need to block the realm gate to maintain peace. I just predicted that they would not cooperate. Once they make a move, this king will have an excuse to make a move on them. I will use this opportunity to completely resolve the Blue Plains continent's matters. Otherwise, this king will not be able to protect the realm gate with peace of mind in the future." Boya had a strange expression on her face. "Didn't you hear the Demon King's report just now? 6 high-ranked Demon Kings and 1,000 subordinates have been dispatched from the Blue Plains continent? Where did you get the confidence to provoke them?" Cloud Shadow's high-end combat strength was far inferior to theirs. However, when she thought of Lai Kuang's death that night, she secretly wondered if Yang Kai's trump card was the large bell. Even now, Boya still didn't know how Yang Kai managed to kill Lai Kuang. The only suspicious thing at that time was the giant bell. After being enveloped by the bell, Lai Kuang, a peak high-ranked demon king, died in just a few moments. Many people guessed that the reason why Lai Kuang died so quickly was due to the might of the bell. In the past few days, when she was harassing Xueqi, she had also intentionally or unintentionally inquired about Yang Kai. She learned that he was an influential figure in the astral boundary. It was common for the weak to win against the strong. However, Xueqi did not know much about Yang Kai. Most of what she knew was only hearsay. Thus, she did not know how Yang Kai had killed Lai Kuang that day. Looking up, Yang Kai was no longer in the mood to talk. However, the smile on his face became even more unfathomable. This made Boya feel very disgusted. She felt that humans were just as the rumors said, treacherous and sinister. They were a race that should have gone extinct long ago. And then, Yang Kai's behavior became even more strange. The realm gate was clearly in their field of vision. It was just a few dozen li away, and they could faintly see many figures fighting there. It should be Kursan and his subordinates resisting with all their might. However, Yang Kai did not seem to have any intention of helping them. Instead, he flew in a large circle around the realm gate. Chapter 3473. At first, Boya didn't know Yang Kai's intentions, but she quickly saw through some clues. Within 100 li, there were 3 ambushes, and each of them had a high-ranked demon king overseeing them. Although she was only a mid-ranked demon king, and her divine sense was not as strong as Yang Kai's, as a winged demon, she had a special eye technique that allowed her to see things that others couldn't. It was because of this eye technique that she was able to discover them. This was clearly the handiwork of the Blue Plains continent. Boya's expression was grave as she pondered. Suddenly, she seemed to have understood something. She turned her head and looked towards the realm gate. She saw that Kursan was leading a group of subordinates in a fierce battle with the demons of the Blue Plains continent. However, even though Kursan was strong, his 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. There were 6 high-grade devil kings on the other side, and there were plenty of mid-grade and low-grade devil kings as well. They were completely surrounded, and from time to time, someone would die on the spot. Logically speaking, Kursan shouldn't have been able to last until now. However, under Boya's divine sense, she found that the Blue Plains continent didn't kill Kursan. Instead, they seemed to be toying with him, only surrounding him but not killing him. Curson was constantly on the line between life and death. Besieging to attack reinforcements, Boya suddenly understood. From the looks of it, the Blue Plains continent really did have plans for Xueqi. First, they used strength that far surpassed Curson's to trap him here, and then took the opportunity to cut off the reinforcements from Cloud Shadow. It could be said that if Xueqi, Lao Ku, and the others stepped into this encirclement without knowing what was going on, they would most likely die today. After understanding this, Boya couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. For a moment, she admired Xueqi even more. She didn't know how Xueqi had discovered the 3 well-hidden ambushes, but from the looks of it, he seemed to have expected it. However, even so, the situation was still extremely unfavorable for Cloud Shadow. The difference in manpower was too great. Whether it was upper, middle, or lower Demon King, the number of Demon Kings on both continents could not be compared. Even if Lao Ku and Een came to help, they would not be of much help to the current situation. If they wanted to break out of this situation, they would have to depend on Xueqi's methods. Boya didn't have high hopes for him, but now that things had come to this, she couldn't persuade him. She could only play it by ear. While flying, Boya suddenly noticed that Xueqi had casually flicked his hand and seemed to have flicked something out. Before she could take a closer look, the tiger-headed war chariot had already swept past and was heading straight in a certain direction. In that direction, a group of demon race from the Lanyuan continent was lying in ambush. Streams of light flashed, and in just a few breaths, the tiger-headed chariot had already crossed several dozen kilometers. Xueqi suddenly grinned at Boya, revealing a mouthful of white fangs, and said, "Don't let this king down." As soon as the last word was spoken, Xueqi's figure flickered and disappeared from the chariot, only reappearing a few kilometers away after a breath of time. His emperor chi surged wildly as his body glowed brilliantly like a miniature sun, illuminating his surroundings as he rushed straight towards the ambush. Boya's mouth couldn't help but twitch when she saw this. She had thought that Xueqi had some kind of elaborate plan, but who would have thought that this guy would rush in so boldly and create such a huge commotion? Was he afraid that the enemy wouldn't notice him or something? How could there be such a stupid person in this world? Since the other side planned to surround the ambush and attack the reinforcements, the two of them could also take advantage of this opportunity to eliminate the ambush. With her archery skills and Xueqi's ability, as long as they were careful, it was not impossible. But now, their tracks had been exposed, so there was no opportunity to speak of. But soon, Boya furrowed her brow again. She faintly felt that this was Xueqi's goal. She immediately focused her mind and a faint blue light flashed across her beautiful eyes. Using her eye technique, she was able to see everything within a radius of several hundred kilometers. Who is that? At the same time, several dozen kilometers away, a high-ranked demon king looked at the small sun rushing over and asked. Another demon king beside him glanced over and said, "It must be that human." The aura rushing over was very unfamiliar, and the energy fluctuations were only at the level of a mid-rank demon king. Coupled with the aura that was different from the demon race, this demon king immediately recognized Xueqi's identity. Is that the so-called Grand Prince? The high-ranked demon king raised an eyebrow and laughed with his hands on his waist. Everyone says that humans are cunning and sinister, but it seems that this is all there is to it. Today's great merit, this king will gladly accept it. Who will go and capture that human for me? Their main goal in besieging Xueqi this time was to lure Xueqi to come to their aid, but they weren't sure whether Xueqi would come or not. If he didn't come, Xueqi would undoubtedly die, which would be a huge blow to Cloud Shadow, enough to shake Xueqi's rule over Cloud Shadow. If he came, it would naturally be for the best, as the strength of the people here was enough to ensure that he would not be able to return. Before this, they had estimated that the chances of Xueqi coming were no more than 30%. But in reality, this was not the case. Not long after the news of Xueqi being besieged was sent back, this human actually appeared and directly rushed towards them. The high-ranked demon king was naturally overjoyed, feeling that a delicious cake had fallen from the sky. Such a good thing had actually happened to him. The opportunity was right in front of him, so he naturally didn't want to miss it. As long as he could capture this human this time, Master Yu Sang would definitely reward him handsomely. The other party was only a mid-ranked demon king. Although his momentum was impressive, his cultivation was still there, so how strong could he be? It was to the point that he didn't even have the desire to personally take action. This subordinate is willing. Immediately, 4 or 5 mid-ranked demon kings jumped out. This kind of opportunity to perform a meritorious service was right in front of them, so they naturally wouldn't easily miss it. The high-ranked Demon King casually picked 3 mid-ranked Demon Kings and ordered them to meet the enemy head-on, regardless of life or death, as long as they brought Yang Kai back. The 3 mid-ranked Demon Kings gladly accepted the order, but those who weren't picked were sullen, looking at the backs of the 3 departing figures with jealous eyes. As far as the eye could see, Yang Kai and the 3 mid-ranked Demon Kings were rapidly approaching each other, and in just 3 breaths of time, they had already violently clashed. When a loud rumbling sound rang out, the energy in the air shook violently, and dazzling rays of light rushed out from the center of the chaos, not losing any of its momentum as it rushed in this direction. Within the light, Yang Kai was completely unscathed. His expression was calm, and there wasn't even the slightest wrinkle on his clothes. Behind him, a rain of blood was dripping down. The high-ranked Demon King's smile instantly froze on his face, and he absent-mindedly looked forward. The demon race around him let out cries of alarm, and they all revealed looks of disbelief. In just a single exchange, 3 mid-ranked Demon Kings had died without a complete corpse, and that human was completely unscathed? Those members of the demon race who were previously jealous and envious were now rejoicing in their hearts, thinking that it was fortunate that they hadn't been picked, or else their fates wouldn't have been good. In just a short moment of shock, Yang Kai had already charged into the demon race with an unstoppable momentum, and his magnificent might caused all the demon race members to turn pale, and their hearts to tremble in fear. "You're courting death." The high-ranked Demon King overseeing this place finally reacted, and in a rage, he reached out his hand and grabbed at the air, and a copper staff as thick as a child's arm appeared in his hand. Activating his technique, the demon chi on his body immediately rolled, and he swung the copper staff, creating a fierce wind, and smashed it down towards Yang Kai. There was nothing fancy about this attack. It was simple to the extreme. However, the power of this staff caused Yang Kai's expression to change slightly, and he didn't dare face it head-on. He hadn't been able to tell what race this high-ranked Demon King belonged to before, but this staff strike was enough to confirm his origin. This was a power demon, and he was born with boundless strength. A high-ranked Demon King's strength was comparable to that of the dragon race, and this was especially true for this angry attack. If Yang Kai really took it, even with his half-dragon body, he would vomit 3 liters of blood. Yang Kai wanted to dodge, but he found that he couldn't. This staff strike seemed simple, but it had sealed off the surrounding space, leaving him no room to dodge. At this critical moment, Yang Kai could only urge his space principles and use his nihility secret technique. His figure flickered for a moment before he exiled himself into the void. The staff smashed through his body, and a berserk power erupted, shattering the void, causing Yang Kai's figure to reappear, blood flowing from the corners of his mouth. Although he had used a self-created secret technique to avoid most of this attack's power, the remaining power still passed through the void, causing his blood and chi to roil and his breathing to become sluggish. Yang Kai wasn't having a good time, but the power demon seemed to be having an even worse time. This heavy attack, which was supposed to be a sure kill blow, had unexpectedly landed on Cotton, causing his body to sway and lose his footing. Just as he looked at Yang Kai in surprise, as if he couldn't understand how Yang Kai could survive his attack, Yang Kai opened his hand, causing his space principles to fluctuate as he shouted, "Bind!" The surrounding space instantly turned into a formless swamp, binding the power demon's figure in place, making it impossible for him to move. The power demon's eyes widened, and a tremendous force erupted from his body, causing the void to emit cracking sounds as if it couldn't bear the pressure, and small cracks appeared all around. From the looks of it, the power demon would be able to break free in less than 3 breaths' time. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at the power demon like he was looking at a dead man. The power demon faintly had a bad feeling, and a chill ran down his spine as he sensed an unprecedented aura of death rushing towards him. Looking up, the power demon saw a stream of light shooting towards him from several dozen kilometers away. Inside this stream of light was a several-meter-long giant arrow, its sharp aura piercing through the power demon's skin. With a thud, the stream of light pierced through the power demon's body and accurately pierced his demon heart, causing it to swell violently. Asterisk thud thud thud. Asterisk after the first arrow, 8 more thuds rang out as another 8 arrows pierced through the power demon's body, turning him into a hedgehog. Each arrow struck a vital point, destroying the demon hearts in his body. The power demon's body stiffened in place as he looked up several dozen kilometers away, only to see a pretty figure floating in the void. The corners of the power demon's mouth twitched, as if he wanted to say something, But in the end he couldn't. The copper staff-like demon artifact in his hand slipped out and his vitality quickly faded. Chapter 3474. A few dozen kilometers away, Boya's breathing was ragged. Her face was pale, and her chest was heaving up and down rapidly. Her hand that was holding the bow was trembling slightly. She had used her clan's secret technique to shoot that round of arrows. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to achieve such an effect. The price she had to pay was that 30% of her demonic chi was gone. In other words, even if she was at her peak, she could only use that kind of archery 3 times before exhausting all her strength. The price wasn't small, but the result was quite satisfactory. The high-ranked demon king guarding the other side was already dead. Although there were quite a few people left, it would be difficult for them to make any waves in front of Yang Kai. A gap had been opened in the encirclement, and whether they fought or fled, Cloud Ying's side would have room to choose. She suddenly realized that joining Yang Kai's side wasn't a bad choice. With this guy's spatial divine technique and her exquisite archery skills, they could kill any high-ranked demon king that wasn't on guard. It was like this in the blood arena before, and after today's battle, the two of them were even more skilled. Taking a deep breath, Boya put away her bow and held a high-ranked demonic crystal in each hand, trying to recover as much of her strength as possible. Although they had unexpectedly destroyed one of the ambush points on the Blue Plains side, there were still 2 more. Moreover, there were still 6 high-ranked demon kings guarding the realm gate. Today was bound to be a fierce battle. At this time, she didn't want to miss any chance to recover. But at this time, she suddenly heard a violent noise from the other side, making her look in that direction suspiciously. She saw that a shocking battle seemed to have broken out 100 kilometers away. Light flickered and shadows flew. That was the location of the other ambush point on the Blue Plains continent. Was it Lao Ku and Yin? Their speed was quite fast. With the two of them working together, and with Cloud Ying's current strength, they should be able to solve the problem on that side. She subconsciously used her eye technique to look in that direction, and what she saw stunned her. This was because the situation was a little different from what she had imagined. Lao Ku, Yin, and even Cloud Shadow's demon race were nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a stone giant that was more than 100 feet tall. This stone giant's entire body was burning with flames and covered with sharp barbs. It was unknown what divine technique it was using, but under the observation of Boa's pupil technique, an invisible layer of territory enveloped the area within a 10-mile radius. The demon race within this territory was unable to control their own blood essence. Dark red aura constantly flew out from their pores and converged towards the stone giant. This strange territory actually had the ability to devour all living things. Without a doubt, the stone giant was an extremely powerful and terrifying existence. Boya had seen with her own eyes how it could turn a mid-grade devil king into dust with a single slap. All of the blood essence and energy had been devoured by the stone giant, leaving behind only some residue. There was also a high-tier demon king overseeing the battle, but it was clearly not the stone giant's match. After a few breaths of time, it was completely at a disadvantage. Fortunately, its subordinates were there to protect it. Where did this guy come from? How could it be so coincidental that the demon race in the Blue Plains continent would make things difficult for it at this time? Boa had a faint feeling that this stone giant was Yang Kai's handiwork, but she still couldn't figure out how it appeared and how it silently approached the Blue Plains continent. It actually launched an attack at the same time as Yang Kai, causing the 2 ambush points in the Blue Plains continent to be nearly paralyzed. What she saw next made her even more certain that this stone giant was Yang Kai's doing. This was because the demon race's existences below the demon king's level were rapidly drying up. First, it was the demon general. Under the devouring of the invisible territory, their bodies quickly dried up. Then, it was the demon marshal. This made Boa think of Lai Kuang's corpse that was hung high up in the mansion. It was very similar to what she was seeing now. So that's how it was. That night, the reason why Lai Kuang was killed by Yang Kai in such a short period of time was because of this stone giant. It was because it had devoured all of Lai Kuang's blood essence, turning him into a dried corpse. He died with his eyes wide open. Boa's eyes lit up. With this kind of help, no one below the half-saint level could defeat him. No wonder Yang Kai was so fearless. Just as Boa was paying attention to the battle situation of the Avatar, Yang Kai was also massacring the demon race. The power demon guarding this place was already dead. The remaining mid- and low-tier Demon King and Demon General couldn't stop him from killing. In just a few breaths of time, over 1,000 demon race members were utterly defeated. More than half of the Demon King-level existences were dead, and the Demon Marshal and Demon General were also dead. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the remaining demon race members didn't dare to stay any longer. They scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Yang Kai casually killed a few of the fleeing demon race members and didn't pursue them. He collected the corpses of the demon race members and prepared them for the Avatar to devour. At the same time, he turned his head and looked 100 miles away. The Avatar had also made his move. It was a one-sided battle. If 4 or 5 high-tier Demon Kings joined forces, they might be able to somewhat restrain the Avatar. However, there was only one high-tier Demon King on the other side. It was impossible for them to interfere with the Avatar. The Avatar was released when he got out of the tiger-headed war chariot. Otherwise, with Boa's ability, there was no way she wouldn't have sensed it. Moreover, the Avatar was born in the Stone Mongoose race and was naturally proficient in Earth escape technique. He approached the ambush point from underground without leaving a trace. Such a surprise attack was indeed successful. Yang Kai lightly sneered and glanced at the realm gate. Sure enough, he saw that the demon race members were in chaos. There was no way they wouldn't have noticed the commotion on the 2 battlefields. It was obvious that they had seen something. He wasn't too concerned about Kursan's death. To him, the more casualties there were in the demon race, the better. Of course, Kursan was now his subordinate. It would be best if he didn't die. Even if he did, it wouldn't matter. Therefore, he wasn't worried at all that the demon race would kill Kursan to vent their anger. With a thought, Yang Kai activated the law of space and disappeared from where he was. In a few flashes, he appeared beside Boa. When their eyes met, Yang Kai noticed that Boa's gaze was different from before. It wasn't as casual as before. Instead, it was more serious. He immediately knew that she must have noticed the Avatar's movements. After muttering to herself for a while, Boa said, "What do we do now? Do we attack the root of the problem directly or eliminate the last ambush point?" If they attacked the root of the problem directly, they would have to go to the realm gate and have a decisive battle with the demon race. However, there were only 2 of them now. Lao Ku and Een hadn't arrived yet, so their chances weren't too high. Boa was more inclined towards the latter. However, now that they had caused such a huge commotion, it wasn't too likely that they would be able to catch the demon race off guard. The upper-tier Demon King at the last ambush point would definitely be extremely careful. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "They have already made the choice for us." Boa was slightly startled. She looked over and saw that a team had suddenly split off from the realm gate. Under the lead of 3 upper-tier Demon King, they were flying over. The demon race at the last ambush point was also rushing over. Both sides quickly gathered in one place, looking aggressive. Boa's expression changed slightly. She turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "I think we should avoid them for now and wait for Lao Ku and Een to arrive before making a decision." 4 upper-tier Demon Kings were working together, and there were dozens of mid-tier and low-tier Demon Kings under them. Even if Yang Kai's previous performance wasn't bad, he definitely wouldn't be a match for these guys. If they continued to stay here, they would only be unlucky. The only thing they could do now was to meet up with Lao Ku and Een. Only then would they have a chance of winning. "Wait," Yang Kai said indifferently. "Wait. Wait for what?" Boa was puzzled. She watched as the demon race army in front of her got closer and closer. Her heart couldn't help but jump to her throat. Even though they were almost 100 kilometers apart, she could still feel the towering rage of the demon race army in front of her. When she thought about it, it wasn't strange. Originally, Lao Ku and his side had the absolute advantage. They had the intention of dealing with Cloud Shadow in one fell swoop. However, just as they were about to clash, one of the ambush points had already been cleared out. More than 10 Demon Kings had died, and 1 upper-tier power demon had also died. The other ambush point also seemed to be in a stalemate, unable to provide any support. If she were the Demon King of Lao Ku and Lao Ku, she would also lose face. She would definitely do whatever it took to get back at them. 100 kilometers seemed quite far, but to the Demon Kings, it was just a short distance. They would arrive in less than 10 breaths. Seeing that the enemy was getting closer and closer to her, Boa's mouth twitched. "What exactly do you want? Can you tell me? I don't want to die here." Yongkai turned a deaf ear to her words. He just stared ahead quietly. 70 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 15 kilometers. When the group of guys was only 20 kilometers away, Boa could clearly see their angry faces even without using her ocular ability. Yongkai suddenly reached out and grabbed her arm. He shouted, "Don't resist." Boa was stunned. She unwillingly gave up all resistance. The main reason was that the soul puppet was in this guy's hands. Even if she resisted, it would be useless. In the next instant, Boa felt herself being enveloped by spatial energy. The world spun around her. By the time she came back to her senses, she was no longer in her original spot. Instead, she appeared in another place. Yongkai was nowhere to be seen. Only a bead at her feet was emitting residual energy waves. This bead looked a bit familiar and Boya quickly recognized it. Li Shiqing also had one of these beads. Apparently, Yongkai had given it to her a few days ago, saying that if she encountered any danger, she could activate the forbidden technique in this bead and she would be safe. Did her appearance here have anything to do with this bead? She suddenly recalled that when she was passing by this place, Yongkai seemed to have ejected something from the tiger-headed war chariot. She didn't see it clearly at that time, but now that she thought about it, it should be this bead. Boa looked up thoughtfully. Her eyes couldn't help but light up. Dozens of kilometers away, a group of 4 high-ranked demon kings led by a demon race team was ferociously pouncing forward like a tiger let out of its cage. Most importantly, these guys had their backs to her. Boa couldn't help but want to laugh. They actually dared to show their backs in front of a feather demon who was proficient in archery? They were simply seeking their own deaths. She instantly understood Yongkai's plan and his intention of telling her to wait. It turned out that he had been waiting for this moment. At the same time, she was terrified. That guy actually schemed to such an extent. This time, the people of the Basket Plains were in for a bad time. Chapter 3475. The Demon Kings on the Basket Plains side naturally saw Boya's sudden disappearance. Although they felt that something was off, they didn't have the energy to investigate further. This was because at the same time that Boya disappeared, Yongkai had already leapt forward to meet them. The myriad sword in his hand soared into the heavens as he raised it up high and slashed down. The massive sword aura seemed to split the heavens and earth in two, shattering the void as it slashed toward the Basket Plains side. Feeling the might of that sword, the expressions of all the demon race turned grave. They all simultaneously moved to the left and right to avoid the sword aura. With a loud boom, the earth cracked, and a fissure more than 3,000 meters long appeared on the ground. Some of the demon race that couldn't dodge in time were ravaged by the sword aura and turned to dust. When the demon kings saw this, their expressions became gloomy. Fortunately, although the power of this attack was extraordinary, only a few demon commanders and demon general were killed. The demon kings all managed to avoid it without any injuries. However, in the next moment, several streaks of light shot over from several dozen kilometers away, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart. Since Yongkai had already made his move, how could Boya remain idle? It was rare for her to encounter a group of idiots who would expose their backs to her. Boya simply couldn't resist the urge to kill them. These arrows weren't as powerful as the 9 arrows that had killed the high-ranked demon king. It was clear that Boya hadn't used that secret technique that consumed a lot of energy, but they still couldn't be underestimated. Whether it was their speed or killing power, they were both frightening. Along the way, the arrows shot through a dozen or so demon general and headed straight for a burly high-ranked demon king with a pitch-black complexion. The dark-faced demon king didn't expect an attack from behind at all. He was completely focused on Yongkai's movements and only noticed the arrow when it was about 300 meters away. His expression immediately changed, and he let out a wild roar. The demonic essence in his body churned, and he raised a pair of demonic maces in his hands. He turned around and swung them away. Ding ding dang dang dang. Sparks flew everywhere as he accurately blocked the arrow. However, he himself was pushed back several dozen meters by the recoil. Looking up, he saw Boya several dozen kilometers away with a cold smile on her face. She stretched out her hand and made a gesture around her neck. When the black-faced Devil King saw this, his face darkened even more. However, there was no time for him to think about it because there was a fierce aura coming from behind him. This attack came at the perfect time. His blood and chi were tumbling and his devil yuan was unstable, so he couldn't block it with all his strength. In this life-or-death crisis, the black-faced Devil King's body shook violently as his violent demonic chi erupted, turning into a visible shockwave that swept out in all directions in an attempt to repel the enemy. From the corner of his eyes, he saw a flash of cold light. His vision turned upside down and he saw a headless corpse standing in the void not far away. It was holding a pair of swords. Blood spurted out from its neck. Then, a rain of swords fell like a waterfall and turned the headless corpse into dust. His huge head fell to the ground and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. On the other side, after Yang Kai took advantage of the opportunity Boya had created to strike, he didn't even look. He slashed his sword and attacked the other high-rank Demon King. This Demon King should have sensed the danger his dark-faced colleague was in and wanted to rescue him, but he was a step too late. He could only watch as Yang Kai tore his head to pieces. His eyes were filled with hatred, but he also felt his blood run cold. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated this human. Although the feather demon in the distance was troublesome, this human whose cultivation was only comparable to a mid-rank Demon King was the one he needed to be most wary of. The dark-faced Demon King's example made him more cautious. Facing Yang Kai's sword, he didn't plan to meet it head-on. He slipped and retreated. But in the next moment, he realized that he had fallen into a trap. Yang Kai's sword had no power at all, it was just a feint. At the same time, Yang Kai's other hand grasped a blue gourd. He didn't know what kind of artifact this gourd was, but as soon as it appeared, he inexplicably felt a chill run down his spine. Yang Kai aimed the gourd's mouth at the densest part of the crowd and poured his emperor chi into it. Wind blades visible to the naked eye emerged from the gourd's mouth and instantly covered a large area. In just an instant, more than half of the thousands of demon race soldiers were killed or injured. Not only were the demon commanders and demon general unable to resist the power of this gourd, but even some of the low-ranked demon kings were killed. There were even 3 mid-ranked demon kings who died as a result. The demon race soldiers who were still alive were all horrified as they stared at the wind gourd in Yang Kai's hand with great dread. On the other hand, Yang Kai grinned, extremely satisfied with the power of this artifact. The wind gourd was something he had obtained from the depths of Orthodoxy Temple's Forbidden Zone before coming to demon territory. The astral wind of Orthodoxy Temple was produced by this wind gourd. In the early years, the disciples of Orthodoxy Temple used the astral wind to temper their bodies in the canyon, but no one had ever been able to reach its depths. Over the past few days, Yang Kai had intended to use this battle to test the power of the wind gourd. Now, it seemed that it was quite good. Even if this artifact was not as good as the Mountains and Rivers Bell, it was not far behind. The only drawback was that it consumed too much Emperor Chi to activate, but its effects were also quite remarkable. It was especially suitable for large-scale attacks, something the Mountains and Rivers Bell could not compare to. Just as the demon race soldiers were shocked by the power of the wind gourd, the 9 arrows in quick succession appeared in the distance again. Although Bo Ya's character was not very good, she had an extremely keen intuition when it came to grasping opportunities. At this moment, the wind gourd had attracted everyone's attention, so the 9 arrows in quick succession locked onto the high-ranked Demon King that Yang Kai had just forced back with a single sword strike. The 9 arrows turned into a single line, chasing after the moon and stars, instantly arriving in front of the Demon King. The high-ranked Demon King finally reacted, roaring in fear as he tried to cast a technique to evade. However, how could Yang Kai let him do as he wished? The moment Boya fired the arrows, he had already made his move. The law of space directly enveloped the high-ranked Demon King, firmly binding him to the spot. Asterisk do do do. Asterisk a series of sounds rang out. Just like the high-rank power demon from before, this high-ranked Demon King was directly shot into a hedgehog. The 9 arrows had all hit its vital points, and the demon heart in its body was completely destroyed. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the demon race had been killed or injured. Not to mention the demon marshals and demon general. Even many demon kings had fallen, including 2 high-ranked demon kings. And the ones who had caused this situation were actually 2 people, and both of them were only equivalent to mid-rank demon kings. All the demon race soldiers felt that they had lost face, but whether it was Bo Ya's mystical archery or the wind gourd in Yang Kai's hand, these demon race soldiers were all afraid of attacking the rat for fear of breaking the vases. So many of them had been unable to do anything to them just now. So what was the point of having only half of them left? Therefore, after a moment of hesitation, the remaining demon race soldiers scattered in all directions, collapsing into a group. Yang Kai lightly sneered. He originally wanted to stop the two high-ranked demon kings, but with a slight movement of his divine sense, he only blocked the path of one of them, allowing the other to escape. However, before that high-ranked demon king could escape far, a group of 1,000 soldiers intercepted it from the left and right. It was the too late Lao Ku and Yin. Previously, they had been ordered by Yang Kai to gather their men, which delayed them for a while. Furthermore, there were many of them, so their speed was naturally slower. They hurriedly chased after Yang Kai, fearing that something unexpected would happen to him. However, when they arrived, they were greatly shocked. Yang Kai was not surprised. On the contrary, the demon race soldiers on the side of the demon race were utterly defeated, all of them fleeing in panic. What happened? Lao Ku and Yin looked at each other in dismay. They did not expect this kind of situation to occur. However, right now they did not have much time to think. Seeing the demon race fleeing in all directions, they naturally ordered people to block and kill them. Meanwhile, the two of them stared at the high-ranked demon king that was trying to break out of the encirclement and escape. Logically speaking, although the demon race soldiers on the side of the demon race were few, they were not weak. Under normal circumstances, they might have been able to fight, but right now, these guys were truly scared out of their wits and did not have the heart to fight at all. On the contrary, the reinforcements from Cloud Shadow's side were at their peak, so as soon as they came into contact, the demon race on the side of the demon race suffered disastrous losses. Not to mention the demon generals and demon general. Even the high-ranked demon king that was intercepted by Lao Ku and Yin did not have the slightest ability to retaliate. After a few exchanges, a wound appeared on his body, dripping with blood. Adding on the fact that Boya was leisurely killing them from several dozen li away, even if the demon race soldiers on the side of the demon race were not completely wiped out, only a few would be able to escape. At the same time, Yang Kai was also fighting with a high-ranked demon king. It was precisely because he sensed Lao Ku and Yin's arrival that he allowed the other high-ranked demon king to leave, leaving only this one in front of him. This one's strength was not bad, a bit stronger than Lao Ku and the others, but it was limited. When he saw that Yang Kai wanted to fight him one-on-one, a pleasantly surprised expression appeared on his face. He inwardly thought that his luck had truly changed, and the heavens had not forsaken him. In this one's opinion, no matter how outstanding Yang Kai's performance was, his foundation was only equivalent to a mid-ranked demon king. If he attacked with his full strength, he might be able to take down Yang Kai. And as long as he could take down this child, he would be able to live, and even help Yu Sang subdue the entire Cloud Shadow. However, after exchanging a few blows, he sensed that something was wrong. The cultivation of this human in front of him was indeed only equivalent to a mid-ranked demon king, but his battle prowess was something that even high-ranked demon kings could not compare to. He was actually at a disadvantage even when he used his full strength. The power in his opponent's body, whether it was quality or quantity, was superior to his own by a level. This was especially true for his physical strength, which was somewhat inconceivable. Every time they clashed, his arm would go numb. How was this possible? How could a mere human have such powerful strength? This kind of strength, even the descendants of Saint Sovereigns could not have, right? With this distraction, the situation became more and more unbearable. In an instant, several holes appeared on his body from Yang Kai's attacks, and blood flowed out. What made him feel even more terrified was that this human in front of him seemed to be at ease, and did not use his full strength at all. Chapter 3476. After a while, the situation on the basket plains became more and more unbearable. Other than the high-grade demon king who was being besieged by Lao Ku and Yin who was still struggling at death's door, the rest of the people had either fled without a trace, been killed by Boya from afar, or been intercepted by Cloud Shadow's reinforcements. The high-ranked demon king who was fighting with Yang Kai was also showing signs of weakness. He almost died a few times and was bleeding profusely. He had already sensed that his situation was not good. Putting aside the fact that he was not Yang Kai's opponent, Boa was about to come out. Once that woman targeted him, he was afraid that he would have no chance of survival. Thinking of this, he hurriedly used his divine sense and secretly sent a message to Yang Kai. "Master, please have mercy. Takaruo is willing to give up the darkness for the light and serve Master faithfully." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows, but his movements were not careless. Every move was deadly. He sneered and said, "You are Takaruo?" Lao Ku had previously reported that when Lai Kuang brought people to Cloud Shadow City, The nest of 1,000 devils was guarded by Takaruo. This demon king was also a high-ranked demon king from Basket Plains continent. However, when Lao Ku and Een brought people over, they let him escape. So it was this guy. What a coincidence. For him to beg for mercy at this time, it was obvious that he felt powerless. If he did not beg for mercy, he would only be waiting for death. Looking at him indifferently, Yongkai chuckled and said, "Give me a reason to spare your life." Takaruo resisted with all his might while continuing to send a message. After this battle, Basket Plains will definitely not be able to resist Master's might. Blue Plains continent will also be under Master's control. However, as far as I know, Master only has 3 high-rank demon kings. How can 3 high-rank demon kings guard the territory of 2 continents? Takaruo is not talented, but I am willing to share Master's burden. Kai Yong chuckled. What you said is very reasonable. Hearing this, Takaruo was delighted. He thought that Yongkai was going to agree, but Yongkai looked at him coldly and mocked. Aren't you afraid that Sang will find trouble with you? Changing sides at the last moment is very hateful. Takaruo's face could not help but turn pale. Yongkai's words were what he was most worried about. There was no problem in begging Yongkai for mercy at this time, but the key was whether Sang would settle accounts with him after learning about this. Sang was a half-saint, and if he really wanted to take Yongkai's life, Yongkai was afraid that Yongkai wouldn't be able to protect him. However, he had obviously thought of this a long time ago, so he naturally had an excuse. He immediately replied in a serious voice. Lord Sang has already been sent to the 2-realm battlefield. Obviously, he has done something wrong and angered the Saint Sovereign. Not to mention whether he can return, even if he can, who knows when it will be. Moreover, Master was conferred the title of Prince. Obviously, Master Sang values you more than Master Sang. Master Sang must have some misgivings. After pausing for a moment, he smiled bitterly. The most important thing is that if Master does not spare me today, Takaruo will be buried here. Therefore, I beg Master to show mercy. Takaruo will be willing to follow Master's orders in the future. Yongkai's eyes flashed. He snorted, "You are quite sensible." Takaruo's words were sincere, and what he said was the truth. If he could not persuade Yongkai to spare him today, he would definitely die. Instead of worrying about whether Sang would come after him, it was of course more important to stay alive. Moreover, Yongkai did not intend to kill him. Although he hoped that more people died in the demon race, as Takaruo said, after today, the Blue Plain continent would be under his control. However, he only had 3 high-ranked demon king. How could he guard the vast territory of 2 continents? Subduing him could also make up for the lack of manpower. This was also the reason why he did not kill him. Otherwise, even if Takaruo was a high-ranked demon king, Yongkai could have taken his life with his current ability. After pondering for a moment, Yongkai said, "It is not impossible to let you live, but you need to open your knowledge sea and let this king plant the divine soul brand." Tu Qiao Luo was different from Lao Ku and the others. Lao Ku, Kusan, and Een were relatively clean, and Yongkai had Yu Rumeng's orders, so he wasn't worried that they would do anything to harm him. However, Tu Qiao Luo was Sang's subordinate, so how could Yongkai feel at ease if he didn't place his soul brand on him? Once the divine soul brand was planted, Takaruo's life would be in Yongkai's hands, and he would not be able to resist in the future. This was even more tragic than Boa being controlled by Soul Puppet. Therefore, when he said this, Takaruo's expression changed greatly. He said bitterly, "Master, there is no need to plant the divine soul brand. I am willing to swear in the name of the great demon god that I will not be disloyal to Master in the future." Yongkai snorted, "If an oath is useful, what is the point of cultivating? You can think about it carefully. This king is not in a hurry." Takaruo's face twitched. He thought to himself, "You are not in a hurry, but I am." At this moment, the feather demon dozens of miles away had already drawn his bow and aimed at him. He could shoot the fatal arrow at any time. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Takaruo could clearly feel the threat of death coming from dozens of miles away. He wanted to dodge, but Yongkai was suppressing him. He could not dodge at all. While he was hesitating, the aura dozens of miles away became more and more condensed. It seemed that the arrow was about to be shot at him. Knowing that it would be too late if he continued to hesitate, Takaruo clenched his teeth and said, "Fine, I will do as Master says." This subordinate will follow Master's lead in the future. I hope that Master will treat me with sincerity. You will know what this king's character is like in the future. Yang Kai chuckled and turned around, intentionally or unintentionally blocking Boya's attack path, allowing Tu Qiaoluo to relax. Staring at Yang Kai for a moment, Tu Qiaoluo let out a sigh and opened his knowledge sea. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He immediately used his divine sense and planted his own brand into Karuo's knowledge sea. The two secretly reached an agreement here, but their hands did not stop. They were still fighting, mainly because they were afraid that the demon kings at the realm gate would see through them. After the brand was planted, a trace of imperceptible depression flashed across Karuo's face. However, he quickly calmed down and said, Master, this subordinate can help you subdue 2 more people. What do you think of this, Master? Why 2 people? Yang Kai asked suspiciously. There were still 3 high-ranked demon kings left at the realm gate. At this time, they were also looking at this side. Curson and his subordinates had been captured. Curson and the others were not their opponents. The only reason they could hold on until now was because they were merciful. Seeing that the situation here was not good, the demon kings who were still at the realm gate naturally used their full strength. As early as when Lao Ku and Yin appeared, Curson had already become a prisoner. They obviously wanted to use Curson as a bargaining chip to have a good talk with Yang Kai. Karuo said, one of them is Yu Sang's confidant. I am afraid it will not be easy to subdue him. Instead of keeping him alive, it is better to kill him directly. Yang Kai chuckled and looked at him meaningfully. With the divine soul brand, how could it not be easy to subdue him? No matter how loyal that demon king was to Yu Sang, as long as the divine soul brand was planted, he would be Yang Kai's match. Karuo's suggestion was probably not entirely as he said. Maybe he already had a grudge with that demon king and wanted to use Yang Kai to get rid of him. However, Yang Kai did not intend to investigate further. Even if Karuo really had the intention of intimidating Yu Sang, if there was really one of Yu Sang's confidants over there, it would be better to get rid of him as soon as possible to avoid future troubles. As their eyes met, a trace of panic flashed into Karuo's eyes, which confirmed Yang Kai's guess. He smiled slightly and said, Do you have any life-saving means? Karuo was startled, but soon understood Yang Kai's intention and quickly replied yes. Then use it, Yang Kai gently nodded. But be careful, don't get shot to death by that woman Boa. Karuo's face twitched, thinking that if he really died because of this, he would be wrongly accused. However, he also knew that Yang Kai could not warn Boa now, so he could only rely on himself if he wanted to survive. He immediately shouted, and a mist of blood spurted out of his pores. His entire body turned into a red light and quickly fled toward the realm gate. With 2 whooshing sounds, streams of light shot out from dozens of miles away. Just as Yang Kai expected, Boa brazenly shot arrows. These 2 streaks of light were powerful, and they were launched later but arrived first. However, after Karuo had executed a life-saving secret technique, he managed to dodge one of the arrows by a hair's breadth, but the other arrow nailed into his thigh, directly piercing a bloody hole in his thigh, causing blood to splatter everywhere. However, this kind of injury was nothing to Karuo. He only needed to rest for a few days to recover, and if he missed this opportunity, Boa would not be able to kill him again. Master. Not far away, Lao Ku and Yin led many elites of Cloud Shadow Ova. They cupped their fists and carefully examined Yang Kai's condition. After confirming that there were no injuries, they breathed a sigh of relief. As for the high-ranked demon king that they had intercepted before, Boa had already secretly shot and killed it. Yes. Yang Kai gently nodded, and leisurely looked toward the realm gate. He saw that Karuo had already met up with the demon race there, and was saying something to them, causing a commotion. With a chuckle, Yang Kai looked at the embodiment's side. The commotion there had also subsided, and none of the demon race that had been lying in ambush there had escaped. It was a true annihilation. Within the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, all the demon race had turned into dried corpses. At this time, the embodiment was hiding under the ground, quietly approaching the realm gate. After a few breaths of time, Boa valiantly flew over. She looked at Yang Kai from head to toe, as if she had met him for the first time, and asked, That guy was turned over by you? Yang Kai glanced at her. You saw through it? Boa sneered. If not, why would you deliberately block my attack? She was not a fool, and naturally could see some clues. Moreover, She had already noticed that the divine thoughts between Yongkai and Takaruo were surging. She did not know what they were secretly communicating with each other, but it was not difficult to guess this point. Chapter 3477. Yongkai said in realization. So you did it on purpose. Since Boya was able to see through Tu Qiao Luo's defection, then the 2 arrows from before were obviously just for show. It wasn't a mistake. However, this gave Yongkai a deeper understanding of her archery skills. Even after Tu Qiao Luo used his life-saving secret technique, Boya was still able to accurately shoot through one of his legs. It was obvious that this woman's archery skills were superb. Boya snorted. This is more realistic, isn't it? Yongkai did not comment. He only paused for a moment before walking forward and saying with a smile, "Let's go meet them." Thousands of people followed behind, valiant and spirited. At the realm gate, the many members of the demon race had bitter and unwilling expressions. This was especially true for the high-ranked demon king in the lead. His face was twisted to the point of being sinister. This time, they had planned an ambush, thinking that they would be able to get rid of Cloud Shadow in one fell swoop. Who would have thought that they would be beaten to a pulp by the enemy, suffering heavy losses? In today's battle, whether it was the early planning or the later confrontation, there were no problems. In terms of numbers and strength, Cloud Shadow's side was several times stronger than Cloud Shadow's side. No matter how one looked at it, Cloud Shadow had the upper hand. However, in the end, Cloud Shadow had obtained a complete victory and Cloud Shadow had suffered heavy losses. Of the 9 high-ranked demon kings, only 4 had survived. As for the other mid-rank and low-rank demon kings, there were more than a dozen of them dead. The number of demon generals was innumerable. This kind of result made everyone on Cloud Shadow's side feel ashamed. And the main culprit behind all of this was actually a human, a feather demon. They no longer had the advantage of being the first to arrive. On the contrary, the enemy's army was gathered and their morale was high. If they were not careful, they might really be wiped out here. Fortunately, Cloud Shadow still had captives on hand, so it was not impossible for them to make a comeback. Seeing Yongkai leading the Cloud Shadow army towards them, a commotion broke out at the realm gate. The high-ranked demon king in the lead shouted loudly, calming the hearts of the people. They still had 4 high-ranked demon kings, so they still had the strength to fight. As long as they could make Yongkai and the others retreat, they would be able to protect Laoyuan. When Master Yu Sang returned from the 2-realm battlefield, they would naturally be able to regain their face. As for whether Yu Sang would punish them for what happened today, it was no longer within the scope of their consideration. Some physical pain was better than dying here. After a short while, Yongkai led the Cloud Shadow army to a place 1,000 feet away from the portal. The army stopped, and a group of Cloud Shadow army elites lined up behind them, glaring fiercely at the portal. The silent and austere pressure caused the demons of Laoyuan to involuntarily tighten their grip on the weapons in their hands. Their expressions changed. One careless move had caused the position of the host and the guest to change. This was truly a great humiliation and mistake. The confrontation only lasted for a few breaths, but the demon race on Laoyuan's side was somewhat unable to bear the tense atmosphere. The high-ranked demon king in the lead placed one hand on Kursan's head, and the demonic chi in his palm surged, as if he could take Kursan's life at any time. He looked at Yongkai with a gloomy expression and said, "Human, this king feels that we can sit down and have a good talk." Yongkai could not help but sneer, and looked at the other party with ridicule. Talk? What talk? What do you have to talk to this king? The high-ranked demon king coldly snorted, and the demonic chi in his hand moved, immediately causing Kursan to reveal a painful expression. He said seriously, "How about using his life to talk to you?" Yongkai slowly shook his head and coldly refused. Not interested. Kursan's eyes immediately revealed a look of despair. The high-ranked demon king was not surprised at all, and only ridiculed. "You don't care about his life or death at all. In any case, he is still your subordinate." Yongkai snorted. This king's subordinates should have the awareness to sacrifice their lives for this king, and disregard life and death. If they are timid in their actions, what use is there for this king? He then stared at Kursan and said, "Don't worry, this king will kill them all and bury them with you. Not a single one will be left alive." When these words were said, the demons of Laoyuan were in an uproar, and all of them revealed a look of horror. When the high-ranked demon king heard this, The corner of his mouth twitched. He originally thought that Yang Kai was deliberately mystifying things, but now it seemed that he was playing for real. For a moment, he did not know what Yang Kai was thinking. Although he could easily take Kursen's life, he would have no bargaining chips in his hands. When the time came, he could only meet with weapons. And with the current morale and strength of his side, if it really reached that point, more than half of the people present would die, and he himself would have no chance of survival. Gritting his teeth, he said in a sinister voice, "If that is really the case, then no one will have an easy time today. If you want to fight, then go ahead and try. Let's see if this king can take you all down with him." Having said this, he could only advance in order to retreat, hoping that Yang Kai would make a wise choice and give him a chance to talk. Unexpectedly, Yang Kai only laughed sarcastically. "Take you all down with him? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications." His face sank and he shouted, "Kill!" When the word kill came out, the high-ranked Demon King's heart skipped a beat, and his expression changed drastically. This guy in front of him really did not care about the lives of his subordinates. This was clearly not giving them a way out. And Kursen could not help but close his eyes, as if he was waiting for his death. With a cheap sound, Boya, who was hiding in the dark, took the initiative to shoot an arrow. Her target was the high-ranked Demon King, and in an instant, he felt the aura of death. He instinctively raised his hand and placed Kursen in front of him, wanting to use Kursen as a shield to block this terrifying attack. But just as he moved, a violent demonic aura surged behind him, and a power that could topple mountains and overturn seas came from his back, causing his internal organs to tumble. His body staggered forward, and blood flowed out from his mouth and nose. He immediately gritted his teeth and shouted, "Tukuro!" Although he did not look back, he knew who had attacked him from behind. After being together for so many years, he could not be more familiar with Tukuro's demonic aura fluctuations. A thought flashed through his mind, and he vaguely understood that Tukuro had betrayed him long ago. Otherwise, why would he attack him at this time? So that was it. Escaping back here using a secret technique, and getting hit by an arrow was just a disguise to make him lower his guard. The hatred in his heart could not be washed away even with all the water in the 3 rivers and 5 lakes. And after Tukuro blasted out his palm, he immediately retreated. At the same time, he anxiously transmitted a message to the other 2 high-ranked Demon King. "Don't attack, I'm running out of time, I guarantee that you won't die." These 2 were originally at a loss for what was happening in front of them. But after hearing Tukuro's words, they immediately understood the cause and effect. They only hesitated for a moment before dispersing their demonic aura. At the same time, like Tukuro, they also retreated to show their sincerity. However, both of them let out a long sigh, and a complicated look appeared in their eyes. At the same time, Boya's arrow was already in front of them. Seeing that Kursen was about to be killed by this arrow, the arrow strangely made a turn, swept past Kursen's neck, and directly blasted into the shoulder of the high-ranked Demon King behind him. Flesh and blood exploded, and half of the high-ranked Demon King's shoulder was almost flattened. The violent power caused his body to lean back slightly. Before he could react, Yang Kai had already pounced over and grabbed Kursen from his hand. Without even looking, he directly threw Kursen behind him. At the same time, he formed a seal with both hands and sent out a palm strike. Flowing time, Great Emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. At this moment, time seemed to stop for a moment. When everyone regained their senses, they only saw the high-ranked Demon King spurting blood from his mouth after being hit by Yang Kai. His aura was weak. Asterisk chi chi chi. Asterisk 3 arrows flew over, and Boya, who was hiding in the dark, once again made her move. With incomparable precision, the 3 arrows pierced into the enemy's body, causing blood to splatter all over the sky. In an instant, the situation took a turn for the worse. Whether it was the demon race or Cloud Shadow, except for a few people who were mentally prepared, everyone else was shocked. After releasing the flowing time Great Emperor, like a shuttle, Yang Kai didn't make another move. He only watched with a cold expression. He knew that there was no need for him to make a move. There was someone who wanted this guy to die here more than him. Sure enough, after Boya released the 3 arrows and heavily injured the high-ranked Demon King, Tukuro immediately roared, "Attack!" He didn't care about the after-effects of using the secret technique and desperately urged his demon Yuan to rush toward the high-ranked Demon King. The other 2 Demon Kings who had been watching with folded arms also followed closely behind, attacking their former comrades at the same time. Lao Ku and Een were dumbstruck as they watched from the side. They suddenly realized that there was nothing for them to do here. First, they were ambushed by Tokuro from behind. Then they were hit by Yang Kai's divine technique, and then they were hit by Boya's 3 arrows. The high-ranked Demon King was already heavily injured. Now that Tokuro and 2 other high-ranked Demon Kings had joined forces to attack it, how could it possibly win? This Demon King knew that he was going to die, so he didn't have any intention of begging for mercy. He just used all his strength, looking like he wanted to drag someone down with him. However, it was impossible for Tokuro and the others to give him this opportunity. They were very cautious and didn't act rashly. They would rather miss a good opportunity than risk their lives. After a cup of tea's worth of time, the dust settled. Tokuro was gasping for breath, his face was pale, and there was a lingering fear in his eyes. However, he forced himself to stay alert and cupped his fists, saying, "Master, fortunately, I didn't disappoint you." Yang Kai looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile, gently nodded, and said, "Not bad." He then turned his head and looked indifferently at the other 2 high-ranked Demon Kings. These 2 already had no way out when they joined forces with Tokuro, so they naturally knew what to say at this moment. They both said, "We are willing to submit to Master. We hope that Master can disregard our former enmity and give us a chance to redeem ourselves." Yang Kai said indifferently, "That depends on your sincerity." These 2 high-ranked Demon Kings looked at each other, thinking that they had already shown their sincerity. Yu Sang's henchmen were killed by them and Tokuro. Now, other than submitting, what else could they do? Tokuro had an awkward expression on his face. He coughed lightly and transmitted his voice to them. When the 2 Demon Kings heard this, their expressions changed. They looked at Tokuro in disbelief, as if they were seeing him for the first time. Tokuro's face turned slightly red, and he transmitted his voice to them again. After a while, these 2 Demon Kings cupped their fists bitterly and said, "We are willing to let Master plant the brand of divine soul. From now on, wherever Master points we will follow." At the same time, they cursed in their hearts, F***CK, "I've boarded a pirate ship. If I had known earlier, I would have fought with all my might. Maybe I would have had a chance to survive." Chapter 3478. However, since things had come to this, it was useless to say anything. If they wanted to live, they could only offer their loyalty. At the same time, they blamed Tokuro in their hearts for not making things clear earlier. If they had made things clear earlier, they might not have turned traitor. Instructing the 2 Demon Kings to open their knowledge seas, Yang Kai placed his soul brand in each of their knowledge seas one by one, the cold look on his face finally disappearing, replaced by a warm and friendly one. Since they were on the same side, there was no need to hold back. Lao Ku, Ku Sen, and Een also came up to congratulate him. However, they were a little worried in their hearts. Although Yang Kai was conferred the title of Imperial Prince and seemed to be highly valued by the Saint Master, the Saint Master had sent him to the Cloud Shadow mainland to protect the World Gate. Now that this guy had taken down the Basket Plains and led them to kill so many Demon King level masters, they did not know if the Saint Master would blame them if he knew. In the Demon territory, although the Demon Saint had conflicts with each other, causing the continents under the Demon Saint to be hostile to each other, this was already considered an internal conflict. Whether it was the Cloud Shadow mainland or the Basket Plains, they were all Yu Ru Meng's territory. Especially when the war between the Demon territory and the Astral World had broken out, it was time to eliminate all internal conflicts and work together to fight against the outside world. Moreover, even if the Lord would not blame him, what about Yu Sang? Yu Sang was indeed sent to the 2-realm battlefield, but the Basket Plains was his territory after all. When Yu Sang returned, the Basket Plains would not be settled peacefully. Lao Ku and the other 2 were worried, but they couldn't say anything at this time. Although Yang Kai was partly responsible for this incident, ordering Kasen to block the Basket Plains boundary gate was an act that had crossed the line. Basket Plains' response was simply too excessive. Otherwise, the current situation wouldn't have occurred. Since things had come to this, they could only take one step at a time. Yu Sang's trusted aide had been eliminated, and the remaining 3 high-ranked Demon Kings, Tokuro had also been implanted with the Divine Soul brand. The others naturally did not have any thoughts of resistance. In any case, the rafters that stuck out would rot first. With Tokuro and the other Demon Kings in front of them, they had nothing to fear. After a single battle, The entire grapple planes had fallen into Yang Kai's hands. This was something that the grapple planes would never have thought of. Yang Kai was not prepared to get involved in the matter of Lao Yuan. He ordered Tu Cha Luo and the other two to take care of it themselves. He only wanted to maintain the stability of the realm gates. He then ordered everyone to collect the corpses of the Demon King and throw them into the sealed world bead for his embodiment to devour. Although these Demon Kings were already dead, there was still a lot of energy left in their bodies that hadn't been released yet. It would be useful for the avatars to devour them. As for the spoils of war, Yang Kai kept most of them and gave the rest to Lao Ku. The demons were very grateful and felt that their king was very generous. After dealing with all the matters, Yang Kai brought everyone back to Cloud Shadow to continue his mission. Time flew by and 2 months passed. During this time, Yang Kai had been comprehending at the Realm Gate. Lao Yuan and Cloud Shadow were both under his control. The Realm Gate was completely sealed off, so naturally, no one would disturb him. After 2 months of comprehension, Yang Kai had gained a lot in terms of space principles. However, he didn't make much progress in protecting the Realm Gate, so he didn't really care. As for Yang Kai's seizure of Lao Yuan, it also caused a big disturbance in the Holy City. Bai Zhua had said before that in the demon territory, the strength of a demon saint and half-saint was directly related to the number of territories they occupied. This was not only because the territories they occupied could provide some mysterious luck to the half-saint and demon saint, but more importantly, it was because of the myriad demon pills produced by each continent. The more territories they occupied, the more myriad demon pills they would be able to obtain. The same went for the number of experts under their command. Lao Yuan continent was originally Yu Sang's territory. Now that Yang Kai had seized Lao Yuan continent before Yu Sang returned, it could be said that he didn't have the right to do so. He even killed 6 high-ranked demon kings and dozens of mid-rank and low-ranked demon kings, greatly weakening Lao Yuan continent's strength. This caused many half-saint guards to be dissatisfied with him. Yu Ru Meng's side had received complaints from the half-saint more than once. They wanted Yu Ru Meng to punish Yang Kai as a warning to others. Of course, Yu Ru Meng wouldn't do that. However, with so many half-saint complaining about this, she couldn't ignore it. Otherwise, it would affect her prestige. A month after Yang Kai seized Lao Yuan continent, Yu Ru Meng sent someone over and fiercely reprimanded Yang Kai. She said that Yang Kai's Lao Yuan continent wasn't his territory and that he shouldn't do such a thing. She also said that Lao Yuan continent's power had been greatly weakened, but there was no suitable person to take charge of it. She asked Yang Kai to temporarily take charge of Lao Yuan continent's affairs and wait for Yu Sang to return from the two-realm battlefield. When the news spread, the half-saint felt that it was inconceivable. They felt that the half-saint was a little too biased towards this human. She said that she would wait for Yu Sang to return to Lao Yuan continent, but who knew when Yu Sang would return and whether he would be able to return alive. The war in the star boundary was intense. It wasn't impossible for a half-saint to fall. However, since Yu Ru Meng had already taken a step back, they couldn't force her too much. This matter was left unsettled. They couldn't use Yang Kai's matter to make an example out of Yang Kai. Instead, they helped Yang Kai to take over Lao Yuan continent. This made the half-saint re-evaluate Yang Kai as a human. Yang Kai himself didn't take this matter to heart. In the past 2 months, other than cultivating at the Realm Gate, he had sent people to various continents to gather information. Now that he had people from 2 continents at his disposal, he had sent over tens of thousands of spies out. His main mission in the demon territory was to bring back the Great Emperor's bright moon, but he hadn't made any progress so far. Previously, he had asked Yu Ru Meng, but she wasn't too sure either. Now that she knew the whereabouts of the Great Emperor's bright moon, Yang Kai didn't want to ask her, lest she became suspicious. He couldn't ask anyone else either, so he could only rely on himself for Bright Moon's matter. He sent the spies out to gather information about the abnormal situation in various continents in the past year, especially during the period when Bright Moon fell into the demon territory. He hoped to infer Bright Moon's location from these clues. One day, Yang Kai was comprehending the principle of space transformation at the Realm Gate when sound suddenly flew over from afar. She exchanged glances with Kurson, who was guarding the place, and their divine thoughts surged as they communicated for a while. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai opened his eyes and asked. When sound came over, he was aware of it, but he didn't pay attention to it. Now, looking at her in Kurson, it seemed that something big had happened. "Your Majesty." Sound cupped her hands slightly and said with a slightly excited voice, "The nest of thousand devils has been a little abnormal recently. The demonic chi is surging. I'm afraid that the thousand demons pill is about to take shape." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and showed an excited expression. "Are you sure?" Sound smiled and said, "Most likely. Usually, as long as there is this abnormal movement, we can collect it within a month." "Very good. Let's go and take a look." Yang Kai immediately became interested. He had been to the nest of thousand devils once before, but it was just a dark pit with nothing special. According to Lao Ku and others, the nest of thousand devils was usually like this, and there would only be some changes when the thousand demons pill was about to take shape. Yang Kai was very concerned about the thousand demons pill. This pill was useless to him, but it was very beneficial to the Dharmakaya. It was just that the Dharmakaya needed too many pills, and the thousand demons pill was only collected once every 10 years. The cloud shadow could only collect dozens to hundreds of pills each time. With the thousand demons pill alone, the Dharmakaya needed 3,000 pills to progress further. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. With the thousand demons pill this time, the Dharmakaya could also shorten the growth time. When Yang Kai first came to the cloud shadow mainland, Lao Ku and others said that within half a year, the thousand demons pill should be ready to be collected. Counting the days, it should be about the same time now. When Yang Kai brought Carson and Sound to the nest of thousand devils, they saw the demonic chi soaring to the sky, and the demonic clouds rolling. The originally ordinary pit now seemed to have a life of its own and was constantly moving. Lao Ku stood not far away from the nest of thousand devils, looking excited and expectant. For many years, ever since Lai Kuang joined Yusang, they had not participated in the collection of the thousand demons pill. Every time the thousand demons pill took shape, the Basket Plain mainland would send people to collect it, and then directly send it to Yusang, who would then pass it to the holy sage. Originally, every time they collected, they would be given 1 or 2 pills, and the rest would be given to the holy sage. However, all these years, the thousand demons pill that originally belonged to them had gone into Yusang's pocket, which made them angry and helpless. Seeing Yang Kai coming, Lao Ku immediately greeted him and cupped his fists. "My king! How's the situation?" Yang Kai looked over and saw that every time the nest of thousand devils swallowed and spat out, a large amount of atmospheric energy would be sucked into the pit, and because of this, countless tornadoes would be formed. The scene was terrifying. He could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The last time he was here, there was nothing unusual. He did not know what the nest of thousand devils was like, and why it existed in almost every mainland of suitable size. He had inquired about this before, and knew that the nest of thousand devils did not exist in the beginning of the demon territory. It was formed later, and there were many theories about when it was formed. The most popular theory was that the nest of thousand devils suddenly appeared 1,000 years after the demon territory became a fragment of the mainland. He did not know what the nest of thousand devils had to do with the collapse of the demon territory. Looking at the situation, the harvest this time should not be small. There should be at least 70 to 80 pills, or even 100 pills, Lao Ku replied with a smile, looking like an old farmer who had finally reaped a harvest after a year of hard work. Of course, he couldn't be blamed for being so happy. After interacting with Yang Kai for the past few months, he found that Yang Kai was quite good. This time, when he collected the myriad demon pills, he would definitely share some with them. Not to mention the mid-rank and low-rank demon kings, the high-rank demon kings would at least be able to obtain one as a reward. Yang Kai glanced at him and smiled. "You can even tell how much we can harvest?" Lao Ku replied, "I've seen a lot, so naturally I can make some judgments." Yang Kai nodded lightly and turned his head to look around. He saw that many members of the demon race were sitting cross-legged on the ground, circulating their chi and cultivating. He asked thoughtfully, "Is it beneficial for you to cultivate nearby?" Yin nodded and said, "My king is right. Every time the nest of myriad devils moves, the yuan chi of heaven and earth will gather. At this time, cultivating in this area is several times more efficient than usual. Naturally, no one is willing to waste such an opportunity." Chapter 3479. After listening to Yin's explanation, Yang Kai nodded slightly. The current situation of the nest of myriad devils was akin to a whale devouring the yuan chi of the entire cloud shadow mainland, turning this place into a holy land for cultivation. In the following days, this phenomenon became more and more obvious. The yuan qi gathered from all directions grew stronger by the day. With the nest of myriad devils as the center, within a radius of 10 li, countless demon race members sat cross-legged, silently circulating their secret arts, eagerly increasing their strength. Lao Ku, Yin, and Carson took turns to guard the nest of myriad devils, while the other two searched for a good place to sit cross-legged and circulate their secret arts. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had nothing to do. Although the cultivation conditions here were good, the heaven and earth yuan qi in the territory was not suitable for him. After observing for a few days, there were no signs of the myriad demon's pill taking shape. The initial surprise disappeared, and instead, he became a little bored. He might as well stay at the realm gate and comprehend the law of space. But if he left now, he might have to come back soon, so he could only wait patiently. Staring at the nest of myriad devils devouring the surrounding yuan qi, Yang Kai thought that if he threw his avatar in, he should be able to obtain a lot of benefits. The cultivation efficiency of many demon race members increased by several times here, and the avatar had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret arts, so the effects would be even better. Once this thought appeared, he could not help but want to throw his avatar in to test the effects. Looking around, he found that Lao Ku was standing guard not far away. The other demon race members in charge of monitoring the surroundings had also scattered, so no one was paying attention to him. Immediately, his figure flickered and disappeared. In order to avoid any flaws, Yang Kai directly went to a place 100 li away from the nest of myriad devils, found a deserted place, and released his avatar. With a single thought, the embodiment understood Yang Kai's intentions. Its huge body silently sank into the ground, approaching the nest of myriad demons from underground. After a short while, Yang Kai returned to the nest of myriad devils. Lao Ku glanced at him curiously, but did not dare to ask anything. Yang Kai put on a bored expression and sat down cross-legged. He seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in fact, he was paying close attention to the movements of the Dharmakaya. Thousands of feet below the ground, the embodiment quickly moved forward. The soil and gravel couldn't hinder it in the slightest. After a short while, it approached the nest of myriad demons. After pausing for a moment, it broke through the last layer of defense and entered the nest of myriad demons. Just as it entered, Yang Kai's expression brightened. The Dharma body was formed by a strand of his spirit that entered the body of the stone mongoose, so he could feel everything that happened to the Dharma body. At this very moment, the originally ordinary nest of myriad devils was actually a sea of brilliant colors. It was as if the entire nest of myriad devils had turned into a living creature that was incessantly stirring. Every time it stirred, it could devour a huge amount of yuan qi. Not only that, Yang Kai also faintly sensed that something else had been devoured by the nest of myriad devils. However, because of the layer of embodiment between them, he couldn't tell in detail. Fortunately, the embodiment didn't cause any abnormalities when it entered the nest of myriad devils. Otherwise, it would have been exposed. After a short pause, the avatar headed straight for the deepest part of the nest of myriad devils. The deeper he went, the more outrageous the energy stored inside became. There were even fist-sized tumor-like existences on the walls of the nest of myriad devils. As the nest of myriad devils vibrated, they moved up and down as if they were beating hearts. These fist-sized tumor-like objects were neither flesh nor stone. They looked very strange, but Yang Kai could clearly sense the terrifying energy contained within them. For the time being, he couldn't figure out what these tumor-like objects were, so the embodiment didn't dare to rashly touch them. After a while, the avatar arrived at the lowest level of the nest of 1,000 devils. This was a huge space filled with an unimaginable amount of yuan li of heaven and earth. The yuan li of heaven and earth that had gathered here had almost condensed into a solid form. Even the walls of the cave were filled with water droplets. After finding a spot, the embodiment sat down cross-legged and activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. His huge body suddenly turned into a bottomless pit, swallowing the yuan qi in this place. After a while, Yang Kai, who was resting with his eyes closed outside, smiled. The truth was just as he expected. The effect of cultivating in the nest of myriad devils was surprisingly good. If the cultivation speed of Lao Ku and the others was several times faster than usual, then the speed inside the nest of myriad devils might be several dozen times, or even 100 times faster. Perhaps only the embodiment could achieve such a terrifying efficiency. If it were anyone else, even if they had such conditions, without the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, they wouldn't be able to devour much yuan qi. They would only waste the opportunity. As time passed, the yuan qi accumulated in the nest of myriad devils didn't decrease at all. However, the rate of increase decreased by a lot. After all, the embodiment's devouring speed wasn't slowed. Through the embodiment, Yang Kai continued to observe the situation inside the nest of myriad devils, wanting to pry into the secrets of this place. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly seemed to sense something and couldn't help but let out a soft cry of surprise. This caused Lao Ku, who was standing guard nearby, to quickly turn his head and glance at him. After observing for a long time and seeing that Yang Kai didn't make any other movements, he looked away. Yang Kai didn't notice Lao Ku's attention at all. At this moment, he was completely immersed in investigating the situation inside the nest of myriad devils. Previously, he had felt that every time the nest of myriad devils devoured yuan qi, it seemed to be devouring something else besides the vast amount of yuan qi. Now, this feeling was becoming more and more obvious. However, after careful investigation, he still couldn't find anything. This left him puzzled, wondering if he had made a mistake. At this moment, the nest of myriad devils shook again. Yang Kai hurriedly paid close attention to it through the embodiment, and this time, he finally found some clues, causing his expression to shake. In order to confirm whether or not there was anything wrong with his observations, in the following days, every time the nest of myriad devils shook, he would pay close attention to it. After a few days, a strange expression appeared on Yang Kai's face. After these days of observation, he finally understood why the myriad demon pill had such a powerful effect. This was not because the nest of myriad devils had devoured a large amount of the yuan qi. This was only one of the reasons. The biggest reason was that the nest of myriad devils was constantly devouring the energy of all living beings on this continent. This kind of devouring was almost undetectable. Even Yang Kai hadn't noticed anything strange before. If not for the embodiment's perception in the deepest part of the nest of myriad devils, he wouldn't have noticed. In the Cloud Shadow continent, the demon race numbered in the hundreds of millions. The nest of myriad devils was constantly devouring their energy. If this continued, how terrifying would the gathered energy be? However, as Yang Kai had observed, this kind of devouring was almost undetectable. Moreover, it didn't harm the Foundation, so even those demon kings didn't notice it in the slightest. The energy of each living being devoured by the nest of myriad devils was insignificant. However, if all this energy was gathered in one place, it would form the embryonic form of the myriad demon pill, the root of the myriad demon pill. At this moment, the yuan qi of heaven and earth that was being devoured could help this root blossom and bear fruit. This was the fundamental reason why the myriad demon pill could contain such a huge amount of energy. This was probably something that only the 12 demon saint knew about, but had never publicized. Even those half-saints should know about it. This discovery made Yang Kai feel that it was inconceivable. According to the current situation, the nest of myriad devils seemed to have a life of its own. It gathered the insignificant energy of hundreds of millions of living beings into one place to form the myriad demon pill, and then created countless powerhouses of the demon race. Just as he was pondering, there was another abnormality on the embodiment's side. For some reason, the embodiment had a faint connection with the nest of myriad devils, which made Yang Kai feel as if the entire Cloud Shadow mainland was under his control. Sensing it, Yang Kai's spirit was lifted. He clearly sensed that there was an additional ball of white light in the nest of myriad devils, which was constantly hovering around the embodiment. It was the existence of this white light that allowed the embodiment to have such a strange connection with the nest of myriad devils. Carefully examining it, he saw that within the white light was a continent map that had shrunk countless times. It was the shape of the Cloud Shadow mainland, and traces of the power of law were overflowing from it, crisscrossing and crisscrossing. Origin. Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. Although this was the first time he had seen this thing, he felt that it was very similar to the origin. Back when he was in the Stars territory, he had refined the origin of the Stars territory. Naturally, he was no stranger to this kind of thing. Could this be the origin of the Cloud Shadow mainland? There was actually the existence of the origin in the fragment of the Devil territory. This greatly surprised him. He had thought that since the Devil territory had collapsed into countless fragments, even if there was an origin, it should have been annihilated. But what he saw in front of him subverted his understanding. The origin of a continent was obviously the foundation of the continent. As long as he could refine this origin, He would really be able to completely control this continent and become the master of this continent. Yang Kai didn't know why this origin had mysteriously appeared, but he knew that this was a heaven-sent opportunity. If the embodiment could really refine this origin, then the Cloud Shadow mainland would really be his territory in the future, and not just a title given by Yu Ruming. The embodiment obviously also realized that this was an opportunity. There was no need for him to communicate with Yang Kai, and he had already begun to try to accept and refine this ball of origin. The origin showed no signs of rejecting the embodiment at all. Since it had appeared on its own, it was obviously attracted by some kind of force. Yang Kai guessed that it should be the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique performed by the embodiment. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was called an evil technique in the astral world, and it was not tolerated in the world. But it was exactly what the devil territory wanted. If the heaven-devouring Great Emperors could be born in the devil territory, they would definitely be able to achieve great things. Therefore, without much effort, the embodiment accepted the origin, swallowed it into his stomach, and performed a spell to refine it. In a split second, Yang Kai felt that the connection between the embodiment and the nest of myriad demons, as well as the entire Cloud Shadow mainland, had become closer. And this close connection further confirmed his previous observation. The nest of myriad demons was really devouring the power of the billions of creatures in the entire continent, and transforming these powers into myriad demons' pills. Then, unintentionally, the embodiment devoured the vital energy of heaven and earth gathered in the nest of myriad demons while refining the origin of the Cloud Shadow mainland. Yang Kai observed for a while, and then he calmed his mind. Chapter 3480. There was no need to pay attention to the embodiment anymore. Yang Kai opened his eyes and found that the person on duty had been replaced by Yin. He immediately beckoned her over and asked her about the continent's source in the demon territory. Who would have thought that this matter was not a secret at all? Yang Kai felt that he was making a big fuss over nothing. According to Yin, the reason why those half-saint could surpass ordinary demon kings was because they had refined the continent's source. It could be said that every half-saint was the true master of a continent. For example, the quintessence of Blue Sea continent had been refined and absorbed by Yu Sang a long time ago, and it was the same for all the other continents that possessed a master. However, because the quintessence of these continents was very weak in tolerance, even a half-saint could only refine and absorb a single quintessence. When Lai Kuang joined Yu Sang, he was promised that Yu Sang would help him refine the Cloud Shadow mainland's source. Once Lai Kuang succeeded, he would have a great chance of becoming a half-saint in the future. This was good news for Yang Kai. He had deeply experienced the convenience of being the master of a continent when he was on Shadowed Star. Now that the embodiment had become the true master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, he would be recognized and protected by the heavens and earth on this continent. It could be said that the road to becoming a half-saint was paved in front of him. As long as he accumulated enough strength, becoming a half-saint was a foregone conclusion. During this trip to the demon territory, Yang Kai did not complete his business and did not reap many benefits. Instead, he fought for a future for the embodiment. It could be said that he had unintentionally planted a willow, and it had turned into a shade. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Yin obviously misunderstood something. After hesitating for a while, she said, "Your Majesty is from the human race, and the power you cultivate is different from ours. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for you to refine the continent's source. Moreover, Lai Kuang has been searching for the Cloud Shadow mainland's source for many years, but to no avail. Unless you are really blessed by this continent, it is impossible for you to refine it." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I'm just asking casually." Yin retreated doubtfully. The following days were peaceful, but after 8 days, there was a sudden change in the nest of myriad devils. The entire nest of myriad devils was in turmoil, and the yuan qi that had been sucked in by the nest of myriad devils was being sucked in and spat out in a frenzy, causing the yuan qi to surge into the clouds. It was as if a rain of yuan qi had fallen from the sky. Lao Ku and the others also woke up from their cultivation. They gathered around Yang Kai excitedly. This meant that the infinite demon's pill was about to take shape and could be harvested. Sure enough, half a day later, when everything calmed down, the nest of myriad demons was completely silent. Lao Ku cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, the myriad demon's pill has been formed. Please extract it." Yang Kai gently nodded and led Lao Ku and the others forward. The embodiment also quietly left at the same time he entered the nest of myriad devils. It had already refined the cloud shadow origin, so it was now the true master of this mainland. With a single thought, it could go anywhere, so it naturally wouldn't reveal any flaws. This wasn't the first time Xueqi had entered the nest of myriad devils. When the embodiment entered earlier, he had been following it with his divine sense, so he was naturally familiar with the place. After walking for a short while, they arrived in front of a cave wall. There was a tumor-like thing on the wall, which was exactly what the embodiment had seen before. Xueqi pointed at the tumor-like lump of meat and said, "Your Majesty, the myriad demon's pill is inside. You only need to touch it lightly to extract it." He also knew that Xueqi didn't understand these things, so he explained it to him. Only then did Xueqi understand what these strange tumor-like things were for. It turned out that the myriad demon's pill was growing inside. He didn't hesitate and stretched out his hand to touch the tumor-like thing. When his hand touched the tumor-like thing, it bloomed layer by layer like a flower, and a myriad demon's pill about the size of a longan fell to the ground. Xueqi stretched out his hand and caught the pill in the palm of his hand. He took a closer look at it and immediately raised his eyebrows. 3 pairs of burning eyes stared at him from all directions. Xueqi suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Why does the myriad demon's pill this time feel smaller than before?" It wasn't just smaller, it was smaller by a whole circle. Such an obvious thing was naturally noticed by the other demon kings, and they immediately revealed suspicious expressions. In the past, they had collected infinite demonic pills many times. Although the size was different each time, it was basically the same. This situation had never happened before. This small one was too obvious. As soon as Xueqi heard this, he knew where the problem was. The embodiment must have swallowed too much world energy before, causing the formation of the myriad demon's pill to be affected. If this was the case, then there might be more than one small pill. Xueqi didn't say anything. In any case, Xueqi and the others didn't know the reason, so he simply said, "You can collect all of the myriad demon's pills." He was just here to try something new, so naturally he wouldn't really collect every single myriad demon's pill. Xueqi and the others received this order and immediately headed deeper into the myriad demon cave. About half an hour later, Xueqi and the others returned, their expressions somewhat surprised as they handed a space ring to Xueqi and said, "Great King, there were only 67 myriad demon's pills collected this time." 67? Xueqi pretended to look at him in surprise. Sweat seeped out of Xueqi's forehead as he said somewhat guiltily, "I don't know what's going on, but there seems to be something wrong with the output this time. Not only is the quantity much less than what I predicted, but the size is also smaller." Kusan and Een also nodded to the side. Seeing Xueqi looking at him, Xueqi immediately said, "Great King, subordinate is willing to swear in the name of the great demon god that there is absolutely no embezzlement. All of the myriad demon's pills collected this time are here." He thought that Xueqi was suspecting him of embezzling and quickly explained nervously. Although Xueqi knew the reason and understood that Xueqi couldn't be lying, he still glanced over at Kusan and Een with a gloomy expression and had the two of them also swear in the name of the great demon god, lest Xueqi misunderstand. Xueqi nodded and said, "It seems that there really was an accident. Can you guess the reason?" Xueqi and the others all looked at each other and shook their heads. They were also feeling quite strange. The myriad demon cave was obviously quite impressive, so they had estimated that it would produce at least 70 to 80 or even 100 myriad demon's pills. But in fact, the number harvested was very different from what they had previously estimated. "Forget it." Xueqi pretended to be generous and waved his hand. "If it's 67 then so be it." After a pause, he asked, "How do you usually distribute the myriad demon's pills after collecting them?" Xueqi replied, "When we were in charge of collecting them before, we would offer them all to the Holy Senior. But the Holy Senior would give us a few pills as rewards. Us high-ranked demon kings can probably get 1 or 2 pills, while the other mid-rank and low-ranked demon kings are rewarded with some demonic crystals depending on their cultivation. Later on, Lai Kuang was the one who collected them, so there was nothing for us to do." Xueqi nodded and took out 6 myriad demon's pills from his space ring, giving 2 to each of them. "As for the others' rewards, you can decide for yourself." Xueqi and the others were overjoyed. They had thought that with such a small harvest this time, there would definitely be no share of myriad demon's pills for them. But Xueqi had actually rewarded each of them with 2 pills. This was simply a show of kindness, so they quickly thanked him loudly, all of them beaming with joy. Carson said, "My king, the myriad demon's pills in Cloud Shadow have been collected, and the basket planes should be almost done. Do you want me to go and take a look? Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, All right, when the time comes, send the myriad demons pills you collected to me. Although he had planted the soul brand on Xueqi and the others and controlled their life and death, who knew if they would secretly embezzle? It was one thing to reward them, but another to fill their own pockets. With Carson there, even if Xueqi and the others had the intention, they wouldn't have the guts to do so. As for the matter of sending the myriad demons pills to the Holy Senior after collecting them, Yang Kai had already neglected it, and presumably Yu Meng wouldn't mind. Yes, Carson cupped his hands and replied. Now that the myriad demons pills had been collected, Yang Kai naturally had to return to the Realm Gate. After such a long time, he only had a vague idea of how to maintain the Realm Gate, and had not made any substantial progress. However, after returning this time, he had made rapid progress. The main reason was that the Dharmakaya had refined the origin of Cloud Shadow, and had become the master of this land. With the help of the Dharmakaya, Yang Kai could easily see the reason for the instability of the Realm Gate. The assimilation of the law of heaven and earth. Just like how after Yang Kai tore the space crack would soon disappear, and the law of heaven and earth would repair the flaws and loopholes between heaven and earth, returning everything to its original state, and the Realm Gate was no exception. However, the Realm Gate was too big, and even if the law of heaven and earth wanted to assimilate it, it wouldn't be easy. If the Realm Gate was stable, it wouldn't be like this, but once there was a problem, it would be assimilated by the law of heaven and earth within a limited period of time and return to nothingness. Since he had found the reason, it wouldn't be difficult to solve it. Yang Kai tried for a long time before he finally found a reliable solution. With his own attainments in the law of space, he eliminated the influence of heaven and earth on the Realm Gate, stabilizing it. However, this method only treated the symptoms and not the root cause. Perhaps the Realm Gate would be stable for a few years, but it definitely wouldn't be stable for long. Yang Kai estimated that within 1,000 years, it would have problems again. If he wanted to solve it completely, his attainments in the law of space would have to be further improved. However, Yang Kai couldn't care so much about what would happen after 1,000 years. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dharmakaya had refined the origin of this land, he wouldn't have cared so much about this matter. After this Realm Gate was stabilized, Yang Kai didn't stay idle. Since he had already done so, he might as well restore the other Realm Gates that had disappeared, in case Yusang really returned from the two-realm battlefield one day and he was stuck in the Cloud Shadowland. As long as he restored the other Realm Gates, even if Yusang returned, he could escape through the other Realm Gates. The other Realm Gates had disappeared long ago, and it wouldn't be easy to restore them. Fortunately, Yang Kai already had experience. Even if it was a little troublesome, it wouldn't deviate from the original principle. This time, there was no need to seal the Realm Gates. Even Lao Ku and the others were sent back by him, and he went alone to the places where the Realm Gates had disappeared. Chapter 3481. A month passed quickly, and Yang Kai finally repaired the second World Gate. This World Gate was connected to the Thunder Sky continent, which was also the continent that Yang Kai and Sound had torn space to go to. The reason why it took so long was mainly because this World Gate had long disappeared. Although there were some traces left, it still took a lot of effort to repair it. This time, Yang Kai did not ask Dharmakaya for help, and completed it himself. With this experience, it would not be difficult for Yang Kai to repair other World Gates. However, he did not intend to repair other World Gates. The main reason for repairing this one was to guard against Yu Sang. Now that he had a way out, why would he repair other World Gates? It would benefit the demon race. Anyway, the existence of two World Gates was enough to ensure that Cloud Shadow would not disappear, and Dharmakaya, the master of the continent, would not have any worries. After recuperating for half a day, Yang Kai returned to Cloud Shadow City. When he was halfway there, he suddenly stopped and turned to look in one direction, with a thoughtful look on his face. After a short while, he seemed to have made a decision and rushed in that direction. In the wilderness, Yang Kai floated in the void, with his eyes closed. This was the place where the World Gate that connected to the Blood Flame continent was located. It was also the first of the 5 World Gates to disappear from the Cloud Shadow continent. Last time, when Yang Kai and Een investigated the World Gates together, this was the only place where they didn't find anything. There were still traces left in the other places, enough for him to determine the location and tear space. The reason why he came here was also on a whim. Now that he could repair the world gates that still had traces left, he did not know if he could do it here, so he naturally wanted to give it a try. If he could repair the world gate here, then he could find the Bloodflame continent, and even all the lost continents in the territory of the demon race. Of course, he would not be so kind to the demon race. Even if he succeeded, he would not announce it to the public. At most, he would secretly go to the lost continents to find some benefits. In addition, he had to prevent himself from being exposed in the future. He could use this to negotiate with the demon race, and even use this to exchange the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. To the demon race, the return of the many missing continents was much more valuable than killing the great emperors of the astral plane. However, what disappointed him was that even though he had successfully repaired the realm gate twice before and his attainments in the law of space had deepened during this period of time, he still didn't find anything here. It was impossible to detect any trace of the realm gate's existence. In desperation, Xueqi used his divine sense to communicate with his embodiment in the small sealed world bead, opened its entrance, and used its power to investigate the surrounding void, but still found nothing. It seemed that there was really no other way. Xueqi was not disappointed. He came here on a whim and did not have much expectations. Now that there was no harvest, he could just go back home. Just as he was about to leave though, the embodiment suddenly sent him a divine sense message. Xueqi's brow furrowed as he quickly investigated the small sealed world bead. At this moment, beside the embodiment, Return to Ruins was jumping up and down, its black eyes staring at the entrance, as if it could see the outside world. Its eyes flashed with excitement, and even its big tongue was hanging out, dripping with saliva. When he was preparing to come to the demon territory, Xueqi made a special trip back to the High Heaven Palace to bring Return to Ruins with him, but during this time, he left it in the small sealed world bead and ignored it. Xueqi never thought that it would act so strangely at this time. Return to Ruins was a strange beast in the demon territory, and it survived by devouring the demon race and the demonic chi. Now that it was acting so strangely, did it discover something? Xueqi's expression changed slightly, and he quickly let it out. As soon as it appeared, the ultimate rushed off excitedly into the distance, disappearing in the blink of an eye. A few breaths later, it rushed back from a faraway place. It repeated this many times, but it did not diminish its excitement. It was like a wanderer who had returned home after many years, and was using this crazy running to vent the excitement in its heart. Xueqi was dumbfounded. He thought that Return to Ruins would discover something, but who knew that this guy only sensed the aura of the demon territory? Xueqi did not stop it. Although it only had a trace of Return to Ruins bloodline, and strictly speaking, it was not a true Return to Ruins, but to some extent, the demon territory was indeed its hometown. After letting it run wild for a while, Return to Ruins calmed down and returned to Xueqi's side, running around at Xueqi's feet. At a certain moment, it suddenly stopped, sniffed, and then opened its bloody mouth, biting down on the void. Xueqi clearly heard a crunching sound, and a black hole was bitten into the void in front of him. For a moment, Xueqi was dumbfounded. He stared at the hole in a daze, then lowered his head to look at Bow Wow at his feet, unable to recover for a long time. He had already seen through the various strange abilities of Return to Ruins. Although this guy looked small and cute, it was actually an extremely terrifying fierce beast, especially for the demon race. It could even swallow a master at the level of the Demon King in one bite. On the contrary, it could not do anything in the Emperor realm. Feng Ming was only a second-order Emperor realm master, so it could still escape after being swallowed by it. But Xueqi did not expect this little guy to be able to bite off a piece of the void. Under his perception, the void that was bitten off by it had clearly collapsed. Even with the power of this world, it would not be easy to repair it. It would take at least a few days to restore it to its original state. It had not done this in the star boundary. Could it be because this was the demon territory? Return to Ruins could restrain the various powers of the demon race. Perhaps it could also restrain the principles of the demon territory. But it was not over yet. A few more cracking sounds were heard, and the hole in front of him became much bigger. Xueqi did not know whether to laugh or cry. If he had known this would happen, he would not have bothered to repair the world gate. He would have just thrown it out and let it bite a few more times. Its bite could destroy the principles, and it would be enough to maintain the damage for a long time without disappearing. It would then form another world gate. Just as he was about to reprimand it and take it back, the embodiment suddenly exclaimed and quickly stopped him. "Don't touch it." Xueqi frowned and asked suspiciously, What's wrong? The embodiment said in a serious voice. I seem to have sensed the aura of another continent. As soon as this was said, Xueqi was shocked. This place was originally the World Gate that connected the Cloud Shadow mainland and the Bloodflame mainland. But because the World Gate had disappeared for too long, all traces of it had disappeared. Even the Bloodflame mainland had disappeared from the demon territory. If the embodiment really sensed the aura of another continent, it meant that there were traces to be found, and that continent was undoubtedly the Bloodflame mainland. This was really a glimmer of hope. Xueqi looked solemn and hurriedly used his heart to sense, but he could not feel the aura of another continent as the embodiment said. But this was not surprising. The embodiment was now the master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, so its perception here was naturally countless times stronger than his. It was something that he could not compare to. With its reminder, Xueqi could not help but be excited and look forward to it. He turned his head and looked around. Raising his hand, he released the embodiment from the small sealed world. With a slight thought, the embodiment immediately used the power of the master of a continent to completely isolate this place from the outside world. In this way, no one would be able to enter this 100-kilometer range. Even if there were any secrets here, they would not be exposed. Kacha 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 sounds rang out incessantly as the void of end continued to gnaw at the void in front of it. Not long after, a black hole about 10 feet in diameter appeared in the void. Xueqi still did not sense anything, but the embodiment's perception was getting more and more obvious. There was indeed the aura of another continent faintly coming over, which had a subtle impact on this continent. I really found the Bloodflame mainland. Xueqi sighed in his heart. In his mind, he recalled some of the information he had read before and Yin's explanation. The last gate of the Bloodflame mainland disappeared 1,000 years ago, but before the gate disappeared, all the Demon King level masters on the continent had withdrawn in advance. Even some demon commanders and demon general had left the Bloodflame mainland. It could be said that in the current Bloodflame mainland, there was not a single Demon King level master. So Xueqi was not worried that he would encounter any danger if he really went to the Bloodflame mainland. However, the population of a continent was enormous. Even if the Demon King and a considerable number of demon commanders and demon general had withdrawn in advance, there would definitely be a large number of demon race left there. He did not know how they had lived in the past 1,000 years, and whether the disappearance of the Gate of the World and the isolation of the continent would have any effect on them. In addition, there was the storage of the entire continent. The masters of the demon race could withdraw in advance, but the resources of the continent could not be taken away. After finding the Bloodflame mainland, Xueqi was equivalent to sitting on the resources of the entire continent. The resources of the demon race were useless to him, but the embodiment did not reject them. Especially now that the embodiment had become the Cloud Shadow Master, under the influence of the Cloud Shadow origin, his huge body became demonic chi, which was similar to a real demon race. He could even secretly occupy the Bloodflame mainland and use the power of the entire continent to stir up the situation in the demon territory, diverting the attention of the demon territory. If he could find the Bloodflame mainland, it would mean that he could find more continents. At that time, he would have the power of dozens of continents in his hands. He might even be able to challenge the demon saint. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through Xueqi's mind. At this moment, he finally felt an aura that did not belong to the Cloud Shadow mainland from the black hole in the void. As the embodiment said, this was the aura of another continent, and it was escaping through the void. If even he could feel it, it meant that the boundary between the two continents had become extremely weak. As long as he put in a little more effort, he could break it open. In fact, this was indeed the case. After return to ruins took a few bites, a huge suction force silently came from the void in front of him, as if a layer of invisible barrier had been broken through. The vigorous aura of a small world rushed toward him. Return to ruins was not careful and was directly sucked in. His face was full of fear and uneasiness. Xueqi and the embodiment looked at each other and stepped in together, disappearing in an instant. Chapter 3482. His vision turned upside down, and the scenery in front of him changed. When Kai Yong regained his senses, he had already appeared in another world. Looking around, Xueqi couldn't help but frown. There was no doubt that this was another continent. It must be the Bloodflame continent, which was adjacent to the Cloud Shadow continent. However, the scene here was a little different from what he had imagined. The whole world gave people a feeling of death and silence, without the slightest bit of vitality. The place where he could see was a wasteland. Not only was there no trace of living creatures, but there were also no plants. The ground was covered with yellow sand, and the wind was whistling constantly, rolling up tornadoes and smoke. The momentum was terrifying. Just from what he could see, there were hundreds of tornadoes raging madly, destroying everything in their path. Is the Blood Flame continent's environment so bad? Although Xueqi knew that the environment of every continent in the demon territory was different, in general, most of the continents had pleasant conditions and were suitable for living. However, if the Blood Flame continent was like this everywhere, then the demon race here would not be able to survive. Obviously, the embodiment also saw this point. They looked at each other and were a little surprised. They didn't know whether the Blood Flame continent was born like this or what happened later. However, since they were here, they naturally had to check it out carefully. Putting the return to ruins on his shoulder, he rushed forward side by side with the embodiment. Although the tornadoes along the way were terrifying, they didn't have much of an effect on them. Not long after, a huge ruin suddenly appeared in front of them. It covered an area of about 1,000 miles. Looking from afar, it looked like the outline of a city. However, when they got closer, Xueqi found that the city was deserted. The whole city was covered with yellow sand, and there was not a single living person in such a big city. Scanning the area with his divine sense, Xueqi frowned. His figure flickered and he came to a certain place. With a wave of his hand, an object was pulled out from the ground. This was the corpse of a member of the demon race. It was unknown which race she came from, but it seemed to be the corpse of a woman. She had died a miserable death. Although there were no external injuries, it seemed that she had suffered a great deal of torture before she died. Her essence had been completely devoured, just like Lai Kuang's death. He had become a dried corpse and had been buried under the yellow sand for many years to preserve his corpse. Now that it was exposed to the wind, it immediately turned into fine powder. Even the bones were shattered. On the other side, the embodiment also took several corpses from the ground. They were just like the corpses of the female demon race. All of them were in a shriveled state. It was unknown who had devoured their spiritual essence. There was no need to investigate any further. All the demon race in this city had probably died in this manner. Moreover, since there was a city here, it meant that the original environment was not so bad. Otherwise, how could the demon race survive here? The yellow sand and the tornado should have appeared later. Did the demon race also have someone who practiced the battle technique similar to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor? Xueqi frowned slightly. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain the scene here. But what was the matter with the environment here? For a moment, he could not understand. He could only continue to move forward with the embodiment and investigate along the way. After an entire day, the scenery in front of them did not change at all. Instead, they found the ruins of several cities, big and small. But without exception, they were all in the same situation as they first discovered. All the members of the demon race were dead, and all the corpses of the demon race had become dried corpses. Xueqi faintly felt that something was wrong. If the demon race had really practiced the battle technique similar to the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, it would be impossible for them to do such a thing. Before the last world gate of the blood-red continent disappeared, the Demon King had already evacuated in advance. The strongest one left behind was only at the level of Demon Commander. How could they have the ability to massacre the entire city? To do such a thing, they had to be at least an upper-grade Demon King. But why would an upper-grade Demon King still stay here? Just as he was pondering, the embodiment suddenly shouted, "Be careful!" Xueqi was startled awake. He looked up and couldn't help but narrow his eyes. He saw that the void in front of him was actually separated. A huge void gully lay in front of him. The gully was filled with a violent energy tide that could destroy heaven and earth. On the other side of the gully, 100 miles away, the shadow of another continent was faintly discernible. He and the embodiment actually ran to the edge of the blood-red continent? But that's not right. The blood-red continent's surface area was not small. It couldn't be just this scale. He and the embodiment had only been here for a day and there were delays along the way. How could they have flown to the edge of the continent? Looking at the continent in front of him, it seemed to be of the same origin as the continent he was in. Xueqi suddenly realized, the blood-red continent has collapsed. The continent in front of him was obviously a fragment of the blood-red continent, just like the one under his feet. But what kind of power could actually cause a continent to collapse and turn into countless fragments? But thinking about the situation in the entire demon territory, it made sense. Relatively speaking, the current situation of the blood-red continent was a miniature version of the entire demon territory. It was just that there was no life here. Could it be that the disappearance of the last world gate caused the blood-red continent to separate from the demon territory? This was also possible. If it was really because of this reason, it could explain the harsh environment of the blood-red continent. If the demon territory was compared to a person, then every continent in the demon territory was an organ of this person. The blood-red continent was separated from the demon territory due to the disappearance of all the world gates, causing the entire continent to collapse and evolve into the current state. If a person's hand was chopped off, then the hand would wither and decay. This was the best description of the blood-red continent. Thinking about it, Xueqi was shocked. If this guess was true, then the future of the demon territory was worrying. A person could survive without a hand or even limbs, but what if all the internal organs were to disappear one by one? The continents that disappeared one by one were equivalent to an organ in the demon territory. Once enough continents disappeared, it would affect the survival of the entire demon territory. Could the demon race invading the star boundary be related to this? With the disappearance of the demon territory, the demon race had no place to stay. Naturally, they had to find a new place to stay, and the star boundary was their target. Thinking about this, Xueqi's face turned pale. If his guess was true, then the demon territory wouldn't be as simple as an invasion. It would be an irreconcilable situation with the star boundary. There was a limit to how many creatures the star boundary could accommodate. The demon race's population was huge, and the star boundary might not even be able to accommodate them, let alone leave a place for the creatures of the star boundary. No wonder the demon saint agreed to the Great Emperor's suggestion so easily, forbidding all the Great Emperors from interfering in the war of the two realms. Firstly, they were afraid that too much power would destroy the stability of the star boundary. Secondly, they probably wanted to use this opportunity to reduce the population of the demon race. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Xueqi's mind, and the expression on his face kept changing. The embodiment didn't stay idle, and had already brought him through the void ravine that stretched for hundreds of miles, arriving at another fragment of the continent. Only then did Xueqi restrain his thoughts. There was no point in thinking about this now. Even if he guessed right, so what? He still couldn't stop the invasion of the demon territory. For now, he should first understand the situation of the Scarlet Blood continent. He originally hoped that the Scarlet Blood continent would bring him some benefits, but now, it seemed that this continent had withered and declined after leaving the demon territory. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to get any benefits from it. After another day of investigation, the situation was exactly the same as before. This fragment of the continent was also deathly silent. Xueqi was in a daze, but the embodiment seemed to have discovered something. He stared at Xueqi and softly said, "Nest of 1,000 demons." Xueqi was startled for a moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the embodiment's words made sense. If it weren't for his discovery in the nest of 1,000 demons, he might not have thought of this. But because he had discovered some secrets in the nest of 1,000 demons, coupled with the miserable state of the mummified corpses, Xueqi felt that the culprit behind the extinction of the demon race was the nest of 1,000 demons, and not some demon race expert who had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique. The nest of 1,000 demons was constantly devouring the essence of the demon race on the continent. It was just that the speed of devouring was insignificant, and it didn't have any effect on the demon race, so no one noticed it. But what if it erupted with an extremely powerful force? That would be equivalent to using the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique on the entire continent. The consequences would be extremely terrifying, and it was also in line with the death of the old demon race. "Find it!" Xueqi spat out a word, and immediately split up with the embodiment to search for the nest of 1,000 demons in the Scarlet Blood continent. If they could find something in the nest of 1,000 demons, it would mean that their guess was correct. However, the Scarlet Blood continent had collapsed into fragments. Not to mention that Xueqi didn't know where the nest of 1,000 demons was. Even if he did, he would have to search for it carefully. If he had known this would happen, he would have asked Lao Ku and the others to collect information on the Scarlet Blood continent. With some information, it would be much easier to search for it blindly. He could only hope that the nest of 1,000 demons in the Scarlet Blood continent hadn't been destroyed by the changes in the world. Searching one fragment after another, It took Xueqi a full 3 days before he finally found the myriad demon cave on a fragment of a continent. This was all thanks to the return to ruins. Its sense of smell was extremely sharp, and it was also very sensitive to things related to the demon race. If it wasn't for its reminder, Xueqi wouldn't have been able to find the nest of 1,000 demons that was buried more than 10 feet underground. Casting a spell to lift up the ground, he immediately saw a hole in front of him. However, this hole was also buried by yellow sand. Xueqi spent a lot of effort to clear it out, and he went all the way down. After a few turns, there were finally no more obstructions. The nest of 1,000 demons here was similar to the one in Cloud Shadow. Although the light in the cave was dim, it didn't affect Xueqi. After walking for a while, Xueqi found a tumor-like thing on the wall of the cave. It was neither flesh nor stone, and looked like a fruit. Chapter 3483. The things inside these tumors were naturally myriad demon pills. Xueqi was certain of this. However, what surprised him was that the cave wall in front of him was full of these myriad demon pill tumors, densely packed together. At a rough count, there were at least a few dozen of them. Why are there so many? Although the nest of 10,000 devils on Cloud Ying's side was also in a similar situation, there were obviously fewer of them. They were all separated by a certain distance, and definitely wouldn't be densely packed together like this. Before Xueqi could figure out what was going on, Return to Ruins, who had been crawling on his shoulder, rushed over excitedly, pounced on the cave wall, and with a roll of its tongue, half of the tumors disappeared. With a gudong sound, a large lump appeared on its throat before it rolled into its stomach. With another roll of its tongue, the rest of the tumors disappeared as well. Xueqi's face darkened. He had been hoping to obtain more myriad demon pills for his embodiment, so it could become a half-saint as soon as possible and become his most powerful ally. But Return to Ruins had given it a taste of its own medicine. Return to Ruins liked to devour the demon race, and since these myriad demon pills were formed from the essence of the demonic qi, they were naturally favored by it. Dozens of myriad demon pills were gone just like that, causing Xueqi to feel extremely distressed. Quickly reaching out and grabbing this evil creature, ignoring its howls and protests, he directly threw it into his sealed world bead, giving him some peace and quiet. Turning his head to look at the bare cave wall, Xueqi's face twitched fiercely, hoping that there would be more myriad demon pills in the 10,000 demon nest instead of all of them growing outside. Calming himself down, Xueqi walked deeper, and after a short time, he smiled happily again. Sure enough, there were even more myriad demon pills here. Just like what he saw just now, they were densely packed together, and there were dozens of them. With his previous experience of collecting myriad demon pills, Xueqi reached out and touched one of the tumors, causing it to blossom like a flower. A round, rolling myriad demon pill fell out and was quickly caught by him. Just as he was about to stuff it into his space ring, Xueqi seemed to have discovered something else and carefully examined the myriad demon pill, his thick brow rising as a look of joy appeared on his face. He found that the myriad demon pills here were larger than the ones he had obtained before, and their quality seemed to be better as well. Unable to figure out what was going on, Xueqi didn't plan to investigate. In any case, the better these myriad demon pills were, the more useful it would be for his embodiment. As he walked deeper in, Xueqi could be described as having a great time collecting myriad demon pills. The scene inside the myriad demon cave was beyond his imagination. Almost every 10 meters or so, he would find a large number of myriad demon pills, ranging from 20 to 30 at a time to 40 to 50 at a time. The number of myriad demon pills collected by Cloud Ying could not compare at all. After more than half an hour, Xueqi arrived at the deepest part of the myriad demon cave. This was the end of his journey, and there was no way forward. All the myriad demon pills he had encountered along the way had already been collected. Taking out his space ring and counting, Xueqi found that he had actually collected more than 1,400 myriad demon pills. If he counted the ones that had been eaten by Return to Ruins at the beginning, then the number of myriad demon pills produced in this myriad demon cave was almost 1,500. This number gave Xueqi quite a fright. Although he had somewhat expected this from the beginning, so many myriad demon pills still shocked him. According to normal calculations, since the Blood Flame continent had disappeared for 1,000 years or so, even if myriad demon pills were produced once every 100 years, only 10 batches would be produced every 1,000 years. Each batch would produce a few dozen pills, so 10 batches would only produce a few hundred pills. This number was much lower than 1,500. However, Xueqi knew that the myriad demon pills here were not produced under normal circumstances. Instead, the blood flame continent had undergone a mutation, and the myriad demon cave had suddenly erupted with a powerful force, swallowing all the life forms on this continent. Of course, if the essence of the entire blood flame continent's demon race was converted into myriad demon pills, it would definitely be far more than 1,500. 15,000, or even 150,000 would be difficult to measure. However, this continent was originally a withered part of the demon territory, so the myriad demon cave was likely unable to function normally. Being able to produce 1,500 high-quality myriad demon caves was already a stroke of luck. Asking for more would be somewhat insatiable. When Xueqi walked out of the myriad demon cave, his embodiment was still nowhere to be seen. There was no need to look for it though, as there was a subtle connection between them. If it couldn't find the myriad demon cave, it would definitely come looking for him. As for the continent under his feet, Xueqi pondered for a long time before he made up his mind. Raising his hand, he summoned the sealed world bead. Forming a series of seals, the sealed world bead burst out a cloud of smoke and turned into a huge monster that covered the sky. It looked like a fat fish, but only the outline of a fish with no facial features. Instead, it had a bloody mouth that could swallow the heavens and earth, causing one's hair to stand on end. The bloody mouth opened, aimed at the continent under its feet, and bit down. With a cracking sound, a large piece of the continent disappeared. The sealed world bead underwent a mutation when Xueqi returned to star territory in the past. It could now transform into a behemoth that could swallow planets. In the territory of the Great Desolation Star, 3 cultivation stars were swallowed by it, causing the space inside the sealed world bead to become extremely vast. So far, the creatures of those 3 cultivation stars were living peacefully inside the sealed world bead. Since the blood flame continent no longer had any living creatures and had been reduced to fragments, it was perfect for the sealed world bead to swallow. After all, there were still remnants of the demon territory's world principles here, which were still very useful to the perfection of the sealed world bead's internal space. Since the blood flame continent could no longer return to the demon territory, it naturally couldn't waste such a huge resource. As the sealed world bead bit down, the fragment of the continent under his feet shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye and disappeared into nothingness, turning into an endless void that caused one's heart to palpitate. In just a few days, this fragment was completely swallowed up by the rolling sealed world bead, leaving nothing behind. Under Xueqi's control, the rolling sealed world bead then targeted another fragment of the continent next to it. The embodiment finally came over, obviously also aware of the movement here. After just a glance at the rolling sealed world bead, he understood what was happening. Taking the space ring Xueqi threw to him, he swept it with his divine sense and immediately exclaimed, "So many!" Obviously, he was also shocked by the huge number of myriad demon pills. According to Xueqi's previous estimation, 3,000 myriad demon pills were enough to allow the embodiment to truly become a half-saint. With this, he had already achieved half of his goal. If he could find a place similar to the blood flame continent, he would be able to completely gather the cultivation resources needed for the embodiment to become a half-saint. A lot of continents had disappeared in the demon territory over the years, and the blood flame continent was just one of them. Now that he had the help of the Return to Ruins, it would be very easy to find other lost continents. Xueqi had already made up his mind. After he finished his business here, he would search for other lost continents and collect myriad demon pills. When the embodiment became a half-saint, it would be much easier for him to act in the demon territory. Could it be that this was his opportunity? Before coming here, the Heavens Revelation's great emperors, Xueqi, had once told him that in the demon territory, he had an opportunity and a tribulation. Xueqi still had some trust in the words of the Heavens Revelation's great emperors. Since they were called Heavens Revelations, they naturally had their reasons, but if this was the opportunity, what was the tribulation? Could it be that his intentions were exposed and he had a falling out with Yu Rumeng? In the demon territory, becoming an enemy of a demon saint was a great tribulation. It would take a certain amount of time to roll and devour the fragments of the blood flame continent, so Xueqi alone could take care of it. The embodiment had already returned to the mysterious small world to devour and refine the myriad demon pills. The myriad demon pills he obtained from Clouding last time had long been devoured by him. This time, He obtained more than 1,400 pills from the Blood Flame continent. Even if the embodiment had the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique, it would take him at least 2 months to completely refine them. Although the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was powerful, it was not omnipotent. There was always a limit to what it could bear. If it swallowed too many myriad demon pills at once, it would need time to digest them. Only then would it be able to maximize the effects of the myriad demon pills. More than 20 days passed in a flash, and the rolling finally finished devouring the Blood Flame continent. Not only did the space inside the sealed world bead expand by a lot, it even gained some world principles from the demon territory. The passage he came in from before had disappeared. It was probably assimilated and repaired by the world principles in Cloud Ing. Fortunately, he had the return to ruins and released him. He let him search for traces and bite out a passage in the void. Only then was Yang Kai able to return to Cloud Ing. After identifying the direction, he rushed all the way to Cloud Ing City. When he entered the city and entered the palace, the demon race guards all bowed respectfully. As soon as he took office, he killed Lai Kuang with lightning speed. Even now, Lai Kuang's dried corpse was still hanging at the highest point of his residence. No one dared to put it down. After that, he led the demon race here to fight against La Yuan. He defeated the strong, killed 6 high-ranked demon kings of La Yuan, completely subdued La Yuan, and repaired the realm gate with his own strength. He maintained the stability of the realm gate and protected the Cloud Ing mainland from falling. Everything that happened in the past few months was shocking. Even if they did not personally participate in the demon race in the palace, they had heard about it. How could they not be respectful? To the demon race, having a strong and powerful boss was also a source of pride. He did not see Lao Ku and the others, and did not know what they were busy with. Yang Kai did not plan to look for them either. He called Xiao Wu over and instructed her to prepare warm water. He wanted to take a bath and change his clothes. He had been running around outside for the past few days, so he was a little travel-worn. He wanted to take this opportunity to think about his next plan. After a while, he was in a huge pool. The water temperature was moderate, and the pool was filled with flower petals. The fragrance was pleasant. Yang Kai leaned against the wall of the pool and soaked his body in the water. He placed one hand on the edge of the pool, and the other hand casually took out jade slips from the side and checked them. These jade slips were handed to him by Xiao Wu just now. She said that the spies sent out from the 2 continents had gathered all the information and gathered it in her hands. However, because Yang Kai was not around, she could only keep it for the time being. Yang Kai did not specify what the spies were looking for. He only instructed them to report everything big and small to him. After all, this was related to the great emperors of Bright Moon. He did not dare to be careless. He only hoped that he could find some clues from the information, and see if there were any traces of the great emperors of Bright Moon's whereabouts. Chapter 3484. Looking through the jade slips one by one, Yang Kai found that most of them were trivial matters. Occasionally, there were some major events, but Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to them. However, through the information gathered in these jade slips, Yang Kai had some understanding of the internal strife in the demon race. The demon race had never been a peaceful race. Even though they were still at war with the Star Realm, their internal strife was not peaceful. On the contrary, the flames of war were incessant. Today, the demon king of this continent and the demon king of another continent had a dispute. Both sides had gathered a large number of troops to attack each other. Tomorrow, the demon king of that continent would find helpers to take revenge. In short, some places were in complete chaos. This made Yang Kai more and more convinced that the demon race had too many people. The demon saint intended to use all kinds of methods to whittle down their numbers. Otherwise, they could just throw all of these demon race members into the 2-realm battlefield. Only one of the jade slips revealed information that he was somewhat concerned about. The information recorded in this jade slip was about a place called the Eternal Heaven Continent. This continent originally had 6 world gates that led to 6 different continents. However, 4 of the world gates suddenly disappeared a year ago. Not only that, the exits of the remaining 2 world gates were heavily guarded, and no one was allowed to enter or leave. At first glance, there was nothing strange about this information. In the past 10,000 years, the disappearance of the world gates of the continents could be found everywhere. Many continents had disappeared from the map of the demon territory because of this. In the eyes of those who did not know the truth, the Eternal Heaven continent would undoubtedly follow in the footsteps of those disappeared continents. However, Xueqi's eyes lit up when he read it. Although the time recorded in this information was not too certain, it matched the time when the War of the Two Realms broke out. In other words, the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent also fell into the demon territory at that time. And the sudden disappearance of 4 world gates was clearly too abnormal. Looking at the world gates that disappeared in the demon territory, all of them first had some abnormal reaction, and then slowly disappeared. However, the 4 world gates of the Eternal Heaven continent seemed to have strangely closed up overnight, and disappeared without a trace. This situation could only mean that there was an external force that interfered with these 4 world gates, or even an extremely powerful force that caused these 4 world gates to collapse. And to be able to have such a powerful force, it could only be the Demon Saint. In other words, it was very likely that the Demon Saint had made a move in the Eternal Heaven continent. The only ones who could exchange blows with the Demon Saint were the great emperors, of course. In the blink of an eye, Xueqi almost had a complete train of thought in his mind. At that time, the 4 great emperors had become the demon race's territory to investigate together, but they had fallen into the Demon Saint's ambush. The great emperors of the Bright Moon continent sacrificed themselves for a righteous cause, delaying the many Demon Saint with their own strength, allowing Ironblood and the others to escape to the star boundary. Then they retreated as they fought, all the way to the Eternal Heaven continent, and finally fought a life-and-death battle with the Demon Saint on the Eternal Heaven continent. If this conjecture was true, then the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent must have fallen into the Eternal Heaven continent. As for whether they were alive or dead, it was unknown. However, the Bright Moon continent was the great emperors, and was recognized by the star boundary. If something really happened to them, the star boundary would certainly change. In addition, the great emperors of Heaven's Revelations had once said that the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent still had a chance of survival. Therefore, Xueqi felt that the Bright Moon continent wasn't dead, but should be trapped. The Eternal Heaven continent. Xueqi tightly grasped the jade slip with an excited expression. After being in the demon territory for such a long time, he had finally found some clues. His efforts hadn't been in vain. He promptly took out the map he had bought before and checked it. After seeing the location of the Eternal Heaven continent, he couldn't help but frown. This Eternal Heaven continent wasn't in Yu Ru Meng's territory. This made things a little difficult for him. If the Eternal Heaven continent was Yu Ru Meng's territory, it wouldn't be difficult for him to sneak in with the help of the space law with his title as a prince. But now that the Eternal Heaven continent was in the territory of another demon saint, things were a little difficult. After all, he was a human. Yu Ru Meng valued him so much that she didn't hesitate to use the heart imprint secret technique to bring him back to the demon territory. However, it didn't mean that other demon saint also thought the same. If he rashly ran into someone else's territory and was accidentally killed by them, he would become a laughingstock. But no matter what, he really had to make a trip to the Eternal Heaven continent. At the very least, he had to figure out whether the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent were there or not. If they were, then he had to think of a way to rescue them. If they weren't, then he had to continue to inquire for information. But before that, it would be best to let his embodiment advance to half-saint. At that time, his safety would be somewhat guaranteed. Just as he was pondering, a burst of footsteps came from behind him. Xueqi wrinkled his brows and put away the jade slip and map somewhat unhappily. He thought to himself, why is this Xiao Wu so insensible? I clearly ordered not to let anyone in. He turned his head to look back and was slightly startled. The person that had arrived wasn't Xiao Wu, but a beautiful woman with an enchanting figure, a charming appearance, and red lips. This woman was probably a snow devil. She had long silver hair that hung loosely down to her buttocks, and her skin was whiter than snow. She wore a pure white dress, and she gave off a pure and holy feeling. This kind of pure and holy dress formed an extremely strong visual conflict with her charming and enchanting figure, giving people a kind of surprise that was neither pure nor demonic. Xueqi couldn't help but take a few more glances at her. He was secretly baffled. Is there such a person in the palace? Why haven't I seen her before? But judging from her posture, she seemed to be just a maidservant. She was walking over with a tray, on which there was a cup of crimson blood wine and a bunch of grape-like spirit fruits. Their eyes met, and the woman smiled, making the world lose its color in an instant. Only this smile was enough to make Yang Kai's mind fall into a trance. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus emitted a cool aura that woke him up abruptly. In an instant, alarm bells rang in his heart and Yang Kai's face sank. He slapped the pool of water and, under the stimulation of his Emperor Qi, turned the pool of water into countless tiny droplets that flew towards Snow Demon. Each droplet was supported by Yang Kai's Emperor Qi and was incredibly heavy. A trace of surprise flashed across Snow Demon's beautiful eyes, obviously not expecting Yang Kai to recover so quickly and react so quickly and decisively, directly attacking her. Seeing the countless droplets approaching, Snow Demon smiled and raised her hand, causing the tens of thousands of droplets infused with Emperor Qi by Yang Kai to strangely float in front of her, as if frozen in place. When she looked again, Yang Kai had taken advantage of the moment her sleeve blocked his vision to leap into the air, his aura surging as he mercilessly struck out with his palm. Snow Demon's face warmed. Yang Kai's action had undoubtedly made her a little angry, so she gently raised her jade-like palm to meet his attack. With a loud bang, a shockwave swept out, causing the tables in the room to crash and the pool of water to churn. Yang Kai was surprised, realizing that he had underestimated this woman. Even if he did not use his full strength, that palm was not something an ordinary demon king could casually take. The fact that the other party could block it so easily showed that she was at least a high-ranked demon king, or even a half-saint. If it was a month ago, Yang Kai might have been a little afraid. He had no way to resist the might of a half-saint, but now that his embodiment had become the master of Cloud Shadow, his embodiment had a unique advantage on this continent. Even if the other party was really a half-saint, he was not afraid. If she provoked him, he would release his embodiment and guarantee that he would beat her until even her mother couldn't recognize him. When the time came, he would let her know how strong he was. When he landed, Yang Kai had already summoned his myriad sword and pointed it at Snow Demon. With his nose in the air, he shouted with an insufferably arrogant look, "Who are you, lowly slave?" Snow Demon's unhappy little face suddenly fell, and the plate in her hand trembled slightly. Obviously, she was very angry. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Yang Kai and said indifferently, "What did you say?" The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She seemed to be smiling, but in fact, there was not the slightest hint of a smile. "You should have heard what I said. Quickly tell me your name, and I will spare your life." Yang Kai coldly snorted before taking out a set of clothes from his space ring and wrapping them around his waist to cover his vitals. He had been completely naked before, but there was nothing he could do about it. This woman had come too suddenly, so he hadn't had time to put on any clothes. No matter what the other party's intentions were, just the fact that she had entered uninvited was enough to make Yang Kai hostile. He did not remember having such a female demon king under his command. The other party's strength was not weak, so she was obviously not from the Cloud Shadow continent, or even the Blue Origin continent. It was ridiculous that this lowly slave disguised herself as a maid and approached him. He did not know what her purpose was. "You have guts, daring to speak to this queen like this." Snow Demon was obviously on the verge of exploding in anger, but she inexplicably laughed again. "You also have guts, daring to barge in when a man is bathing. Aren't you afraid that something will happen between a man and a woman alone?" As he spoke, he deliberately looked up and down, as if he wanted to use his eyes to do something to her. Snow Demon faintly asked, "What do you want to happen?" Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and said, whatever happens will happen." Snow Demon looked at him strangely for a moment before suddenly covering her mouth and giggling. Although she looked pure and holy, that didn't mean she couldn't understand Yang Kai's words. On the contrary, this kind of giggling made her seem even more charming. "What are you laughing at? Is it that funny? If you dare laugh again, I'll knock your teeth out." Yang Kai looked at her with his nostrils and cursed in his heart. Why were all the women in the old demon's territory so bold and unrestrained? Yu Ru Meng was like this, and this Snow Demon was also like this. He was now almost naked, but she did not know how to avoid suspicion. After a long while, Snow Devil stopped smiling and slowly shook her head. Her beautiful hair fluttered behind her back like a silver fairy. "I was going to punish you severely, but seeing how interesting you are, I'll just give you a small punishment as a warning." After a pause, she tilted her head to look at Yang Kai and said, "But then again, if Yu Ru Meng knew that you were teasing this queen like this, do you think she would teach you a lesson?" Yang Kai frowned and said arrogantly, "It's not certain who will teach who a lesson. But your tone is as big as your guts. Chapter 3485. Seeing Yang Kai act so arrogantly, Snow Demon was taken aback. She hadn't expected that he wouldn't even put Ru Meng in his eyes. Her beautiful eyes carefully examined Yang Kai before a look of realization appeared on her face and she said in shock, "She's really willing to spend so much on you." Yang Kai was baffled by these words, but before he could think about it, Xiao Wu stumbled in from outside the door, followed by Li Xueqi, who lived next door. Obviously, she had also heard the commotion and ran over to take a look. However, when she saw Yang Kai's nearly naked body, Li Xueqi quickly covered her eyes and turned around. Crash. 2 rows of soldiers rushed in from outside, led by Lao Ku, filling up the room. Just now, although Yang Kai had only fought with Snow Demon for a short time, the noise it had caused was not small. If Lao Ku hadn't noticed this, then he would have been too negligent. After all, he was the city palace's commander. "Great King, what happened?" Lao Ku asked in alarm. Yang Kai immediately cursed. "A bunch of trash. Someone has sneaked in and you don't even know? What does this king need you for?" Even if this Snow Demon was a half-saint and Lao Ku wasn't her match, allowing her to break into his room was still a big mistake. At the very least he should have noticed. Only then did Lao Ku notice that there was an enchanting woman with silver hair in the room, causing sweat to appear on his forehead as he cupped his fists and said, "Please calm your anger, great king." Raising his head again, he stared at Snow Demon's back with eyes filled with anger. Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, "What are you standing around for? Take her down." Just now, he hadn't been able to test the depths of this woman's strength, but now he could use Lao Ku to test her. Lao Ku immediately obeyed, suppressing his anger as his demonic chi surged and he slammed his palm towards Snow Demon's shoulder. Halfway through, his palm turned into a claw, obviously intending to capture her first. Although Lao Ku was old, he was still a high-rank demon king. However, Snow Devil seemed to have not noticed. She still stood there calmly, and then slowly turned half of her body. Her beautiful eyes glanced sideways at Lao Ku, and the corners of her mouth hooked up into a smile as she quietly looked at him. When their eyes met, Lao Ku's pupils abruptly shrank to the size of a needle tip. The aura of a high-grade devil king burst out like snowflakes under the blazing sun, instantly disappearing without a trace. His palm abruptly stopped when it was less than 3 inches away from Snow Devil's slender palm. The strong wind brought about by the palm blew Snow Devil's hair, causing her snow-like hair to flutter in the wind. Time seemed to stop. The sweat on Lao Ku's forehead became even denser, converging into bean-sized beads of sweat that slid down his cheeks, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Xiao Wu couldn't help but cover her mouth with her hands as she looked at Snow Demon's face in shock. Seeing this, Yang Kai frowned. He looked at Xiao Wu, then at Lao Ku. He suddenly felt that the situation had become a little complicated. He could clearly see fear in Lao Ku's eyes. Lao Ku knew this woman? What was her background? She could actually make a high-ranked demon king feel fear. Was it really as he had guessed, a half-saint? While he was still in shock, Lao Ku had already hurriedly retracted his hand and knelt down on one knee. He lowered his head and said in a trembling voice, "Lao Ku greets the Holy Sovereign." In an instant, the demon race soldiers who had been eyeing Snow Demon covetously also knelt down. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at Snow Demon in front of him in disbelief. Holy Sovereign? He had clearly heard what Lao Ku had called this woman. In the entire demon territory, the title of Holy Sovereign was only given to the 12 Holy Sovereigns who stood at the peak. Even the half-saint subordinates didn't have the qualifications to be called Holy Sovereign. This woman was actually a demon saint? Yang Kai was instantly drenched in cold sweat. This wasn't good. He had originally thought that the person who had come was at most a half-saint. Now that he had joined forces with his embodiment to occupy Cloud Shadow, he didn't need to be too afraid of a half-saint. However, if the other party was a demon saint, then the situation would be completely different. Even with the convenience of Cloud Shadow and the embodiment being the master of Cloud Shadow, the two of them wouldn't be able to do anything to the other party. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. If she was a demon saint, she should have just revealed her identity. Why did she have to sneak in as a servant girl? No wonder Lao Ku and the others didn't discover her. It would be strange if a demon saint had entered this place. However, in any case, this matter would be difficult to resolve. Yang Kai didn't know why the demon saint had come to Cloud Shadow, but it was obvious that she had come for him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have quietly approached him. Fortunately, he had the soul-warming lotus, otherwise he would have fallen into the other party's trap. The situation was worrying. After Lao Ku called out the two words Holy Sovereign, Yang Kai's eyes drifted left and right, looking for a way to escape. At this time, he had already made a decision in his heart. He immediately urged the law of space to escape from here. No matter what the other party's intentions were, a demon saint wasn't something he could fight against right now. If he really fell into the hands of the other party, he was afraid that even death would be an extravagant hope. She wasn't like Yu Ru Meng. Yu Ru Meng had the heart seal secret technique to restrain him. No matter how he treated her, Yu Ru Meng wouldn't really do anything to him. This woman's mental state didn't seem normal. Who knew if she had prepared some kind of torture waiting for him? But just as he urged the law of space, Snow Demon suddenly looked back and said with a smile, "Where do you think you're going?" Saying so, she gently raised her hand and flicked her finger in the direction of Yang Kai. Heaven and earth were imprisoned, and the law of space collapsed. Yang Kai, whose figure had just drifted a little, was suddenly pulled back from the void. With a bang, he felt a pain in his head. In an instant, he saw stars and his vision turned upside down. His whole body was sent flying backwards, hitting the wall and falling to the ground. When Kai Yang stood up again, he grimaced in pain. Reaching out to touch his forehead, he was shocked to feel a large bulge. Looking up, he saw Snow Demon smiling at him, a mischievous look on her face as she walked towards him, step by step. Yang Kai quickly raised his hand. "If you have something to say, let's talk it out. Gentlemen use their mouths and not their fists, all right?" Snow Demon smiled sweetly, a very moving sight, but Yang Kai felt that this smile was more sinister than anything else. He smiled bitterly in his heart as he thought to himself, what an unlucky year. While he was staying in the city palace, a demon saint had actually come knocking on his door. Now the only one who could save him was Yu Ru Meng, but that woman was still in the Phantom Continent, hundreds of millions of kilometers away. By the time she received the news, his bones would have already turned cold. Using our mouths and not our fists? Snow Demon pursed her lips into a smile, causing her red lips to become even more lustrous. "You really are a gentleman. Did you enjoy scolding me just now?" Speaking up to this point, her voice had already become somewhat cold. That cheap slut had really angered her. She was one of the 12 dignified demon saint, so when had she ever been insulted like this? Even when Yu Ru Meng was scolded by him, she still had to pester him, let alone a strange woman. Yang Kai solemnly said, "What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. I hope Holy Senior won't take it to heart." In other words, if Holy Senior was bathing in the fragrant soup and someone suddenly came in without invitation, how would Holy Senior react? When Lao Ku, who was half kneeling on the ground, heard this, his back was immediately drenched in sweat. He thought to himself, this king really dares to say anything. This Holy Senior is a woman, but he actually dares to mention the matter of bathing in the fragrant soup in front of her. Snow Demon lightly said, "Naturally, I would kill you and then extract your soul, making you suffer for eternity. But how can you be compared to this Holy Senior? Don't worry, this Holy Senior won't kill you. At most, this Holy Senior will just rip off your tongue." Yang Kai bared his teeth. Seeing that not only did Snow Demon's aura not decrease, but it also increased as she approached him. He knew that today's matter could not be settled peacefully. Immediately, evil thoughts rose in his heart, and he became angry. "Although this king's strength is not as strong as yours, I'm afraid that it won't be easy for the Holy Senior to rip off my tongue. If the Holy Senior insists on doing this king can only fight to the death." He held the myriad sword in front of him, and his expression suddenly became as calm as an ancient well. Snow Demon chuckled. "Now this is interesting. If you don't resist, this Holy Senior won't be able to enjoy myself to my heart's content." "Fuck you," Yang Kai cursed in his heart. Today's matter was purely undeserved. If Snow Demon did not sneak in, there would not be so many troublesome matters. Seeing this woman approaching step by step, Yang Kai hurriedly restrained his thoughts, and did not dare to let his guard down in the slightest. Heaven and earth buzzed, and everyone in the room felt as if there was a mountain pressing down on their chests, making it difficult for them to breathe. Those demon generals and demon general with lower cultivation even had blood flowing out of their ears and noses. 10 steps, 5 steps, 3 steps. Snow Demon and Yongkai were getting closer and closer, and the demon saint's aura reached its peak. Suddenly, a sigh came from behind. Yongkai, have you had enough? As soon as this was said, Snow Demon, who was almost in front of Yongkai, finally stopped in her tracks. She turned her head and smiled gently. You finally showed up? Are you afraid that I will really rip off your man's tongue? The voice said coldly, you can try. Yongkai showed a look of surprise as he looked through the gap in Snow Demon's neck and found that the person who had just spoken was none other than Xiao Wu, who had followed him from the Phantom Continent to Cloud Shadow. However, at this moment, the maidservant Xiao Wu, who had always obeyed Yongkai's every command, had a completely different temperament. Although her face was covered in scars, an extremely terrifying aura gushed out from her body, causing her to become incomparably dignified. Her eyes were filled with anger, as if she was standing in the clouds, overlooking all living beings. Yu Ru Meng? At this moment, the aura exuding from Xiao Wu was surprisingly Yu Ru Meng's aura. Yongkai's mind flashed and he immediately realized what was going on. Soul descent. He had encountered this kind of thing with the guard by Yao Lin's side. Breaking through the seal of space, a wisp of the great emperors of the Serene Soul descended. At this moment, Xiao Wu's situation was exactly the same as the guard by Yao Lin's side. Obviously, a wisp of Yu Ru Meng's soul had descended on her. Chapter 3486. Only now did he understand why Yu Ru Meng felt at ease coming to Cloud Shadow Continent alone, and even let Xiao Wu follow him. Yongkai thought that Yu Ru Meng wanted Xiao Wu to be her personal servant and monitor him so that he wouldn't fool around outside. But now it seemed that Xiao Wu was the carrier prepared for today's soul descent. Soul descent was not easy, and it was not as if as long as one was strong enough, one could simply descend into anyone's body. There must be a variety of secret techniques in advance. If not for this snow demon called Bei Liemo coming here today and pressuring her step by step, Yu Ru Meng obviously would not have shown up. Yongkai even suspected that this Bei Liemo did it deliberately. Otherwise, with her ability, if she really wanted to teach him a lesson, why would she go through so much trouble? The one she really wanted to find was Yu Ru Meng, and threatening Yongkai was just one of her methods. If she wanted to find Yu Ru Meng, she could have just gone to Phantom Continent's holy city. Yongkai cursed in his heart. Bei Liemo chuckled and said, not to mention just a wisp of soul, even if your body was here, do you think this senior would be afraid of you? Both were demon saint, so Bei Liemo really was not afraid of Yu Ru Meng. Turning her head, she looked at Yongkai with a smile and said, I'll pull out his tongue and break his teeth now. You dare. Yu Ru Meng shouted, if you dare touch a single hair on his head, this senior will not leave a single chicken or dog in your proud snow continent. As soon as these words came out, Bei Liemo stared at Yu Ru Meng in a daze, a look of disbelief on her face. After a while, she suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, almost to the point of tears. Yu Ru Meng looked at her coldly, then glanced at Yongkai worriedly. Yongkai shrugged, only thinking that Bei Liemo's nerves were really abnormal. A dignified demon saint could actually have such violent mood swings. After a while, Bei Liemo's laughter subsided and she looked at Yongkai with interest and said, I was just a little suspicious at first, I didn't expect it to be true. Did you really use that secret technique on him? None of your business. Yu Ru Meng coldly snorted. Bei Liemo sighed. The secret of the heart seal is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You've invested too much in him, is it worth it? Yu Ru Meng still said, it's none of your business. Bei Liemo nodded slowly, as if she didn't care at all. She even reached out her hand and lifted Yongkai's chin. Kai Yang's face was filled with disgust, but due to the situation, he couldn't do anything about it. He could only turn his head and shake off her teasing. His face was blank. He felt like the roles had been reversed. Shouldn't he be the one teasing her? Bei Liemo snorted. You have quite the temper. Don't think that Yu Ru Meng can save you. She's just a strand of her divine soul. She can't do anything to me. Yongkai sighed and said, if you guys have something to talk about, just don't involve me. Bei Liemo snorted. I like to involve you. Saying so, her jade hand gently hooked around Yongkai's neck. Yongkai was shocked and instinctively wanted to resist, but an irresistible force passed from her jade hand, instantly making him unable to move. In the next moment, Her jade hand pressed down and Yang Kai lowered his head, burying his face in a very soft and fragrant place. Staring with wide eyes. He could even see a white ravine with the help of the weak light. Damn, what's going on? Yang Kai was stunned. Instinctively, he took a deep breath. His mouth and nose were filled with that sweet and sticky smell, making him linger on and forget to return. His blood vessels were swelling. You court death. Hearing Yu Ruming's gritted teeth roar, Yang Kai didn't even need to look to imagine her angry appearance. She could tolerate Yang Kai, Su Yan, and the others running amok. She could even tolerate Yang Kai indulging in debauchery outside, but she absolutely couldn't tolerate Bayamoli taking liberties with Yang Kai. This woman was her natural enemy. They had been enemies for tens of thousands of years and had always been entangled with each other. Over the years, they had both won and lost. At this time, she didn't hesitate to tease Yang Kai. It was nothing more than a show of force. Otherwise, how could a dignified demon saint act so absurdly? Bailey Mo ignored her and simply whispered into Yang Kai's ear. Little brat, what that woman Yu Ruming can give you, this senior can also give you, and even better. How about you come with me? Yang Kai said in a muffled voice. Nothing much, Ruming and I are in love with each other. The heavens and earth can bear witness to our unswerving loyalty. How can a woman like you try to sow discord between us with just a few words? Bailey Mo sneered. In love with each other? In love with each other? Not necessarily, right? Do you know what kind of secret technique she used on you? She's a succubus demon. What you're feeling right now is fake. It's the effect of that secret technique. If you come with me, I can help you dispel that secret technique. Yang Kai thought to himself. Father already knew. Moreover, that bullshit secret technique was already broken by me. Why would I need you to give me advice in hindsight? Immediately, he refused without hesitation. No need, we're very good. It's like this now and it will be like this in the future. Ruming and I will love each other forever. Even when the seas dry up and the rocks crumble, our hearts will never change. On the other side, when the furious Yu Ruming heard this, most of her anger disappeared in an instant, and the tenderness in her eyes seemed to be able to melt everything in the world. Bailey Mo snorted. She also knew that under the effect of the secret technique, whether it was Yang Kai or Yu Ruming, both of them would view each other as the most important person in each other's lives. It was impossible to move them with just a few words. However, she had managed to grab hold of Yu Ruming's little tail with great difficulty, so she was a little unwilling to let go just like that. Yang Kai then said, As for you, I advise you to hurry up and leave, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Although this position was pleasurable, it was really embarrassing. Being pressed on the chest by a woman and unable to move, even if the other party was a demon saint, it would only make him a laughingstock if word got out. Oh. Bailey Mo didn't have any intention of teasing him and was about to let go, but when she heard this, she calmed down and said with a smile, What are you going to do to this senior? After a strange muffled groan, Bailey Mo hurriedly retreated, a touch of red appearing on her white face as she glared in front of her. Just now, this man had mercilessly bitten her, and although it wasn't a vital place, it still bit her chest. I warned you. Yang Kai looked at her and sneered. Bailey Mo's face was cold as ice as she gloomily said, You are courting death. Murderous intent filled her eyes as her hair fluttered without wind. Behind her, Yu Ruming said indifferently, I'm not afraid to tell you, this senior has already set off for Proud Snow Continent. If you don't want Proud Snow Continent to be destroyed by this senior, you'd better behave yourself. If it was another continent, Bailey Mo might not care too much, but Proud Snow Continent was the place where she made her fortune and was incomparably important to her. This trip to find Yang Kai was also because of Proud Snow Continent. If Yu Ruming really destroyed Proud Snow Continent, it would have a huge impact on her. Bailey Mo knew that with Yu Ruming as a hindrance, there was no way she could do anything to Yang Kai unless she was prepared to completely shed all pretense of cordiality. She couldn't help but coldly snort, gritting her teeth and glaring at Yang Kai. I'll deal with you later. Withdrawing her murderous intent, she turned to look at Yu Ruming and said, Let's talk. What do you want to talk about? Yu Ruming looked at her and asked. Bailey Mo smiled gently. Then her divine sense surged as she communicated with Yu Ruming. No one knew the content of the conversation between the two demon saint, but from the changes in the expressions of the two, it was obvious that some dispute had occurred, and finally reached a certain degree of compromise. After a long time, Bailey Mo said, Then it's settled. Turning to look at Yang Kai, she smiled and said, "This senior will wait for you." Finished speaking, she flicked her sleeves and walked away. "Seiko," Yang Kai muttered, reaching out and rubbing his forehead. Just now, he had been flicked by that woman, causing a big bump to appear on his head, which had not disappeared yet. That woman was really heavy-handed. If it had been someone else who had been flicked by her like that, they would have lost half their life. "Everyone leave." Yu Ruming raised her hand. Lao Ku and the others quickly obeyed and retreated. After the door closed, Yu Ruming looked at Yang Kai and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Yang Kai's face was filled with lingering fear as he slowly shook his head and said, "I'm fine, but that woman, what's the situation?" Yu Ruming sighed, "She came to you for help." Yang Kai sneered. "Then I don't see the slightest sincerity." After pondering for a moment, he said, "Realm gates." If there was anything he could help the demon saint now, it would be to repair and maintain the realm gates. His actions in Cloud Shadow would certainly not be hidden from the observation of those who were interested. Cloud Shadow now had 3 realm gates, 2 of which were repaired by Yang Kai. Yu Ruming had also said before that many realm gates in the demon territory were abnormal. Yu Ruming's territory was like this, and the other demon saints' territories were also the same. Since Yang Kai had the ability to repair them, he would naturally be targeted by those demon saint. It was just that Bai Li Mo's territory was very close to Yu Ruming's territory, so she was the first to come. In other words, even if there was no Bai Li Mo today, there would be Nan Li Mo and Dong Li Mo in the future. Yu Ruming nodded and said, "It is the realm gate. She wants you to go to her territory and repair the disappeared realm gates and stabilize the other realm gates." "You agreed?" Yang Kai frowned. Yu Ruming sighed. "What can I do if I don't agree? This kind of thing will happen sooner or later." Although she asked Xiao Wu to follow Yang Kai to prevent something like today from happening, she also knew that since Yang Kai had this ability, he would attract the attention of other demon saints sooner or later. Instead of letting those demon saints join forces to pressure her, it was better to plan early. Moreover, Yang Kai had this ability to rely on, so no one in the demon territory would dare to take his life. "What price did she pay?" Yang Kai asked. 5,000 million demon pills. "Oh, what a big deal." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said unceremoniously, "Give me half." Chapter 3487. Yu Ruming laughed and said, "What do you want the million demons elixir for?" Although Yang Kai had become the demon race in the astral world and had a demonic nature, the million demons elixir should be useless to him. Taking it would only harm him. "Why do you care? Just tell me if you will give it to me or not." Yu Ruming knew about the existence of the embodiment, but at this time, he did not intend to tell her in detail, lest she think too much. But then again, the Cloud Shadow was Yu Ruming's territory. The embodiment had now refined the origin of the Cloud Shadow and became the master of this continent. If her original body really came here, she would definitely find some clues. After all, the demon saint was not so easy to deceive, but now she was just a wisp of her divine soul, so Yang Kai was not worried about the matter being exposed. Yes, I will give it all to you." Although 5,000 million demons elixir was not a small amount, almost equivalent to the total harvest of hundreds of continents, Yu Ruming really did not take it seriously. She had been a demon saint for many years and had accumulated countless million demons elixir in her hands. While speaking, Yu Ruming glanced at him, which made Yang Kai shudder involuntarily and look away. If Yu Ruming was herself, this posture would definitely be pleasing to the eye and make people restless. The key was that the object of her soul was Xiao Wu. This girl's figure was not bad, but the crisscrossing scars on her face like centipedes were really disgusting. Yang Kai did not dare to look at her. Who knew that Yu Ruming would not let it go? She walked directly to him, grabbed his collar with one hand, stared up at him, and gritted her teeth. "Why don't you look at me? Do you think I am ugly now?" Yang Kai quickly glanced at her and quickly looked away. "This is Xiao Wu's face, not yours. What does it have to do with you whether it is ugly or not?" Yu Ruming said angrily, "Well, you stinky men are really the same. When you see a beautiful woman, you can't bear to look away, but when you see an ugly woman, you disdain. If I become so ugly one day, won't you not even want to look at me? How could this matter be tangled up?" Yongkai really didn't know what she was thinking. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Stop messing around. You're a grand demon saint. Who can ruin your appearance? Yu Rumming gritted her teeth and said, I will scratch my face now and come to you immediately. I'd like to see how you react. Yongkai originally didn't want to pay attention to her. This woman was clearly pestering him endlessly. But thinking that if he ignored her, she might really do such a thing. At that time, there would be no end to this matter. Sighing in his heart, he lowered his head and looked in front of him. At this moment, his eyes became tender and sweet. He said in a low voice, Rumeng, no matter what you become, my feelings for you will never change. What I said just now was not for Bailey Mo to hear, but my words from the bottom of my heart. At the same time, Yongkai grabbed one of her hands and placed it on his chest, as if letting her touch his conscience. After speaking, he slowly and firmly leaned over, his eyes fixed on her. Yu Rumming didn't move, as if she was stupid, but her violently trembling eyes and eyelashes showed the fluctuations of her inner emotions. Just when Yongkai's lips were about to touch hers, Yu Rumming suddenly turned around and stepped back from him. Biting her red lips, she said, Little Wu, you also want to kiss me? You really have no taboos. Yongkai smiled slightly. At this moment, he felt a little gentle like jade. Since your divine soul has descended, then the one standing in front of me is not little Wu, but the person in my dreams. He secretly exclaimed in his heart. That was close. I almost made the play real. Fortunately, he was sure that Yu Rumming wouldn't let him have any intimate contact with other women. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to do such a thing. Sure enough, it was useful to take risks. However, this last sentence had undoubtedly completely defeated Yu Rumming's psychological defense. At this moment, the dignified demon saint showed a shy expression like a little girl. She said in a happy and angry tone, You still have some conscience. Seeing that you performed well, I won't argue with you about what happened just now. Yongkai was at a loss. What happened just now? Yu Rumming glared at him. Don't you know what happened? Only then did Yongkai realize that she was referring to the matter of Bailey Mo pressing him on her chest. He immediately complained. You can't blame me. She is a demon saint. If she really wanted to deal with me, I couldn't resist. Humph. Yu Rumming curled her lips and squinted at Yongkai. Did you feel good? Yongkai immediately showed a warm expression. This is the shame of this king's life. Sooner or later, I will make her pay the price. He said it as if it was true. In fact, it felt quite good. All right, I said I won't bicker with you, so I won't bicker with you. But you really have to be careful of that bitch. Although I agreed to let you go to her territory to repair the world gate, she definitely won't give up so easily. She and I have always been on bad terms, so don't fall into her trap. Yongkai frowned and said, Can I not go? He had just obtained some clues about the great emperors of the Bright Moon continent. Originally, he wanted to go to the Eternal Sky continent as soon as possible. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen? He didn't know if the Eternal Sky continent was in Bailey Mo's territory. If it was, he could go there. If not, it would be a waste of time. Bailey Mo's territory bordered Yu Rumming's territory. On the map, the Eternal Sky continent was very far away. Yongkai estimated that the chances of the Eternal Sky continent being Bailey Mo's territory were very slim. Yu Rumming smiled bitterly and said, You can't avoid this matter. The reason why I tried so hard to bring you back to the demon territory was because of the realm gate. If the other demon saint knew about your ability, how could they abandon you? You will have to work harder. For a long time in the future, you may be running around the various continents in the demon territory. As for your safety, you don't have to worry too much. With me here, they won't do anything to you. At this point, Yongkai also knew that he couldn't resist. However, Yu Rumming's next words made his eyes light up. If it was as she said, and the other demon saint valued his ability to repair the realm gate, then he would be able to enter the Eternal Sky continent sooner or later. However, this matter should be done sooner rather than later. If it was delayed too long, it wouldn't be good if something happened to Bright Moon. After muttering to himself for a while, Yongkai asked, Then when should I go to Bailey Mo's place? Yu Rumming said, In a few days. First you should deal with the realm gate in my territory. By the way, now that you have a way to repair the realm gate and can even reopen the realm gates that have disappeared for many years, Do you have the confidence to find the missing continents? Yang Kai shook his head and said, the reason why those realm gates can be repaired is because the connected continents still exist. There are some traces that can be found, but I can't do anything about the missing continents. These words weren't all lies. With his own strength, he really couldn't find the missing continents. However, if he had the help of the return to ruins, then it would be different. Only he knew the situation of the Blood Flame continent. Perhaps even Yu Ruming and the other demon saint didn't know that once the continents disappeared, the plates that were separated from the demon territory would completely collapse and all life would be extinguished. Even if he could find them, it would be meaningless. However, he didn't give her a definite answer and continued, perhaps when my attainments in the law of space are deeper, I will have some ideas. Yu Ruming wasn't too disappointed by this and only tried her best to say a few words to Yang Kai and didn't ask any more. After that, Yang Kai asked her a few more questions about the two-realm battlefield and learned that the battle there had escalated. The half-saint and false emperor frequently appeared on the battlefield and fought to the death. Both sides had suffered casualties. This made Yang Kai's heart tremble. It hadn't been long, but the battle was already so intense. If it continued for a few more years, he didn't know if the astral territory would be able to hold on. Before coming to the demon territory, he wasn't too clear about the strength of the demon territory. However, after coming to the demon territory, he discovered that the number of top experts in the demon territory was much higher than in the astral. Even if both sides suffered losses, the demon territory wouldn't be at a disadvantage. Once the demon saint and the great emperor stepped onto the battlefield, the final battle would begin. There was still time. Yang Kai was worried. He didn't know what he could do in the demon territory and how he could help. Even if he could borrow the power of Cloud Shadow to stir up the situation in the demon territory, the power of an entire continent couldn't shake the foundation of the demon territory. Yu Ruming had already left. Yang Kai carried the unconscious Xiao Wu back to her room. Soul Descent still had some side effects on Xiao Wu. Although Yu Ruming had restrained her strength to the greatest extent, the divine soul of the great devil saint was not something Xiao Wu could withstand. Therefore, after Yu Ruming left, Xiao Wu fell limply to the ground. Yang Kai didn't doubt that if Yu Ruming had really fought with Bailey Mo just now, regardless of the outcome, Xiao Wu would have undoubtedly died. After settling Xiao Wu down, he walked out of the room and saw Li Shiqing standing timidly at the door. Their eyes met and Li Shiqing's expression was a little complicated and also a little fearful. What's the matter? Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. Li Shiqing pursed her red lips, wanting to say something but hesitating. However, after a while, she didn't make the slightest sound. Yang Kai was impatient and turned to leave, but he didn't expect her to suddenly grab his sleeve. Yang Kai sighed and said, if you have something to say, say it. If you don't bother me. I have enough things to do today. Li Shiqing mustered up her courage and said, can I follow you? Follow me? Follow me where? He couldn't let her hear what he said to Yu Ruming just now. What did she mean by that? I mean, when you go out in the future, can you take me with you? Li Shiqing looked up at him and then quickly lowered her head. Yang Kai frowned, thinking, what can I do with a little doormat like you? It was because of this reason that he had left her in the city palace. Just as he was about to refuse, his heart suddenly moved and he looked up at the corner of the corridor. Over there, Boya's head quickly shrank back. Yang Kai looked at Li Shiqing thoughtfully and suddenly understood why she had made such a request. She couldn't stand Boya's harassment anymore. Get over here. Yang Kai looked up at the corner. Why are you sneaking around? Do you think I'm blind? Chapter 3488. After being exposed by Yang Kai, Boya had no choice but to walk over unwillingly. She squeezed out a smile and greeted him. What a coincidence you're here too. Yang Kai stared at her and pointed at Li Shiqing, saying, stay away from her in the future. If you dare to disturb her again, I'll break your legs. Boya's face turned pale and she said angrily, don't go too far. This is my freedom. Who are you to control me? Yang Kai sneered and didn't say anything. He took out the soul puppet slowly, bent his finger, and pointed it at the soul puppet's forehead, as if he was about to flick it. Boya immediately covered her forehead with her hand and took a few steps back. She said with fear in her eyes, don't be impulsive. Let's talk things over. Do you remember what I said? Yongkai asked seriously. Boya looked unwilling, but she could only nod. Yongkai then turned to look at Li Shiqing and said, "Come find me if you have any problems in the future." Li Shiqing gave an "oh" and showed a grateful expression. Yongkai waved his hand and left, leaving Boya looking at Li Shiqing with a bitter face. Her eyes were filled with despair and she was about to cry, but she only received an apologetic smile. After returning to his room, Yongkai studied the map of the demon territory again. He looked at the place where the realm gate connected to the Eternal Heaven continent was. He also called Lao Ku and asked him some questions. Only then did he have some clues. The next day, he set off alone. Since he had promised Yu Ru Meng to deal with the realm gate in her territory, Yongkai naturally didn't want to delay. The war in the two-realm battlefield had escalated, and the final battle between the human and demon races could come at any time. There wasn't much time left for him and the great emperors. Yu Ru Meng controlled as many as 50 to 60 continents, and nearly half of them had half-saint overseeing them. In other words, Yu Ru Meng alone had 20 to 30 half-saint subordinates. Bai Zhua and Yu Sang were only two of them. If Yu Ru Meng alone was like this, then the other 11 demon saint subordinates were similar as well. In the entire demon territory, there were nearly 300 half-saint level powerhouses. This was an extremely terrifying number. Yongkai didn't know how many fake emperors there were in the astral boundary, but it was impossible for there to be so many of them. It would be a miracle if there were even half of the fake emperors here. Every half-saint was the master of a continent. Of course, among the many continents, there were also ownerless lands like Cloud Shadow, which accounted for almost half of the totals. However, these ownerless continents always had the opportunity to give birth to a new half-saint. This was why Bai Zhua had said that the number of territories one had was directly related to the strength of a demon saint. This wasn't just because the more territories one had, the more myriad demon pills they could obtain. A considerable part of the reason was the number of half-saint subordinates they had. Yongkai finally understood why Bai Zhua was so friendly to him at that time. He even didn't hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yu Sang to protect his safety. Of course, it was because of Yu Ru Meng, and also because he didn't get along with Yu Sang, but more importantly, he needed to use Yongkai's law of space. As a half-saint, Bai Zhua also had his own continent. The situation of his continent was almost the same as that of Cloud Shadow. Most of the world gates had disappeared, and only 2 were left. One of them was extremely unstable, and no one had dared to enter or leave through that world gate in the past 100 years. Since he needed Yongkai's help, he naturally had to treat Yongkai with special respect. Cloud Shadow was an ownerless land, so Yu Ru Meng let him come here first. There must be the intention of letting Yongkai experiment with Cloud Shadow. If Yongkai could really repair the world gate, it would be great. If he couldn't repair it, even if the last world gate was destroyed, it wouldn't be a big loss. Anyway, the last world gate in Cloud Shadow would disappear within 100 years, so it didn't make much difference if it disappeared earlier or later. Now Yongkai's performance in Cloud Shadow could be described as amazing. Not only did he maintain the stability of the last world gate, but he even repaired the 2 world gates that had disappeared. Only then did Yu Ru Meng feel relieved and let him work hard. Nearly 1/5 of the continents under her control had more or less problems with the world gates. In serious cases, the world gates had disappeared, and in minor cases, the world gates were unstable. They all needed the help of Yongkai. Before leaving, Yu Ru Meng told him the locations and names of these continents. She also said that she would let each continent fully cooperate with him and satisfy any request he had. Therefore, Yongkai's trip could be said to be extremely smooth. Every time he arrived at a continent, he would be warmly received. He even got to know several half-saint who were overseeing their own continents. Since they had a request, these half-saint naturally wouldn't put on a high and mighty attitude like Yu Sang. What's more, Yu Ru Meng seemed to value Yongkai very much. Yu Sang only had a small conflict with Yongkai, but was sent to the 2-realm battlefield by Yu Ru Meng and was not allowed to return without imperial orders. With Yu Sang as an example, how could they dare to be careless? They even guessed that this human who was proficient in the law of space was the Lord's gigolo. Although their lord was born as a succubus demon, her reputation was still very good. They had never heard of any strange rumors about her with the opposite sex. Suddenly, she favored a human so much, it was hard to guarantee that others wouldn't think too much. However, in this way, It was convenient for Yang Kai to do things. Everywhere he went, his requests were met. Many half-saint called him brothers. Those demon kings who didn't have a half-saint overseeing the continents didn't dare to slight him. They practically treated him like a grandfather. The name of Prince Yang Kai was also widely spread in Yu Rumeng's territory, so that the demon race at the bottom had heard of him. It took Yang Kai a full month to deal with the realm gates of more than 10 continents. During this time, he also secretly found 2 other continents that had disappeared. Including the Blood Flame continent, 3 continents had already been swallowed by the sealed world bead. There were more than 3 continents that had disappeared from Yu Rumeng's territory. According to the information obtained by Yang Kai, there were 6 continents. However, the other 3 continents needed to be entered through different continents. Currently, the realm gates of the 3 continents had no problems, so Yang Kai couldn't casually enter to avoid arousing suspicion. After the sealed world bead swallowed 2 more continents, its area expanded again. Moreover, the law of heaven and earth within the demon territory had become much more dense and condensed. Yang Kai even suspected that if it swallowed more continents, the sealed world bead would become another demon territory. The only thing that Yang Kai felt was a pity was that he didn't obtain the omnipotent demon pill from these 2 continents. It was because these 2 continents had disappeared for too long, and even the nest of myriad demons had collapsed. Naturally, he couldn't obtain the omnipotent demon pill. Yang Kai originally thought that he could obtain the omnipotent demon pill enough to promote his Dharmakaya to a half-saint, so he was slightly disappointed. As soon as he returned from the disappeared continent, Yang Kai slightly identified the direction. Before he could move, he saw a stream of light rapidly approaching him from afar. The stream of light was like a flash of lightning, and its speed was somewhat ridiculous. Before it even arrived, a terrifying pressure had already hit him in the face. Yang Kai's expression changed. He looked back at the void that was bitten by the return to ruins and thought to himself, this is bad. Because he wanted to search for the disappeared continent, Yang Kai ordered the demon kings of this continent to scatter around 100 miles away. He didn't let them come forward, and only told others that he was trying to repair the realm gate here. In any case, they wouldn't know what he had done here. It would only take a few days for the gap that was bitten by the return to ruins to automatically repair itself. At that time, there would be no trace of him at all. Who would have thought that someone would actually come over at this time? Moreover, judging from the aura, it was surprisingly a half-saint. Didn't the half-saint of this continent already go to the 2-realm battlefield? Could it be that he had coincidentally returned at this time? It was definitely too late to cover up his tracks now. The other party had probably already discovered the situation here. As his thoughts raced, Yang Kai made a decision. Using the law of space, he reached out and punched the gap in the void. The law of space surged, causing the void to become even more chaotic and formless. Although this move couldn't completely cover up his tracks, it could make it difficult for others to see clearly. With a whoosh, the stream of light stopped 100 feet in front of Yang Kai, revealing a tall figure. He glanced curiously at the gap in the void before sizing up Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Are you brother Yang Kai?" During this period of time, he was used to calling the half-saint brothers, so he didn't have much of a reaction to the other party calling him Yang Kai. He nodded and said, "That's me. May I ask who you are?" As soon as the other party appeared, he knew that this half-saint wasn't the master of this continent. According to his understanding, the master of this continent was a female half-saint, and the newcomer was a man. Who was this guy? Why did he come here? Yang Kai was full of doubts. The demon race smiled slightly and said, "Sure enough, it's Brother Yang. It seems that I didn't find the wrong person. I am half-saint Bai Ya, a subordinate of Holy Senior Bai Li Mo. I am here to welcome Brother Yang to Proud Snow Continent under the orders of Holy Senior." Yang Kai's face twitched when he heard this. It turned out that this person was a subordinate of Bai Li Mo. Yang Kai didn't have a good impression of Bai Li Mo. Although this woman was a demon saint, her actions were somewhat absurd. If it weren't for Yu Rumeng's soul descending last time, he might have suffered a big loss at her hands. However, the other party was polite, so Yang Kai couldn't show a sour face. He could only cup his hands and reply, "So it's Brother Bai Ya." After a pause, he laughed and said, "It seems that Holy Senior Bai Li Mo's temper is quite impatient." Yu Rumeng had clearly discussed with her that he would go to her territory after dealing with the matters here, but she still sent a half-saint over. To put it nicely, it was to welcome him, but to be realistic, it was to escort him. This made Yang Kai very unhappy. How could Bai Ye not understand the meaning behind Brother Yang's words? He smiled and said, since Brother Yang has the ability to repair the realm gate, Brother Yang is naturally valued by Holy Senior. I hope Brother Yang can forgive me. After a pause he said, not only Holy Senior, my brothers are also looking forward to Brother Yang's arrival. The brothers he mentioned were naturally referring to the half-saint like him. Everyone was carrying a sedan chair. Since a half-saint was so polite, what else could Yang Kai say? He could only smile and say, Brother Bai Ye is too serious. Since the two Holy Seniors have an agreement, this king will do his best. Bai Ye glanced at the void gap and frowned. Brother Yang, have you dealt with the matters here? It's almost done. It will take a few more days. He had to wait until the void here was completely closed before he could leave. Otherwise, it was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be any mistakes. Chapter 3489. A few days won't hurt. Bai Ye smiled slightly and looked at the gap in the void again. I have long heard that Brother Yang has a very deep understanding of the law of space. Seeing you today, you really live up to your reputation. As he spoke, his expression suddenly became solemn as he carefully identified his position, a look of surprise appearing on his face as he asked, if I remember correctly, the mainland this world gate was connected to has long since disappeared. Could Brother Yang be able to find it? The law of space in the gap in the void was surging strangely, as if it led to a mysterious place. Even though Bai Ye was not proficient in the law of space, with his cultivation level as a half-saint, he could see some clues. It was no wonder that the Lord valued this human so much and even asked him to come and meet him personally. When Bai Ye first received this task, he was very tired of it. To think that he, a half-saint, had to travel hundreds of millions of miles just to meet a human. Even if this human was very capable, the Lord thought too highly of him. However, he could not disobey Bailey Mo's order, so he could only come here reluctantly. Now it seemed that this human did have some skills. If he could really find the missing continent with the law of space, he would not mind suffering a little. Yang Kai smiled when he heard this and said calmly, I can't do it for the time being. I am just trying to do it under the Lord's order. Although I have some clues, I still can't determine the coordinates of the continent on the other side of the void. Coordinates of the void? Bai Ye showed a doubtful look. Yang Kai explained with a smile, although the continent disappeared and was swallowed by the void, it must exist somewhere in the void. It's just that it is difficult for humans to reach it. If we can determine its position in the void, we will have a chance to find it. With the help of many space secret techniques, we may be able to reopen the realm gate. Its position in the void will be its coordinates. Bai Ye nodded doubtfully. Although he was a half-saint, he still did not know much about the law of space. He could not tell if Yang Kai was talking nonsense or not. He gently nodded and said, Brother Yang is very talented. If his words just now were perfunctory, then his praise at this moment was more sincere. It was already shocking enough to have a chance to find the missing continents. If Yang Kai could really do this, he would definitely be a hero in the entire territory of the demon realm. Perhaps he could even get the recognition of that person. By then, even if he was just a human, he could not be ignored. He had already made up his mind that even if he couldn't be friends with him, he definitely couldn't be enemies with him. If Brother Bai Ye has nothing else to do, you might as well go to Clouding and wait for me for a few days. After a few days, I will return to Clouding and we will set off together. Bai Ye was slightly startled, but since Yang Kai had already said so, he naturally could not shamelessly stay, so he smiled and nodded. All right, then I will be waiting for Brother Yang. Please. Yang Kai gestured with his hand. Watching Bai Ye leave, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. It was really thrilling just now. If Bai Ye had been a little suspicious and insisted on entering the void gap to investigate, the things he tried to hide would have been exposed. Fortunately, this guy did not seem to want to offend him, so he was able to pass smoothly. However, this made Yang Kai realize a problem. In Yu Rumeng's territory, Yang Kai could mobilize all the resources available to him to protect him. But if he went to Bai Limo's territory, he wouldn't have any sense of security without his own people on guard. This was also the reason why he had the bright idea to ask Bai Ye to go to Clouding and wait for him. He had to go back to Clouding first and bring some people out with him so that it would be convenient for him to do things. After waiting for a few days, Xueqi finally set off and returned to Clouding mainland when the heaven and earth law in the territory of the demon realm had completely repaired the void gap. Driving the tiger-headed chariot, he passed through several realm gates and finally returned to Clouding City. Without further ado, he summoned Celestial Resonance. After giving some instructions, Celestial Resonance left with the order. Baiya had been here for a few days and was carefully received by Lao Ku. When she saw Xueqi return, she quickly came out to greet him. They chatted for a while, and the faint urging in her words made Xueqi feel funny. Fortunately, Xueqi did not need to delay. Even if Baiya did not urge him, he was in a hurry to go to Bei Limo's territory. After a while, Yin came back and whispered a few words to Xueqi. Xueqi nodded and said, "Then let's go." Walking out of the palace, there were already thousands of demon race gathered outside. Among them, there were nearly 50 middle and low-ranked demon king, and the rest were all demon commanders. There was not a single demon general. Baiya looked at Xueqi curiously. He did not know what Xueqi meant by gathering so many demon race at this time. Could it be that he wanted to bring them to the proud snow continent? Xueqi obviously saw his doubts. He smiled and said, "Brother Baiya, please don't blame me. It's not that I don't trust Saint Master Bei Limo, but I need some people to repair the realm gate. These people are used to cooperating with me, so it's easy to use them. I'm afraid that it will delay the progress, so I have to bring them with me." Baiya said with a strange expression, "Brother Yang can make the decision for this kind of thing. I don't think the Saint Master will refuse." He said that he did not trust Saint Master Bei Limo, but it was obvious that he did not trust him. "But you are going to the proud snow continent. What's the use of bringing these guys with you? If the Saint Master really wanted to harm you, not to mention a few thousand people, even tens of millions of people would be useless." He did not know what this person was thinking. However, Baiya did not want to say much about this kind of small matter, so he simply followed Xueqi's instructions. Xueqi turned to look at Lao Ku and Carson and said, "When I'm not here, you must take good care of Cloud Shadow. If anyone dares to harm Cloud Shadow, inform me immediately." He was not afraid of others, but he was afraid that Yu Sang would suddenly return from the two-realm battlefield. Although this possibility was very small, it was still necessary to guard against it. Lao Ku and Carson naturally agreed respectfully. Xueqi waved his hand and shouted, "Let's go." After that, he nodded slightly at Baiya, and the two flew out side by side. Many middle and low-level demon king followed closely behind, followed by the demon commanders. After a while, they formed a long line, which attracted the attention of countless demon race in Cloud Shadow City. They did not know what was going on in the palace. After flying for a while, a demon commander suddenly rushed up from behind using a secret method. He stopped beside Yin and said a few words to her through telepathy. Yin nodded slightly and waved him away. "What's the matter?" Xueqi turned to look at her. Yin said, "Your Majesty, you'll know when you see what's behind us." Xueqi looked back and saw that more than 10 miles behind the large group, a white light was following them unhurriedly. In the light, a graceful figure was faintly discernible. This scene made Xueqi's teeth ache. He thought to himself, "What's the matter with this girl? Why is she following us?" But no matter what, since she had followed them, he could not ignore her. He immediately stopped and said to Baiya, "Brother Baiya, please wait for a moment. I'll be back soon." Baiya obviously also noticed the situation behind them. She smiled meaningfully and said, "No hurry, Brother Yang, do as you please. Why did you rush me just now if you're not in a hurry?" Xueqi cursed in his heart, then turned and flew back. As soon as he stopped, the thousands of demon race also stopped in mid-air. The people following them also had to stop. Approaching them, Xueqi stared at Li Shiqing and asked, "Why are you following us?" Li Shiqing lowered her head and said, I don't want to be alone." No matter how bad Xueqi's attitude towards her was, she was still a human. Moreover, he was the only human in the demon race's territory other than her. Compared to the demon race, she was naturally more willing to stay with Xueqi. Seeing her like this, Xueqi was both amused and annoyed. After pondering for a moment he said, "Forget it, since you're already here, let's go together." The main reason he brought Xiao Wu along this time was that he was really worried about Bei Limo. With Xiao Wu by his side, even if there was any danger, Yu Rumeng could use soul descent at any time. In the past few days, Li Shiqing and Xiao Wu had occasionally communicated with each other. Although they were not very familiar with each other, at least they were not strangers. Now that Xiao Wu had left, Li Shiqing had no one to talk to in the entire Cloud Shadow City. For someone of her character, staying in Cloud Shadow City was undoubtedly a kind of torture. Even if Lao Ku and the others did not dare to be rude to her, they would still be afraid. Not having expected Yang Kai to agree so readily, Li Shiqing's pair of beautiful eyes couldn't help bursting with joy as she stared at him, a trace of gratitude flashing across her eyes. Kai Yang continued, "But you must be obedient, otherwise don't blame me for being merciless." Taking advantage of the situation, he put on a ferocious look, scaring Li Shiqing into nodding her head like a chicken pecking rice. Yang Kai sighed in his heart, looked her up and down, and asked, "Won't you be affected by rashly urging your strength?" After all, this was demon territory, and the surrounding world essence chi was constantly eroding her protective emperor chi. Once she consumed too much of her strength, she would inevitably be affected. If she was really eroded by the demonic chi, it would not be a small problem. Li Shiqing whispered, "I'll be careful." Yang Kai nodded and asked, "Do you still have source crystals and pills?" "Yes, you gave me a lot, but I only used a little." Li Shiqing raised her head and summoned the courage to smile at him, but her smile was extremely stiff. "Remember to look for me when you're almost done," Yang Kai said before wrapping her in his emperor chi and flying forward with her. Li Shiqing was a little flattered and suddenly found that Yang Kai didn't seem so fierce after all. On the other side, seeing Yang Kai return, Baiya smiled faintly, looking at Brother Yang's luck with women. Yang Kai was too lazy to pay attention to him and simply flew past him with Li Shiqing, taking Xiao Wu with them. Behind them, Boya secretly gritted her teeth and moved her red lips a few times. Although no sound came out, there was no doubt that she was cursing something. With thousands of people marching, it was naturally impossible for them to travel too fast. After a full day, they finally saw a world gate in the distance. Baiya showed a puzzled look and quickly caught up with Yang Kai, asking, "Brother Yang, why did you go this way? This place should be quite far from the proud snow continent. We should have gone through another world gate." Chapter 3490. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Passing through the other realm gate is indeed closer, but this king still has some things to deal with here. Brother Baiya, please don't be impatient." Hearing him say so, Baiya could only gently nod. In any case, his task was to take Yang Kai to the proud snow continent as soon as possible. A little delay and a long detour didn't matter much. The team of several thousand people had just passed through the realm gate and entered the Blue Origin continent when a large group of people suddenly came from the distance. The two leading demonic chi were both high-rank demon kings. Then, the number of demon race's troops was almost the same as this group, and they rushed straight to this side. As soon as the two sides met, the two leading demonic chi clasped their hands and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Looking at Baiya, they quickly looked serious and bowed. "Greetings, Master Baiya." They were puzzled and didn't know how Yang Kai got together with Baiya. They naturally knew that Baiya was one of the half-saint subordinates of Holy Sage Bai Liemo. Her relationship with Yu Sang was neither good nor bad. They couldn't be considered friends, but they occasionally had some contact. The two who came were naturally the high-ranked demon kings of the Blue Origin continent. One of them was Tukaro, and the other was called Baza. They also received a message from Cloud Ing, so they hurriedly gathered their troops and rushed over to join Yang Kai. They didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. At this time when they saw Baiya and the elite demon race behind Yang Kai, they more or less misunderstood. They thought that he was going to attack some continent, and couldn't help but feel a little pressured. Baiya gently nodded and didn't say much. Although a high-ranked demon king was not bad, he really didn't need to care too much about it. He was just a half-saint. Yang Kai didn't say much. He just waved his hand and said, "Follow." Without stopping, they continued to fly forward. The team of several thousand people suddenly expanded to over 10,000 people. There were more than 100 demon kings, and although there were fewer high-ranked demon kings, there were still 3 of them. Under the command of Tukaro and Baza, the demon race on the Blue Origin continent quickly gathered with the Cloud Shadow Demon. These two demon kings came to Yin's side and quietly asked a few questions. After learning that Yang Kai actually had the ability to repair the realm gate, he was valued by Holy Sage Bei Liemo and specially invited him to deal with the realm's realm gate, Tukaro and Baza. They thought that they were really going to start a war with some continent, but it turned out that they were only going to repair the realm gate. This lineup was a bit too big. Was there a need for this? Not only the two of them couldn't figure it out, but Baya also couldn't figure it out. Looking back at the team of over 10,000 people, she thought that those who didn't know would think that Yang Kai was going to send troops to the proud snow continent, which was disadvantageous to the Holy Sage. It turned out that he was referring to this when he said that he was going to deal with something. For a moment, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Shuttling through the realm gate, they passed through one continent after another. Although the scale of the march of 10,000 people wasn't large, it was definitely not small either. It made several continents along the way a little nervous. 2 days later, when Yang Kai plunged into a realm gate, an ice-cold aura hit him in the face. Looking around, he couldn't help but be stunned. The continent in front of him was a world of ice and snow. It was a scene of pure white without a trace of impurities. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers were constantly falling from the sky, and the hot air exhaled from the mouth and nose could be clearly seen. In the distance, a few mountain ranges rose and fell, like a few enchanting white dragons. Between the mountains, clouds tossed and turned, and it was a magnificent sight. The undulating white world was vast and boundless. Coming to this world, it was as if his body and mind had been purified. There was no need for Baya to explain more. Yang Kai also knew that they had arrived at the proud snow continent. Bei Liemo was born as a snow demon, so she liked this kind of cold environment the most. This was somewhat similar to the second elder of the dragon race, Fu Si. Her ice snow island was like this scene in front of him, but it was just an island, so naturally, it wasn't as majestic and beautiful as the whole continent. Behind them, the team of over 10,000 people arrived one after another through the realm gate, and those who had just arrived here were a little dazed. Xiao Wu was not stingy with her praise. What a beautiful place! Li Shiqing nodded vigorously at the side. Baya smiled at Yang Kai and said, "Brother Yang, what do you think of this place?" It's beautiful, it's beautiful. No wonder Saint Senior Bei Liemo can rise here." Baya smiled and said, "Brother Yang is right, the proud snow continent is closely related to Saint Senior, so Baya sincerely asks Brother Yang to help Saint Senior solve her problems." "It's my duty," Yang Kai responded readily, but in his heart, he was a little disapproving. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to secretly go to the Eternal Heaven continent, who would be willing to come to this place? He couldn't wait to see the destruction of this continent. Maybe he could shake the foundation of that bitch Bei Liemo. However, on the way here, he also checked a little. Although the Eternal Heaven continent was not in Bei Liemo's territory, but in the territory of another demon saint, it was not impossible to enter. The realm gate in the Eternal Heaven continent was connected to a continent under Bei Liemo's command. If he could use that continent as a springboard, he would definitely have a chance to sneak into the Eternal Heaven continent. He just didn't know if there was a problem with the realm gate of that continent. If there was, it would be convenient for him to do things. Baya naturally didn't know what he was planning, but seeing him agree so readily, she couldn't help but have a good impression of him. She laughed and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Yang. Please come with me." Saying so, she led the way. Everyone followed closely. The proud snow continent was not small. Generally speaking, the area of the continent where the demon saint resided would not be too small. Moreover, the yuan qi between heaven and earth was also very rich. If the entire territory of the demon saint was divided into 3 classes, then the proud snow continent and the phantom continent belonged to the upper class, or even the upper class of the upper class. The cloud shadow continent belonged to the middle class, and the blue origin continent should be considered to be in the upper middle class. They walked quickly all the way until a day later, when a towering and huge building appeared in the distance. Before they even got close, a vigorous aura had already hit them in the face. Moreover, under the refraction of the sunlight, the building was actually emitting a colorful light, which was magnificent and magnificent. Yang Kai was slightly surprised. Only after using his eyesight to look did he discover that the building was actually a huge ice palace. The whole structure was completely carved out of blocks of ice. The colorful light was all refracted by the sunlight that soaked the ice, making the ice palace look like a fairyland. Baya pointed to the front and explained, "That is the proud snow ice palace of the Lord." The Lord has been waiting for a long time. Brother Yang, follow me directly to see her. Thank you, Brother Baya. After a while, everyone arrived at a distance of 10 miles in front of the ice palace. Baya paused and looked at Yang Kai a little hesitantly. The Lord does not like to be disturbed by too many people. Brother Yang, look at your subordinates. Yang Kai turned around and shouted, stay here and rest. Even if Baya did not say that, Yang Kai did not intend to bring all of them into the ice palace. Although he did not like Bei Limo, he still knew the basic etiquette. Moreover, now that he was in her territory, it was better to be honest, lest she find fault with him. Although she had a request, she would not really do anything to him, but she could still do something to make him feel uncomfortable. Een, Tukuro and the rest nodded in agreement. Baya then led Yang Kai and continued to fly forward. After entering the ice palace, Yang Kai was a little surprised that there weren't many servants here. At the very least, compared to such a large place, the number of servants was far too small. In addition to some necessary guards, there weren't many maids walking around. However, the scenery in the ice palace was still very beautiful. The surrounding walls and the underground walkways were all made of crystal-clear ice. There was not a single gap. Yang Kai wondered if the entire ice palace was made by Bei Limo by hollowing out a huge block of ice. There were also some white ice flowers on the ice walls, and the whole ice palace was exuding a faint fragrance. Not only that, but there were also some strange colors flashing through the ice walls from time to time, making people feel as if they were in a dream. Yang Kai looked around, and although he was already past the age where everything was new to him, he still couldn't help but marvel at the beauty of this place. He thought to himself, women are still women, whether they are demon saints or not, they are always very fond of beautiful things. Even their own residence is so special. But then again, although this was an ice palace, it did not feel cold. Instead it felt warm. He did not know why. While he was looking around, Boya, who was leading the way, had a cold expression on his face. He quietly sealed his pores, and even his breathing temporarily stopped. After walking for a short while, Baya suddenly stopped at the door of a room. She cupped her fists and said, Baya is here to bring Yang Kai to see the Lord. Only then did Yang Kai realize that they had arrived at the place. He immediately stood behind Baya. The door was not closed tightly. There was a gap of a few fingers wide. There was some movement inside, but it could not be heard clearly. After Baya finished speaking, a woman's voice came from inside. Baya is back? Bring him in. In the entire Xueqi continent, only Bei Liemo dared to call Baya by her name. However, this woman's voice at this moment was extremely languid, completely devoid of the coldness from the last time they had met. This kind of languidness gave Yang Kai an indescribable feeling. When Yang Kai heard this, it was as if there was a small invisible hand grasping his heart, causing it to suddenly jump. Damn it! I knew this woman was up to no good. Last time, she suffered a loss at my hands. Oh no, at my mouth. This time, I will definitely get back at her. Yang Kai sneered in his heart. He was secretly vigilant. Baya turned around and gestured to Yang Kai. Brother Yang, please. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai pushed open the door and strode in, his eyes widening as he tried to see what kind of trap Bei Liemo had set for him. But when he looked around, he was greatly disappointed, because there was no one in front of him. Instead, there was a door to the side. Bei Liemo should be inside. Without any delay. He did not need Baya to invite him in. He raised his head and opened the door curtain. He plunged in. Behind him, Baya looked at him with pity. Chapter 3491. Yang Kai greets. Following the principle of being careful, Yang Kai cupped his hands in greeting as soon as he entered, so as to not give Bei Liemo a chance to find fault with him. However, halfway through his words, he couldn't continue. His eyes widened even more as he stared in front of him, dumbfounded. On the soft couch in front of him, a graceful body was lying lazily. She was wearing a translucent chiffon dress, and the beauty inside was faintly discernible. Although the dress was called chiffon, it was actually a piece of silk-woven fabric. It barely covered some of her vital parts, but the scenery in front of her chest was exposed. Almost half of her chest was exposed, and her exquisite collarbone and slender neck were in full view. Her two beautiful legs were dazzling, and her dress was directly parted to her buttocks. With a casual glance, one would be able to see the beautiful scenery inside, but they couldn't see it, which made one's heart itch. When he heard that languid yet seductive voice just now, Yang Kai had already mentally prepared himself. He knew that Bai Liemo would definitely tease him, and if a woman wanted to tease him, her body was nothing more than an asset. Coupled with her supreme status as one of the 12 demon saints, she could definitely arouse a strong desire to conquer any man, making his blood boil and making it difficult for him to restrain himself. But when he saw the scene in front of him, Yang Kai was still a little surprised. This girl was too willing to spend her capital. You are a demon saint, so is it okay for you to dress so indecently? If you want to wear it, you should wear it secretly. Bai Ya and I are both men. Even Yu Ru Meng, a succubus demon, didn't wear it like this. If the last time he saw Bai Liemo, she was a perfect combination of holiness and charm, then at this moment, she was completely devoid of holiness. Every part of her body was extremely seductive. This made Yang Kai wonder if this person in front of him was the same pure and flawless Bai Liemo he had seen last time, wearing a pure white dress. If that was all, it would be fine. But this woman was surrounded by 4 or 5 other women. These women were all heavenly fragrances, and their appearances could turn the world upside down. They were all dressed similarly to her, wearing chiffon dresses that covered half of their bodies. At this moment, Bai Liemo's head was resting on a woman's slender thigh. The woman's head was lowered, and she gently exhaled a weak breath from her mouth. It swept over Bai Liemo's earlobe and neck inch by inch, causing Bai Liemo to squint her eyes and let out a soft moan. Only then did Yang Kai understand that the faint movement he heard outside was this. On the other side of the soft couch, there was another woman. Her pair of delicate hands gently stroked Bai Liemo's thigh, as if she was playing with the most exquisite piece of art in the world. Her movements were careful, and her expression was joyful. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that one of her hands had reached the base of Bai Liemo's thigh. The remaining 3 women surrounded her on the left and right. They were either stroking her sensitive parts or licking her earlobe. They were doing their best to please this demon saint. Their every movement, coupled with the weak sounds in the room, were almost at the peak of seduction. Even if Yang Kai was mentally prepared, the scene in front of him was like a bolt of lightning. He was a little dazed, and his throat instantly became dry. He thought to himself, UF** King reincarnated into the wrong body. You should be the succubus demon. Compared to you, Yu Ruming was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. What a disgrace to the name succubus demon. If you have the guts, why don't you find a few men here? What's the point of having a few women here? Turning his head to glance at Boya, Kai Yang saw that this fellow had his head lowered. His eyes focused on his nose. His nose focused on his heart, like an old monk in meditation. Kai Yang sneered in his heart, knowing that this fellow didn't have the guts to look at these things. He understood Bai Liemo's plan, so no matter how shocking the scene in front of him was, Yang Kai quickly recovered and coughed lightly, then said again, Yang Kai greets the Holy Senior. Bai Liemo turned a deaf ear to these words. Perhaps she wanted to show off her strength to Yang Kai, or perhaps she wanted to deliberately leave him hanging here, but she simply continued humming softly under the care of the other women. Yang Kai shouted again, this time deliberately circulating his emperor's qi, causing the surrounding ice walls to rustle. This caused the women to glare at him angrily. Even Bai Ya was sweating and quietly reached out to tug at the corner of his clothes. Yang Kai smiled and said, since the Holy Senior is busy, I won't disturb you any further. When the Holy Senior is free, this king will come and visit again. After saying so, he turned around and left without hesitation. Originally, this woman had something to ask of Yang Kai. Previously, she had run to Clouding and forced Yu Rumeng's soul to appear and negotiate with him. This time he had come to help her, but she still had ulterior motives, so Yang Kai was too lazy to serve her. If it weren't for his strength being inferior to hers, Yang Kai would have already turned this ice palace upside down. You're already here and you still want to leave? On the soft bed, Bai Liemo finally opened her eyes. She had no choice but to open her eyes. If Yang Kai really left, she would definitely be covered in dirt. Yang Kai stopped and turned back. Seeing that the Holy Senior is busy, I really don't want to disturb you. What else can I do but leave? Bai Liemo snorted coldly, such a bad temper. Didn't Yu Rumeng teach you the rules of the demon territory? Yang Kai rolled his eyes and raised his nose to the sky. I'm just like this, if the Holy Senior doesn't like it, Please allow me to take my leave for now. How dare you? Before Bailey Mo could speak, a woman beside her suddenly shouted, her demon chi rolling. Only then did Yang Kai discover that this woman was actually a high-ranked demon king. Yang Kai glanced at her but didn't take her words to heart. Instead, he turned to Bailey Mo and said, "You have to understand that it wasn't me who wanted to come here, it was you who invited me here. The Holy Senior doesn't even know the basic etiquette of hospitality, so why should this king stay here and embarrass himself? I asked the Holy Senior to allow me to return to Cloud Shadow mainland." The cold sweat on Bai Ya's forehead increased, and she whispered, "Brother Yang, the Holy Senior didn't mean to disrespect you, but at this time every day, the Holy Senior is..." Bailey Mo waved her hand and said, "There's no need to explain, he's right, this Holy Senior has indeed neglected him." After saying so, she gave a look to the side. When the female demon king who scolded Yang Kai saw this, she quickly moved a chair from the side and placed it diagonally opposite the soft couch. Bailey Mo didn't move, she just pointed at Yang Kai and said, "Sit down." Yang Kai thought for a moment, then obediently walked back and sat down. The main thing was that he definitely couldn't leave, and if he continued to pester Bailey Mo, he would definitely anger her, and then he wouldn't be able to get out of this embarrassing situation. Baya saw this and couldn't help but feel relieved. She cupped her hands and said, "Holy Senior, Brother Yang is here, this subordinate will take his leave first." "Go." Bailey Mo closed her eyes again and said faintly. Baya lowered her head and stepped back step by step until she was out of the inner room, then turned around and strode away. After a short while, she left the ice palace, turned into a stream of light, and rushed in a certain direction, with a sense of urgency. When Een saw that she had come out, but Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen, she immediately moved to stop her master, cupped her hands and said, "Baya master, may I ask my king, go away." Baya waved her hand, and a strong force swept Een aside, and without stopping, she left in a flash. Een was shocked, and then she felt a little scared. Although she didn't know why Baya was angry, there was obviously something wrong with Baya's state just now. Her pair of eyes were actually red, and there was a trace of obvious desire in them. Although she didn't know much about Baya, she knew that with Baya's strong cultivation, even if she really had any desire for women, she wouldn't show it so obviously. Moreover, Baya definitely didn't lack women around her, so there was no reason for her to show that kind of expression. What's going on? Een was confused. 100 miles away from the Ice Palace, there was a huge city, just like the holy city of the Phantom Continent. This city was the holy city of the proud Snow Continent. It only took Baya a few breaths to arrive here. She rushed directly into her mansion, and after scanning with her divine sense, she went straight to the residence of one of her favorite concubines, and kicked the door open with a bang. The concubine was grooming herself in front of the mirror, feeling sorry for herself. Suddenly, she heard the noise and looked angry, but when she saw who it was, she immediately showed a joyful expression. She got up and said, "Master, why are you here?" Before she could finish her words, Baya bent down, picked her up, and threw her directly onto the big bed, causing her to cry out in surprise. The next moment, she felt a pair of big hands moving around her body, tearing her clothes. A moment later, gentle moans came out from the room, and they continued to ring out without end. 2 hours later, the concubine fell into a deep sleep, but more women came in from outside one after another. On the bed, Baya seemed to have gone crazy, showing no tenderness to the fairer sex. He showed the full strength of a man, galloping and whipping. In just one day, he made the dozen or so concubines living in this mansion enjoy the pleasures of fish and water, truly achieving a fair share of the benefits. It was not until a day later that Baya felt the scorching heat in her body slowly disappear. She turned her head to look at the bed. More than a dozen delicate bodies were lying on the bed, and each of them had more or less bruises, which were undoubtedly masterpieces left by him. Sighing softly, she floated up and waved her hand, rolling up the bed sheet to cover the seductive scene on the bed. She walked to the window and looked up in the direction of the Ice Palace. There was still lingering fear in Baya's eyes. Even she, a half-saint, couldn't bear it. She didn't know how Yang Kai was doing now. Maybe he had died on the belly of one of the women. Ice Palace. Just after Baya left, Yang Kai suddenly felt a chill in his mind. He couldn't help but blink, and then he became furious. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, he knew that he had definitely been tricked. Perhaps it was a secret technique, or perhaps it was a drug, and it should be related to the divine soul, which triggered the soul-cleansing effect of the soul-warming lotus. A secret technique or drug that could trigger the soul-cleansing effect of the soul-warming lotus without him noticing was definitely not a trivial matter. Thinking back to the subtle feeling he had just now, Xueqi was almost certain that it was a kind of charm or aphrodisiac, and its effect was undoubtedly to make him fall in love. And judging from the situation, the latter was more likely. Chapter 3492. Seeing this, Xueqi couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. Bailey Mo, this cheap slut, had dressed so indecently. Not only was she trying to seduce him, but she had even used an aphrodisiac on him. This was no different from trying to kill him. She was simply too shameless. Xueqi had some guesses as to why she did this. First, he had bitten her a month ago in Cloud Shadow City. At that time, Yu Rumeng was present and she was the one who took the initiative to provoke him, so she couldn't do anything to him. However, she was a dignified demon saint, so how could she let it go so easily? She didn't do anything at that time, but instead waited here for him. Second, in name, he was Yu Rumeng's man, and there was a heart seal secret technique between them. She and Yu Rumeng were not on good terms, so she naturally wanted to use him to humiliate Yu Rumeng. If he really made a fool of himself here today, Yu Rumeng would lose face. Thinking so, Xueqi sneered in his heart. Since you are so heartless, don't blame me for being unjust. You brought this upon yourself. The faint sounds of debauchery continued intermittently, and the women serving Bailey Mo were undoubtedly unable to control themselves. Their breathing was rapid, and their faces were flushed. Xueqi didn't know if it was because they were also affected by the aphrodisiac, but they all looked at Bailey Mo with strange expressions. After Xueqi sat down, Bailey Mo didn't have any intention of speaking, simply treating him as air. At first, Kai Yang was sitting upright, his back straight, his hands on his knees, his eyes looking straight ahead. However, as time passed, he would occasionally raise his eyes to look at the beautiful places of the women in front of him, especially Bailey Mo's body. His breathing slowly became rapid, and his eyes became bloodshot. Although these little movements were extremely subtle, almost without a trace, how could they escape Bailey Mo's observation? Even if she closed her eyes, Xueqi's every move could not escape her perception. The corners of her mouth rose slightly, and she couldn't help but reveal a hidden smile. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Xueqi became bolder and bolder. After a while, he opened his eyes wide and looked forward brazenly. His Adam's apple moved occasionally as he swallowed his saliva. It had to be said that the scene in front of him was very pleasing to the eye. Even though Xueqi knew Bailey Mo's intentions and had used the soul-warming lotus to eliminate the effects of the aphrodisiac, he couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. His reaction and expression were very realistic. Suddenly, Bailey Mo let out a soft groan and slowly opened her eyes. Her pair of beautiful eyes were like the stars in the sky, bright and dazzling. Stretching her arms and twisting her waist, she changed her position and continued to lie down with her side facing Xueqi's direction. This position made her pair of jade peaks look even more majestic and magnificent. She looked at Xueqi with a smile, as if she had just remembered that there was someone else in the room. She lightly said, "Don't neglect the guest." As she spoke, she gently waved her hand. As soon as she said this, the female demon king who had scolded Xueqi immediately walked out from beside her. With light steps, she walked in front of Xueqi and sat on Xueqi's lap. Her hands wrapped around Xueqi's neck as she looked at him with a smile. Her soft body was in his arms, and her amazing elasticity came from her thighs. The tip of his nose was filled with an indescribable fragrance. Xueqi swallowed hard and looked at Bailey Mo hesitantly. "Holy sage, this isn't very good, right?" Bailey Mo looked up and lazily said, "What's not good about it?" Xueqi looked embarrassed and said, "Holy sage, why are you asking when you already know the answer? Between me and Yu Rumeng that, you know. Are you afraid of her?" Bailey Mo looked at him teasingly. Xueqi immediately sneered. "This king is a 7-foot-tall man. Why would I be afraid of a woman? Moreover, it's not a matter of whether I'm afraid or not, it's just that I feel that being with another woman behind her back." He glanced at the woman in his arms. This female demon king was undoubtedly under the influence of the aphrodisiac. Her breathing was hot, and she sat in his arms restlessly twisting her tender body. She even took the initiative to grab one of Kai Yang's big hands and place it on her chest, lightly biting her red lips and moaning. Kai Yang suddenly swallowed a mouthful of saliva and continued, "I'm sorry for her." Although he said this, his big hands rubbed hard, causing the female demon king to fall into his arms. Bailey Mo chuckled, "In the end, you're still afraid of her. Don't worry, they won't tell anyone about what happened here, and this holy sage won't tell anyone about it either. She won't hear about it. You don't have to be too restrained. Which man doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? This holy sage invited you to help me repair the realm gate, so naturally, I won't treat you badly." Yang Kai licked his lips and hesitated for a moment before nodding. "Thank you for your kindness, holy sage." He looked down at the female demon king in his arms and stroked her up and down with his big hands, causing the female demon king to gasp for breath. Yang Kai's eyes were like a wolf's as he casually said, "But seriously, holy sage, don't think that this king is afraid of Ru Meng just because her cultivation is not as good as mine. This king really isn't afraid of her. It's not like I haven't hit her before when she doesn't listen to me." Bailey Mo was looking at the show in front of her with a teasing look, but when she heard this, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but brighten up. She said in surprise, "You've hit her before?" Yang Kai proudly said, "Not just once." His appearance was so flamboyant that it was as if he had done something extraordinary. Bailey Mo suppressed her laughter and said, "How did you hit her?" This was interesting. One of the 12 demon saint in the demon territory was actually beaten by a human who was only equivalent to a mid-tier demon king. "You Ru Meng, you Ru Meng, you also have a day like this." Bailey Mo suddenly felt that her hard work today was not in vain. She actually managed to hear such a secret. This was something that she had to investigate carefully. The next time she saw Yu Ru Meng, she would use this matter to make fun of her and see if she still had the guts to challenge her. Yang Kai grinned cheekily as he reached out and slapped the demon king's plump buttocks hard, causing her flesh to ripple, causing her to let out another cry of surprise. Bailey Mo's beautiful eyes brightened even more, and she resisted the urge to laugh to the sky. Slightly raising her upper body, she said, "Tell me in detail." Yang Kai blinked and looked around. "This is not good, there are too many people here." Bailey Mo said in annoyance, "Just say it." Yang Kai thought for a moment, then suddenly reached out and threw the female demon king in his arms away. Standing up, he pulled away the other female demon king who had been serving by Bailey Mo's feet and sat down by her feet. Bailey Mo looked at him coldly, but she didn't have the slightest intention of stopping him, but the smile on her face was somewhat thought-provoking. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked up from Bailey Mo's jade feet, pausing for a moment between her legs and her chest. Finally, he looked at Bailey Mo's eyes with a fiery gaze. "Since Saint Master wants to know, then this king will tell you secretly." Bailey Mo pursed her lips and smiled. "Okay, but how are you going to tell this king secretly?" Yang Kai grinned and slowly leaned over, moving his head closer to Bailey Mo's as if he wanted to whisper something to her. But his 2 big hands had already grabbed Bailey Mo's ankles and began to play with them. In any case, in this woman's eyes, she was already under the influence of the aphrodisiac, so it was only natural for her to act like this. Bailey Mo's body stiffened slightly, but her eyes became more and more thought-provoking. Her smooth and sparkling skin was like the world's most exquisite work of art. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh. This lowly servant was indeed worthy of being called a demon saint. Such a beautiful woman could really compete with Yu Ru Meng. While rubbing her legs, his 2 big hands had already moved up her calves, brushing them all the way up to her thighs. Such a bold move not only made the female demon king feel that something was wrong, but also made them look with eager anticipation. Under the influence of the aphrodisiac, these women were already somewhat delirious. Otherwise, how could they allow Yang Kai to blaspheme their saint master like this? Under normal circumstances, if Yang Kai dared to come within 3 feet of Bailey Mo, he would definitely be surrounded by them. Yang Kai at this time was in a bit of a difficult situation, and he didn't know what to do. He originally thought that Bailey Mo would stop his actions, or even drive him away when he sat next to her. If that happened, he would be able to leave this place. Yang Kai really didn't want to stay with Bailey Mo. He didn't feel safe at all. But he never thought that this woman would have no intention of driving him away, and even when he touched her, she didn't say anything. What kind of situation is this? At this moment, Bailey Mo was still lazily lying on the soft couch, her head resting on a female demon king's thigh. Yang Kai had one hand on her calf, and the other hand had already reached under her translucent dress. A few more inches and he was afraid that he would touch that extremely sensitive place. This kind of atmosphere and posture could be said to be extremely ambiguous. The abnormality of the soul-warming lotus made him feel that something was wrong, and he also understood Bailey Mo's plan. But this woman was after all a demon saint. If he played too much, he might end up angering her. But the hesitation only lasted for a moment. Perhaps because of Yu Ru Meng, Yang Kai didn't have much respect for Bailey Mo, and since she didn't stop him, it meant that she tacitly agreed. Anyway, the one who's at a disadvantage isn't me. Yang Kai's heart steeled, and he paused for a moment before he suddenly reached out his hand towards that deep place. At this time, a jade foot suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air, and fiercely kicked towards him. Even if Yang Kai's reaction was amazing, he still couldn't avoid it, and was kicked in the chest. Immediately, it was as if he was hit by a meteor. His chest felt stuffy, and his blood boiled. His whole body flew off the soft couch, and heavily hit the ice wall. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai clutched his chest, and violently coughed a few times before he raised his head with difficulty. What is the meaning of this, Holy Master? Bailey Mo's eyes were cold, and she slowly got up, and gently smoothed out the hem of her dress that was rolled up by Yang Kai, and coldly snorted, "Little brat, your acting is quite good." Chapter 3493. Clutching his chest, Yang Kai's eyes flickered and his expression became awkward. After a moment of silence he smiled and said, "So you can see, since Bailey Mo said so, she must have concluded that he was acting. There was no point in continuing to play dumb, so he might as well get straight to the point." Bailey Mo coldly snorted and stared at him with a cold gaze. If Yang Kai really wanted to touch her because of the aphrodisiac, it would be excusable. After all, she had planned everything today for this. If she could make Yang Kai unable to control himself and the female demon king here, it would be for the best. Yang Kai was the man of that slut Yu Ru Meng and had the heart seal secret technique to restrict him. Unless the secret technique was broken, the feelings between the two of them were inseparable. If she could make these female demon king and Yang Kai do it, it would definitely disgust Yu Ru Meng. But in reality, Yang Kai was actually acting, which made it difficult for Bailey Mo to accept. For no reason at all, she was once again taken advantage of by this little brat. For a moment, her teeth itched with hatred. If it weren't for Yu Ru Meng and the fact that Yang Kai was still useful, she would have already slapped him to death. "How did you see through it?" Yang Kai asked, thinking that it didn't make sense. His acting was already very realistic. There was no reason for him to reveal any flaws. What's real can't be fake, and what's fake can't be real. Bailey Mo glanced at him. To be honest, at the beginning, she didn't notice anything strange. The main reason was that she was too confident in her own methods and felt that with Yang Kai's cultivation, he wouldn't be able to resist. Moreover, many of his reactions were also reasonable. It wasn't until Yang Kai's big hand paused under her skirt that she realized something was wrong. That subtle pause was only for a moment, but as a demon saint, how could Bailey Mo not notice it? The pause represented hesitation, but if he was really affected by the aphrodisiac, it was impossible for him to hesitate. Only then did she decisively give him a kick. Sigh. Yang Kai sighed and walked over to the chair. He sat down again and looked at Bailey Mo sincerely. "Why do you have to do this? If you have a grudge with Ru Meng, you can settle it yourselves. Why do you have to involve me? I'm innocent." Bailey Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Do you think you're innocent?" Yang Kai said with a gloomy face, "Isn't it?" Although he knew that she couldn't really do anything to him, Yang Kai didn't want to make their relationship too stiff since he had to work in her territory for a while. Bailey Mo sneered, "If you weren't Yu Ru Meng's man, this senior might not have put you in her eyes. But who told you to be that slut's man?" Yang Kai's face darkened and he said, "The Lord is the most powerful being in the demon territory. How can you be so rude?" Bailey Mo raised an eyebrow. "What, I can't even scold her? You're quite protective of her." Yang Kai said seriously, "The Lord is also a woman. If someone insulted the Lord like this, how would the Lord feel?" Bailey Mo sneered. "Do you think that slut hasn't scolded me behind my back? I don't care if Ru Meng has scolded you behind your back, but in front of me, please behave yourself." Bailey Mo was stunned. She didn't expect that Yang Kai would dare to speak to her like this. But then she thought about how he even wanted to molest her. This human's guts had already broken through the sky. So what if he said something? She snorted coldly. So what if I scolded you? Yang Kai stood up and flicked his sleeves. If we don't agree, then please forgive this king for not being able to help you with the realm gate. The Lord should find someone else. After saying this, he turned around and strode away. If you dare to move again, this Lord will break your legs. I'm a man of my word. Bailey Mo coldly looked at Yang Kai's back. Yang Kai instantly froze in place with one foot in the air. He really didn't dare to move. He couldn't help but curse Bailey Mo in his heart. He was clearly invited by her to repair the realm gate. How did this happen? This woman is really too unreasonable. But Yang Kai also knew that he couldn't reason with her. His fist was not as big as hers. Bailey Mo lay down again and looked at his back with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Young man, you are very sensible. What do you want? Tell me the truth. This king admits defeat. Yang Kai tilted his head, his face full of grief and indignation. If he knew this would happen, he would never have come to this bullshit-proud snow continent. If he wanted to go to the Eternal Heaven continent, he didn't have to go through Bailey Mo's territory. He could enter from other demon saints' territories. It's not that I want to do anything, but you did something wrong. Do you want to just walk away like this? Yang Kai sighed heavily and said weakly, I was rude just now. Please forgive me, Master Saint. I won't do it again. You want to do it again? Bailey Mo coldly snorted. Also, I don't hear the slightest sincerity in your apology. Then what kind of sincerity do you want? Yang Kai turned around and looked at her. Bailey Mo looked at him for a while, then pouted her lips. Yang Kai blinked, a look of suspicion appearing on his face. Seeing her pouting her lips again, he reluctantly stepped forward, lowered his body, and pressed his ear against hers. Bailey Mo gritted her teeth and said, What are you doing? Yang Kai looked up at her and said with a serious face, Do you want to whisper to me? Bailey Mo almost laughed out loud. If he really wanted to whisper something, a divine sense transmission would be enough. Why would he need to go through so much trouble? She clenched her teeth and said, Kneel in front of this sage and apologize. This sage will let you go this time. Yang Kai's face immediately became cold. Slowly straightening his back, he looked down at her and said with a cold expression, Saint, I will pretend I didn't hear what you said. Then he cupped his hands and said, Yang Kai, I will take my leave first. This woman actually made such an excessive request. Yang Kai felt that there was no need to continue talking with her. This time, he was determined to leave proud Snow Continent. Even if he had to completely fall out with Bailey Mo, he would not hesitate. He was indeed powerless to resist the power of the demon saint. Even if he had the space divine technique, it would be difficult for him to survive. But even if he died in battle, it would be better than to compromise like this. After saying that, he turned around and walked out. As for whether Bailey Mo would threaten him again, he was too lazy to care. At worst, he would have a big fight. His movements were decisive. It was not until he was almost out of the door that Bailey Mo reacted and said coldly, You are courting death. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and simply ignored her, reaching out to pull open the bead curtain. But in the next moment, a powerful demonic chi suddenly attacked him from behind. Yang Kai quickly turned around and pushed his Emperor Chi, crossing his arms in front of him to protect himself. Then, his expression changed greatly and his whole body was sent flying. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from his arms as a violent force passed through his arms and spread to his whole body, shaking his internal organs and causing blood to flow from his orifices. Mid-air, Yang Kai's consciousness quickly blurred. In a daze, he saw Bailey Mo slightly raise her hand and a look of astonishment in her eyes. Falling to the ground, his vision went dark. In the moment before he lost consciousness, only one thought lingered in his mind. One move. Strictly speaking, it was not a single move, because Bailey Mo did not use her full strength at all. She barely used half a move to knock him out. Although she knew that the gap between her and the Devil Saint was huge, she did not expect it to be so big. On the other side, Bailey Mo hurriedly got up from the soft couch and stared in the direction of Yang Kai's unconscious body. her beautiful eyes blinking as a rare trace of nervousness appeared on her face. It was not because she cared about Yang Kai, but because if she had really killed Yang Kai, Yu Rumeng would definitely not let her off. With the heart seal secret technique, as soon as Yang Kai died, Yu Rumeng would sense it and immediately leave the Phantom Continent. At that time, she and Yu Rumeng would not rest until one of them was dead. What's more, she didn't have any intention of killing Kai Yang. It was just that she was really angered by him. How could she not know that a man's knees were worth gold? Putting forward such harsh demands to make Kai Yang apologize, she had already prepared herself for his rejection. She had intended to wait for him to reject her and then haggle over the price. Who would have thought that this guy would actually say he was going to leave, not putting her in his eyes at all? In her anger, she had sent out a palm strike. She had not used her full strength, at most 20%. She did not know if he could withstand it. After a few breaths of time, Bailey Mo waved her hand and a cold aura rippled through the room. The female demon king who had been in a state of delirium immediately shivered and woke up. "See if he's dead," Bailey Mo ordered. It was the high-rank female demon king who had scolded Yang Kai before. Walking over to Yang Kai's side, she stretched out her hand to check his breathing, and after checking his condition, she raised her head and said, "He's still alive." Bailey Mo breathed a sigh of relief and nodded slightly. "It's good that he's alive." Pausing for a moment, she asked, "How are his injuries?" The female demon king replied, "His arms and chest are a few broken bones, and his internal organs are slightly displaced. Other than that, there are no major problems." No major problems? Bailey Mo was surprised. Yang Kai being able to survive under 20% of her strength was enough to shock her. But now, even his injuries were so light? Although he had broken a few bones, it was not like she did not have pills. As long as he took them and rested for a few days, he would be able to recover. But how could this be? That palm strike just now should have killed a high-ranked demon king. But this guy's cultivation was only equivalent to a mid-ranked demon king, so how could he be so resilient? Ha! The female demon king who was examining Yang Kai's body suddenly let out a soft cry. Her beautiful eyes filled with a strange light. "What's wrong?" Bailey Mo looked up. "This man's body is so strong." As the female demon king spoke, she actually reached out and stroked Yang Kai's chest, as if she wanted to examine him carefully. Seeing this, Bailey Mo also stepped forward and reached out to touch Yang Kai's chest, her demonic chi surging as she probed. A moment later, she showed a look of surprise, finally understanding why Yang Kai was able to survive her palm strike. Chapter 3494. Indeed, it was as the female demon king had said. This man's body was ridiculously strong. His muscles were firm and his bones were incomparably sturdy. Just this body alone was comparable to a top-notch demonic treasure. Furthermore, golden blood flowed in his body. The blood was filled with vitality, and had an extremely powerful regenerative ability. What shocked Bailey Mo even more was that she actually felt an indescribable divinity from Yang Kai's blood. Looking at Yang Kai's face with a dignified expression, as if thinking of something, she reached out and pinched one of Yang Kai's fingers. Gently cutting it, a drop of golden blood flowed out. Bailey Mo dipped her finger in the blood and placed it in her mouth, a look of surprise appearing on her face as she exclaimed, "Holy Spirit blood! This boy actually has the blood of a Holy Spirit?" Moreover, from the taste of this blood and the energy it contained, this is a very high-level Holy Spirit. It may even be a dragon or phoenix. Bailey Mo couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. But now, she was completely relieved. Since Yang Kai's blood had such a strong vitality and regenerative ability, it meant that this injury was really not a big deal to him. Even if he didn't take any pills, it wouldn't take long for him to recover. "Saint Master, this boy is too rude. Do you want this subordinate to kill him?" The female demon king looked up at Bailey Mo and asked solemnly. Bailey Mo glanced at her faintly. "You want to kill him? Sure, but he is Yu Rumeng's man. If you kill him, this senior won't be able to protect you." When the female demon king heard this, her expression couldn't help but change as she looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. This guy is actually Yu Rumeng's man? If these words didn't come from Bailey Mo's mouth, she definitely wouldn't have believed it. The other female demon king also looked dazed, as if they had heard some extremely shocking news. Bailey Mo pondered for a moment, then suddenly turned around and said, "Lock him up in the ice prison and watch over him closely. Tell him that I will only release him when he truly repents." This time, although she had injured Yang Kai and knocked him out, in the end, she was still a little disgraced. She really couldn't take it lying down, unless Yang Kai sincerely apologized. When the female demon king heard the words ice prison, their expressions changed. It was obvious that it wasn't a good place. Not only that, Bailey Mo even poked Yang Kai a few times as she spoke. Seeing this, the demon kings all looked at Yang Kai with pity in their eyes. Of all the people he could have provoked, he had actually provoked the Saint Senior. Now he was in for it. Bailey Mo waved her hand, and the female demon king grabbed Yang Kai by the neck and took him out. 10 miles away from the proud snow ice palace, Een, Xueqi, and Baza were looking in the direction of the ice palace. The scene of Baya rushing out and leaving made them feel a little strange. They didn't know what happened to Yang Kai in the ice palace, but now they couldn't do anything. Although more than 10,000 people were a lot, no one had the guts to break into the proud snow ice palace. Now Yang Kai had been in there for 1 to 2 hours, but he still hadn't returned. However, they were certain that his life was not in danger. Otherwise, Xueqi and Baza would have died without a doubt. After all, their lives were now tied to Yang Kai. If Yang Kai had an accident, they couldn't escape. In contrast, although Een was worried, she was still calmer. At this moment, everyone suddenly realized that a large group of people had rushed out of the ice palace and were charging towards them aggressively. The female demon kings in the lead were all upper-rank demon kings. Each of them was riding a different type of demon beast, and they were wearing bright armor, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. And behind these female demon king, thousands of members of the demon race also came out. This scene made the people under Yang Kai a little uneasy. Even Een, Xueqi, and Baza's expressions changed. Although they didn't work under Bei Limo, they knew that she had a group of elites called the Proud Snow Ice Guards. Each of them was an elite of the demon race. They were equipped with excellent equipment and practiced very special techniques. When they went all out, it was common for them to fight against 3 or 5 people of the same level. If they were in formation, they could even defeat enemies 10 times their number. Looking at the demon race that rushed out of the ice palace, it was obvious that they were the legendary Proud Snow Ice Guards. Therefore, even though they were not as numerous as this side, their momentum had completely overwhelmed the allied forces of the Cloud Shadow Blue Plains. The crowd was in a panic. The group of Proud Snow Ice Guards rushed to the front and stopped in unison. They were orderly as if they were one. Every member of the demon race had an arrogant look on their faces. The female demon king in the lead waved her hand and shouted, "Surround them!" Under the order, thousands of people spread out and surrounded them. In less than 10 breaths, they had surrounded tens of thousands of people in the middle. At the moment of life and death, Een and the others couldn't help but tense up. Without their orders, the tens of thousands of members of the demon race had already turned around to face the people surrounding them. They all looked solemn. A battle of life and death was about to break out. Xueqi and the other demon kings couldn't help but swallow their saliva. They knew that once the battle started today, their 10,000 people would all be buried here. What did their king do in the ice palace? How did he provoke the Proud Snow Ice Guards? Fortunately, although the Proud Snow Ice Guards surrounded them tightly, they didn't have the intention to attack. It seemed that they were just trapping them here. After a while, seeing that they still didn't have the intention to attack them, Xueqi felt a little relieved. He knew that even if Yang Kai had really offended Bei Limo, there should still be room for negotiation. After pondering for a moment, he pushed aside his subordinates in front of him and stepped forward. He squeezed out a smile and cupped his hands. "Master, greetings. I am Lon Yuan." He had just said a few words when a whip suddenly lashed towards him. There was a faint sound of wind and thunder on the whip, and it was incomparably fast. Xueqi's face changed. He instinctively urged his demon chi to resist, but he gritted his teeth and didn't resist. With a light smack, the soft whip landed on his face, leaving a mark on his cheek, which was dripping with blood. The female demon king in the lead sat on her mount and looked down at him from above. She said coldly, "No one wants to know who you are. Stay where you are obediently. If you dare to act rashly, you will be killed without mercy." Xueqi's face turned green and white. He clenched his fists. He was an upper-rank demon king. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? But the other party was from the proud Snow Ice Guard, so he couldn't do anything to them. He had only lashed them once. Losing face was better than losing his life. But in this way, he was sure that this group of proud Snow Ice Guards had no intention of attacking them for the time being. The matter in front of them was definitely related to Xueqi. Did they trap them here to prevent someone from leaking information? Tu Qiaoluo frowned and couldn't understand. On the other hand, Sound couldn't help but turn to look at Xiao Wu. If there was anyone who could help them in this difficult situation, it would be Xiao Wu. Last time, Yu Ru Meng's soul descended on Xiao Wu. This time, she could naturally do the same. At that time, even if it was just a wisp of Yu Ru Meng's soul, these proud Snow Ice Guards wouldn't dare to act rashly. As if sensing her gaze, Xiao Wu also looked at her, and then slowly shook her head. Sound's eyes darkened. She knew that even Saint Sovereign Dreamlight could not casually use soul descent. Last time, she had been provoked by Bei Li Mo's qi, which was why she had appeared. This time, there was no danger for the time being, so she was far from being able to trigger soul descent. Under the proud Snow Ice Palace, there was a cold ice prison with a total of 18 floors. The environment of each floor was worse than the previous one. In the deepest 18 floors, even a Demon King level expert couldn't stay for long. The cold that filled the air was enough to freeze a person's soul and cause them to die an unnatural death. In the ice prison, there were many demon race who had committed serious crimes. Generally speaking, once one entered, there was no chance to leave. In the end, they would only be frozen to death. When the female demon king who was escorting Xueqi to the ice prison under Bei Li Mo's orders arrived, someone immediately respectfully greeted her. This was also a demon king and a high-ranked demon king at that. Looking at the luster of stone on his face, he should be a stone demon. However, his status obviously couldn't be compared to the one who was carrying Xueqi. As soon as they met, they greeted each other. The two exchanged a few words, and then the stone demon looked at Xueqi curiously and said, "Another one? What did this one do wrong?" "He offended the Holy Master." The female demon king shook Xueqi. The stone demon grinned, "You have guts." He carefully looked at Xueqi and suddenly said in surprise, "This guy, he is a human." The female demon king naturally knew what he wanted to ask. "He is actually a human." The stone demon raised his eyebrows and showed a curious look. He had never seen a human before, so at this time, he was naturally very curious. After looking at him for a while, he found that the human race was just like this. They didn't have any more eyes or hands than the demon race. He immediately lost interest and said, "What does the Holy Master mean? Do you want him to die quickly or slowly?" If he died quickly, he would be directly thrown into the lower floors of the ice prison. In less than a day, he would be frozen to death. If he was slowly tortured, he would be thrown into the middle floors and be able to survive for a while. "This one cannot die." The female demon king shook her head. "He is very useful to the Holy Master." The stone demon was stunned. For so many years, none of the demon race who were thrown into the ice prison survived. How could this one not die? However, since it was the Holy Master's order, he naturally had to follow. He said, "What is his cultivation level?" "Mid-rank demon king. His body is very strong, but his cultivation level has been sealed by the Holy Master." "His cultivation level has been sealed." The stone demon looked at Xueqi with some sympathy. He really didn't know how he offended the Holy Master. Not only was he thrown into the ice prison, but his cultivation level was also sealed. He thought for a while and said, "7th floor. With his current state, he won't be able to withstand it anymore. You can arrange it as you see fit." The Demon King handed Xueqi to the other side and said, "The Holy Master said that when he wakes up, tell him that the Holy Master will only release him when he repents seriously." Chapter 3495. A cold sensation assaulted him from all directions, causing Xueqi to slowly wake up. After staring around for a while, he suddenly remembered the scene before he passed out and quickly jumped up, assuming a defensive posture as he scanned his surroundings vigilantly. What he saw caused him to be startled. This was no longer Bei Li Mo's room. Instead, it looked more like an ice room. The ice walls were sparkling and translucent. It was so bright that it could reflect one's reflection. It was about a few square feet, and it looked more like a prison cell. The cold seeped into his bones, causing goosebumps to appear all over his body. Yang Kai frowned, wondering what kind of damned place this was. His memory was still stuck at the moment when he was knocked unconscious by Bailey Mo's palm. As for what happened after that, he did not know. Now that he thought about it, he still felt some lingering fear. The power of the demon saint was indeed something he could not resist. Hehehe, you're awake? Suddenly, a deep, sinister laugh came from behind him. Yang Kai's expression froze as he quickly turned around, at the same time feeling a little incredulous because this voice was very close to him. But if the other party had not spoken, he would not have noticed. Only then did he realize that there was something wrong with his body, and after examining it for a moment, his face darkened. There were several layers of seals placed on his body, and his Emperor Qi was sealed, making it impossible for him to use it. Judging from the traces of energy left on these seals, it was obvious that Bailey Mo had done this herself. No wonder he felt a little cold. Without his Emperor Qi to protect himself, and with such a harsh environment, it would be strange if he did not feel cold. However, compared to this, Yang Kai was more concerned about what this place was and what Bailey Mo wanted to do. The one who had just let out that sinister laugh was a stone demon. This stone demon was tall and sturdy, and his cultivation seemed to be quite high. Standing a few meters away, he stared at Yang Kai mockingly. Between the two of them was a door with only a small window. Only through this window could Yang Kai see what was happening outside. This is really a prison cell. Yang Kai's face darkened even more as he approached the small window, glanced at the stone demon, and quickly asked, "Who are you? Where is Bailey Mo?" The stone devil looked surprised. "How dare you call the Holy Sovereign by her name? You are really bold. No wonder you were thrown here. I'm asking you a question. Are you deaf?" Yang Kai looked impatient. The stone demon smiled lightly and said, "The saintly senior asked me to pass on a message. Only when you truly repent will she release you. Boy, you'd best behave yourself." Giving Yang Kai a meaningful look, the stone demon turned around and left. Yang Kai immediately became unhappy and cursed. "You want this king to repent to her? Tell her to eat shit." Yang Kai was obviously invited to repair the realm gate, but now he was locked up in this godforsaken place by Bailey Mo. It would be strange if he was not angry. Furthermore, he was knocked unconscious by this woman. He was the one who suffered a great loss, but Bailey Mo still treated him like this. New hatred and old hatred surged in his heart. He did not care if she was a demon saint or not. He just scolded her first. The stone demon staggered and almost fell to the ground. He turned around to look at the ice prison where Yang Kai was, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. What was wrong with this human? How dare he insult the Holy Sovereign like this? Was he tired of living? What would happen if such words were to reach the Holy Sovereign's ears? If it were any other demon race who dared to speak so arrogantly, he would have killed them immediately. However, he could not kill Yang Kai. After all, the female demon king had said that this guy was very useful to the Holy Sovereign. He was only thrown into the ice prison to teach him a lesson. Shaking his head, the stone demon said, "Boy, if you don't want to die, you'd better shut up. You should have heard that trouble comes from the mouth." Yang Kai was just casually scolding, but when he heard the stone demon's words, he was enraged. He immediately shouted, "So what if I scolded her?" He then shouted, "Bailey Mo is a ****. Since he could not beat her, he could only scold her. If he could get her to come out, that would be the best. He wanted to ask that woman what she meant. Such vulgar words made the stone demon's eyelids twitch. He clenched his fists and his face was filled with anger. Yang Kai insulting Bailey Mo was equivalent to insulting the demon race under her command. It would have been fine if he did not hear it, but since he heard it, how could he not do anything? He wanted to teach him a lesson, but after thinking about it, he suppressed the impulse in his heart. He was afraid that he would accidentally kill Yang Kai. After all, this human's cultivation was sealed by the Holy Sovereign. He was afraid that he would not be able to take more than a few punches. He sneered and said, "If you want to scold me, then go ahead. I hope you still have the strength to scold me later." Yang Kai really did start scolding the stone demon. His voice was extremely loud and full of energy. Vulgar and insulting words kept coming out of his mouth, echoing endlessly in the 7th floor of the ice prisons. On the 7th floor, he was not the only one from the demon race. There were at least 100 of them. When they suddenly heard someone scolding Bailey Mo, they were all shocked. They all leaned against the window of their cell to look in the direction of Xueqi, as if they wanted to see who was so daring. Although they were imprisoned here and knew that there was no way for them to survive, none of them dared to insult Bailey Mo. Daring to do so was not something that could be solved by death. In this world, there were many methods that could make a person suffer a fate worse than death. Although the stone demon had left, he had been paying attention to Xueqi's movements. Listening to Xueqi's endless stream of words, the stone demon felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Bailey Mo had never been scolded so many times in her life, and almost none of them were repeated. It could be said that the stone demon had opened his eyes. How could someone scold someone so righteously? The human scolded for a full 2 hours before he stopped. The stone demon's patience was almost at its limit. Suddenly, he heard Xueqi stop, and he let out a heavy sigh. He secretly thought that Xueqi should not be able to hold on any longer. After all, his cultivation had been sealed, and although the 7th layer was not too deep, he would not be able to hold on for long. Being able to scold someone for an hour was already quite impressive. Compared to Xueqi's scolding skills, the stone demon admired this guy's endurance more. However, now that he had reached his limit, he could finally enjoy some peace and quiet. But in fact, the situation did not go as he wished. After a stick of incense worth of time, Xueqi, who had stopped to rest, began scolding again. This time, the cursing seemed to have escalated, becoming even more unbearable than before. The veins on the stone demon's temples throbbed uncontrollably. The reason Xueqi stopped to rest for a stick of incense worth of time was to take some time to check his physical condition. The injuries he had suffered from Bailey Mo were not too serious, only a few broken bones. Although his cultivation was sealed, his recovery ability had not disappeared, so he should be able to recover after a few days of rest. The only problem was that he could not use his Emperor Qi. Xueqi had tried to break out of this ice prison just now, but under the premise that he could not use his Emperor Qi, his strength was not enough to break out of this ice prison. This damned place was indeed bone-chillingly cold, and the ice principles here were not something a normal person could withstand. But Xueqi's physical body was strong enough that he was not too afraid of the cold. Bailey Mo wanted to use this method to make him bow his head and admit his mistake, but it seemed she had miscalculated. The frozen ice prison was a deathly silent place, and the demon race imprisoned here had no choice but to freeze to death, so it was basically silent most of the time, with many prisoners silently waiting for death to come. But when Xueqi came, this place became as lively as a market. When he was tired of scolding, he would take a break, and when he recovered, he would continue scolding. Several times, the stone demon thought that Xueqi was about to die, but after waiting for a while, this guy would be alive and kicking again, and this continued for 2 days. This made the stone demon realize that he had underestimated the strength of this human's physical body. The 7th floor was definitely not a suitable place for him. Previously, the female demon king had only said that Xueqi's physique was very strong, which was why he had arranged for him to stay in the 7th layer, but now it seemed that he would have to send him to the lower layers in order for him to safely descend. Thinking so, the stone demon hurriedly sent a message to the female demon king and briefly explained the situation here. On the top floor of Proud Snow Ice Palace, under the transparent dome of ice, Bailey Mo was wearing a simple and elegant dress, leaning against the railing and looking out at the beautiful scenery of Proud Snow Continent. Seemingly aware of the small movements of her subordinates, Bailey Mo turned her head and asked, "Is that guy unable to hold on?" The female demon king looked at Bailey Mo with an awkward expression, not knowing what to say. Bailey Mo said lightly, "There's no harm in speaking frankly. What's his situation now? We just need to teach him a lesson. We can't really kill him." The female demon king whispered, "Saint, you don't need to worry, that guy is quite good now." "Quite good?" Bailey Mo looked at her in surprise, frowning. "How so?" The female demon king dawdled for a while, not wanting to explain too much, but under Bailey Mo's majestic gaze, she still opened her mouth and said, "The 7th floor is not a hindrance to him at all. Since he woke up, he has been shouting loudly, and this has been going on for 2 days." Bailey Mo smiled. "He still has the strength to shout loudly. It seems that he is quite good." Pausing for a moment, she asked, "What is he shouting about?" The female demon king was originally relieved, but after hearing Bailey Mo's question, She immediately knew that she couldn't hide anything, so she braced herself and said, "He is just insulting Saint." Bailey Mo's expression turned cold. "He is actually insulting me." The female demon king panicked. "Saint, please calm down. I will go and stop him now and make him clean his mouth." Bailey Mo raised her hand and said, "There is no need, a few insults won't hurt this saint, but how is he insulting me?" At this point, the female demon king could only send a message to the stone demon and ask. After a while, she nervously repeated Yonkai's insults, saying that she was a whore, a lowly servant, a rotten piece of meat that even a stray dog wouldn't care about, and so on. It was really bad. After listening for a while, Bailey Mo's whole body trembled with anger, her teeth grinding as she said coldly, "Throw him to the 13th floor, I want to see if he still has the strength to insult me." Chapter 3496. The frozen ice prison had 18 floors, each one more frigid than the last. Every sixth floor was a threshold. Just like the 6th and 7th floors, the degree of coldness could not be compared. The same was true for the 12th and 13th floors. Bailey Mo was also annoyed by Yang Kai's vicious words. Otherwise she would not have thrown him into the 13th floor. She had only thrown him into the 7th floor to teach him a lesson, but now she had thrown him into the 13th floor as punishment. If he couldn't beat her, then he would have scolded her. This man was simply too ungentlemanly. 10 breaths after this order was given, the stone demon arrived in front of the ice cell where Yang Kai was and looked at him through the window with a look of pity. Yang Kai wiped his mouth and looked at the golem with his nose. "What are you doing?" The golem shook his head and sighed, not bothering to say anything, simply taking out a token and opening the frozen ice prison's restrictions, opening the door and turning to Yang Kai. Yang Kai grinned. "That slut wants to see me? Tell her to get her ass over here." "You're thinking too much." The golem snorted coldly and reached out to grab him. Yang Kai instinctively wanted to dodge, but Bailey Mo had placed a restriction on his body. Although his physical body was still strong, his strength had been greatly reduced and he was easily caught by the golem. Immediately after, the golem dragged him deeper into the frozen ice prison. Yang Kai felt that something was wrong, but he was also angry now, so it was impossible for him to lower his head. Twisting his body, he said, "Let me go, this king will follow you. But you'd better tell Bailey Mo that unless she comes over and apologizes, this king will not forgive her and will not let her get what she wants." The golem snorted twice, completely ignoring him. Not long after, a flight of stairs appeared in front of him, leading him to the next floor. Without stopping, he continued down. Yang Kai then discovered that this frozen ice prison did not only have one floor, but many, each one harsher than the last. He understood that his insults just now must have reached Bailey Mo's ears, otherwise, he would not have been transferred to the deepest part of the frozen ice prison. This was within reason. Since Bailey Mo wanted him to repair the realm gate, she would definitely pay close attention to his movements. She wouldn't really want him to die. After walking down 6 floors, the stone golem finally dragged Yang Kai into an ice prison. After throwing him in, it closed the door and left. Yang Kai was shivering from the cold. This place was much colder than the place he had been in before. Although there had been some chill before, he had been able to easily resist it with his powerful physique, but this layer had some effect. In just a short while, Yang Kai felt that the flow of his blood had slowed significantly. The omnipresent ice principles were like invisible toxins, constantly corroding his body and penetrating his 5 viscera and 6 organs through his pores. He bounced around in place for a while, but it did not reduce the coldness in the slightest. Yang Kai was furious. He rushed to the window and cursed outside. Staying here like an idiot would only make him colder and colder. Cursing a few words could make him feel better, maybe he would be able to warm up. Seeing this, the stone demon who was guarding the ice prison was a little speechless. He thought to himself that this human was really something. Even the 13th layer couldn't shut him up. What kind of enmity did he have with the Saint Senior? It was just that he didn't know how long this human could last. The 13th layer and the 7th layer were on completely different levels. The stone demon estimated that Yang Kai would be exhausted in 2 days at most. At that time, he would naturally have no energy to continue cursing. In fact, Yang Kai's tenacity and perseverance were beyond his imagination. Or rather, The sage had seriously underestimated the strength of this human's body. After a full 3 days, Xueqi was still cursing. Although he would only curse for a while and then take a break, it was already incredible that he could last this long. During these 3 days, the sage would ask about this human situation almost every day. He could not hide anything, so he could only report the truth. He guessed that the sage must be very angry. He could feel this from the tone of the female demon king who passed on the message. On this day, Xueqi just opened his mouth to curse for a while. Suddenly, a heavy sigh came from the frozen ice prison next to him. "Boy, you have been cursing for a few days. You only have so many tricks. My ears are about to grow calluses from listening to it. Can you come up with something new?" Xueqi was somewhat surprised to hear someone talking to him. When he was imprisoned here before, he also observed the situation on this floor. It seemed that there were other demon race prisoners here as well. They were all demon king level existences. He did not know what they had done wrong. There were not many of them, only less than 10. However, these guys were indifferent to anyone who came here. They just sat cross-legged in their own ice prison and tried to resist the cold. No one paid them any attention and let them fend for themselves. Once the demon chi in their bodies was exhausted, they would die. The demon race who spoke should be diagonally opposite. Xueqi looked through the window and did not see anyone. He guessed that they were hiding in the innermost part of the room. He smiled and said, "This brother is right. Why don't you curse a few times and see if you can come up with something new?" The other side was silent for a while, then said, "I am not as bold as you." In fact, he also did not understand how Xueqi had the guts to curse Bailey Mo. What he did not understand was why Bailey Mo did not shut him up. Daring to curse a supreme saint like this was something that had not happened for many years. It's just death left and right. What kind of guts do you need to curse? Xueqi sneered. The Demon King said, "There are many ways to die. I don't want to be tortured before I die." Suddenly, another Demon King's voice came from the other side. "You there, don't disturb him. Let him continue cursing." That's right, that's right. It's rare for this damned place to be so lively. Who cares if he has any new ideas? Just treat it as having some fun. Boy, just continue cursing. Don't pay attention to him. Xueqi was stunned by the voices coming from all directions. He did not expect that he would have an audience for his cursing. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Let these demon kings who were imprisoned here curse Bailey Mo. They really did not have the guts to do so. But there was no harm in listening. "Brat, don't stop. Being able to hear you curse me like this before I die makes me feel good," another person urged him. Xueqi rubbed his chin and smiled faintly. "Since everyone is so supportive, let's change to something new." Organizing his words, Xueqi coughed lightly and said, "It is said that in the demon territory, in the proud snow continent, there was a poor family who gave birth to a daughter named Bailey Mo. This Bailey Mo was smart from a young age. At a young age, she was already a beauty. Under the transparent dome of ice, Bailey Mo sat on the windowsill, wearing a transparent chiffon dress. Her 2 snow-white legs dangled from the edge of the cliff. Her hair fluttered in the wind, and her body leaned against the window, as if she would be blown away by the wind at any time. Her eyes were blurred as she looked at the snow-white world in front of her. Her slender hand held a cup of dark red blood wine, and she took a light sip, causing her red lips that were crystalline and translucent like gems to have a trace of blood-red color, causing her to seem even more charming and enchanting. She tilted her head slightly and asked in a light voice, "How's that fellow now?" When the female demon king who brought Xueqi into the ice prison heard this, the corner of her eyes twitched, and she whispered, "Very good." Bailey Mo frowned. "Very good?" The same answer was given last time. The female demon king said, "It seems this subordinate underestimated the strength of his body. Although his condition is not as good as before, his life should not be in danger for the time being." "Is he still cursing me?" Bailey Mo asked calmly. The female demon king hurriedly shook her head. "No." Bailey Mo was surprised. "No? Does he not have the energy to curse me? Or does he not have the energy to curse me?" She paused for a moment before continuing. "To be honest, why would I lower myself to the level of a mad dog? Speaking of which, when she found out that Xueqi was cursing her, she was quite angry. But after thinking about it, she felt that there was no need to do so. It was just a few curses, and as she said before, she would not lose anything. At most, she would teach him a lesson in the future. He really did not curse me. The female demon king looked embarrassed, but he has been telling stories recently. Baliamo laughed. Stories? What stories? To whom? She did not dare to imagine such a scene. What kind of stories is he telling in that ice prison? This person is really interesting. It is a story that he made up himself. You should not listen to it, lest it pollutes your ears. Baliamo's heart was as clear as a mirror. She coldly snorted. Is he making up stories about me? Tell me, what exactly did he make me do in that story? The female demon king sighed in her heart. Although she was unwilling to tell the story, she could only reply. The story that Xueqi made up was very simple, and even very melodramatic. A poor girl fell in love with a rich young master, and for love, she threw herself into a flame like a moth to a flame. Unexpectedly, after the rich young master got her, he abandoned her like a worn-out shoe. The girl was heartbroken and wandered into the world of mortals, and made a living in a brothel. The first part of the story was briefly mentioned, but the second part was very detailed. When the female demon king was telling the story, the girl called Baliamo had already received more than 100 patrons, and the price was extremely cheap. The patrons were also very varied, and even the beggars on the streets were lucky enough to have a relationship with her. In the beginning, Baliamo listened calmly, but when she heard that the main character of the story was a prostitute, she crushed the cup in her hand. When the old beggar appeared, Baliamo's face was extremely cold. Although she knew that Xueqi was making up stories to disgust her, she still could not accept it. She had never seen such a hateful man before. She turned around and walked down from the window, her eyes cold as ice. Enough! The female demon king fell to her knees and said in fear, Saint, please calm down. This subordinate will go and pull out his tongue. Baliamo sneered. Wouldn't that be letting him off too easily? Throw him into the 18th floor. I want him to suffer a fate worse than death. The female demon king suddenly raised her head. But Saint Dream, Baliamo looked at her coldly, causing her to swallow her words back into her stomach. Chapter 3497. After about 7 or 8 days in the 13th floor, the golem appeared in front of the window again. Xueqi was just telling the most interesting part of his story, so he was not surprised to see the golem. He just sneered and said, You want to go down again? The golem looked at him from head to toe, then raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up. His face was full of admiration. No matter what, the man in front of him was definitely an extraordinary person. No one had ever been able to make the Lord change his orders time and time again. Moreover, he had increased the severity of the punishment each time. In a way, this human had created a precedent. However, the 18th floor. Even the powerful golem could not help but shudder. As usual, he took out the token to open the ice prison. There was no need to catch him. He just signaled to Xueqi, and Xueqi took the initiative to walk out. There were many unfamiliar and haggard faces on the windows of the ice prison. They were all Xueqi's loyal listeners. Although they did not know what Xueqi would encounter this time, they knew that he was probably going to die. They did not have any friendship with each other, but Xueqi's stories for a few days made them feel a little more interesting. They nodded slightly and walked past each other. As they went deeper, the environment became colder and colder. Xueqi silently memorized the number and asked, Which floor was the one I was in before? The golem seemed to think that Xueqi was definitely going to die, so there was nothing to hide. He said, This time, I will send you to the 18th floor. Xueqi raised his eyebrows and said, How many floors are there in total? The 18th floor is the lowest floor. The golem glanced at him. Xueqi bared his teeth and said, Your lord really thinks highly of me. The golem shook his head and sighed. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it? Let me give you a piece of advice. When you reach the 18th floor, find a place to sit down and do nothing. Don't even think about resisting. That way it will end faster. Oh right, your cultivation is sealed, so you can't resist anything. Xueqi squinted at him and said, You think I will definitely die? The golem smiled and did not comment. That was the 18th floor of the frozen ice prison. If you could still be alive there, then it would be unreasonable. Xueqi knew what the golem was thinking, but he did not care too much. He guessed that Bailey Mo was just teasing him, and would not really kill him. However, there was no need to say much to others. Instead, he said, "Is there anyone else on the 18th floor?" "Yes." The stone devil nodded. "They're all dead." Kai Yang's mouth twitched as he remained silent. After walking for a long time, they finally arrived at the entrance to the 18th floor. The golem did not even have the intention to send Xueqi in. He just opened the entrance with a token in his hand, then looked at Xueqi and said, "Go in by yourself." Xueqi glanced at the entrance and felt a bone-chilling cold before he even stepped in. He did not know how long he would last if he went in. He thought about his current strength and what were his chances of killing the golem. In the end, he was disappointed. With his cultivation sealed, he was not a match for the golem. Of course, if his embodiment came out of the sealed world bead, it would be easy to deal with this golem. Although Xueqi's cultivation was sealed and he could not even open his own space ring, his embodiment could still escape from the sealed world bead. However, Xueqi did not want to expose the existence of his embodiment so quickly under Bailey Mo's nose. Unable to resist, Xueqi could only plunge in. After Xueqi stepped into the 18th floor, the golem quickly sealed the entrance and left in a hurry, as if he did not want to stay here any longer. The 18th floor was a little different from what Xueqi had imagined. The previous 17 floors all had separate ice cells, but there were no ice cells here. Instead, it was a world of white. As soon as he stepped into this place, Xueqi felt his entire body tighten as a layer of frost appeared all over his body. What's more, this layer of frost was thickening at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pervasive ice principles seeped into his body through his pores, making Xueqi feel like he was being pricked by hundreds of millions of needles. In just a few breaths, Xueqi's face had turned blue and his lips purple. He hurriedly moved his body, breaking the frost that covered his body so that he wouldn't be frozen. But as soon as he moved, his expression could not help changing because he found that in this damned place, even his thoughts seemed to be affected. His thoughts could not be transmitted to every part of his body, making it difficult for him to do so. Xueqi's heart clenched as he realized that this 18th layer of ice could even affect his soul. Fortunately, he had the soul-warming lotus, so he wasn't afraid his soul would actually be frozen. A cool sensation began to emerge from Xueqi's mind, resisting the cold that was invading his knowledge sea, allowing him to think more clearly. Only now did Xueqi have the time to look around. There was nothing to see here. There was not the slightest bit of life, nor was there a single living person. All he could see was a vast expanse of white. Not far away, there seemed to be something, but he could not see it clearly. Xueqi took a step forward and walked over to take a closer look, only to discover that it was actually an ice sculpture. It wasn't an ice sculpture carved by someone, but rather a frozen corpse. This was undoubtedly a demon race. Xueqi did not know which race it belonged to, but before it died, its expression was serene, as if it had not experienced any pain, but Xueqi knew that this was because its soul had been frozen, so it naturally could not feel any pain. As for a demon race that could be placed on the 18th floor, it was likely to be a high-ranked demon king at the very least. Xueqi really did not know what kind of mistake it had made to actually die here. Looking around again, Xueqi was shocked to find that every so often, there was an ice sculpture. Inside each ice sculpture was a frozen corpse, old and young, male and female. Roughly counting, there were about 30 to 40 of these corpses, and this was not even counting the ones further away. This crazy woman! Xueqi gritted his teeth. No wonder the golem said that there were only corpses here, they were indeed dead. Even their soul had been frozen, so how could they still be alive? Bailey Mo would not really want him to die here, right? Xueqi's heart was pounding. Although she was a demon saint, she was still a woman after all. When a woman went crazy, there was no reason to reason. This was something that Xueqi deeply understood. He secretly made up his mind. If he really reached the point where he could not resist, he would let the embodiment break the sealed world bead's barrier and pull him into the sealed world bead. At that time, with the help of the sealed world bead's world force, he might be able to break the restriction that Bailey Mo had placed. However, in this way, the sealed world bead would inevitably be exposed to Bailey Mo. If she managed to snatch it away, then everything would be over. In this lonely white world, Xueqi could even hear his own heartbeat and breathing. There was no audience here for him to tell a story, so he continued to move his body, breaking the frost on his body as he walked around to investigate. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's expression suddenly changed. He did not know if it was an illusion or not, but he always felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him. At first, he was a little uncertain, but as time passed, this feeling became more and more obvious. Yang Kai could not help but sneer in his heart. It seemed that Bai Liemo really did not intend to kill him. In this damned place, even the golem guarding the ice prison was not willing to enter, so there was no one else but Bai Liemo could secretly watch him. As a demon saint, she should have the ability to do so. Understanding this point, Kai Yang suddenly became somewhat fearless, all of his previous worries vanishing into thin air. Looking left and right, Kai Yang took a deep breath. He felt as if his lungs were being pierced by the ice-cold air, as if he was about to be frozen. But at this moment, he didn't care and opened his mouth to curse. It was still vulgar and unpleasant to hear, and it was still the same vicious words. Although he had cursed before, it was just scratching an itch through a boot. Now that Bai Liemo was paying attention to him, he would fiercely curse in front of her and see how long she could endure. Over the past few days, Yang Kai's other skills had not improved, but his cursing had become much more powerful. He was a little disappointed. A grown man cursing and swearing like this was not something to be proud of. After cursing and swearing for half a day, he still did not see any response from Bai Liemo. On the other hand, Yang Kai could not hold on any longer. The 18th layer was really the 18th layer. It was definitely not comparable to the 13th layer. Even with his strong physique, after half a day, many parts of his body had frozen to death. Even the injuries he had suffered before had not fully recovered and were showing signs of worsening. What surprised Yang Kai even more was that he did not even feel Bai Liemo's anger. His cursing gradually weakened and even became somewhat weak. Yang Kai's eyelids were covered with frost, almost unable to open his eyes. Leaning against an ice sculpture, he wailed in his heart. If that bitch Bai Liemo did not appear soon, he was afraid that he would really be doomed. He would have no choice but to let his embodiment take action. Secretly instructing his embodiment to pull him into the small sealed world bead if the situation was not right, Yang Kai forced himself to continue cursing for a while. Yang Kai's consciousness became more and more blurred as his eyelids opened and closed constantly. Although his mouth was still moving, no sound came out. His entire body was covered in frost, as if he was about to become an ice sculpture. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, an icy cold force suddenly swept across Yang Kai's body from a certain place. The frost that had covered Yang Kai's body melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and an invisible force protected him, preventing him from being affected by the ice principles in this place. Yang Kai opened his eyes abruptly and chuckled for a while. "I knew you wouldn't do anything to this king." Slowly getting up, Yang Kai stretched his body. With the protection of the ice principles, the influence of the ice principles in this place on him was greatly reduced. Glancing around, Yang Kai coldly said, "Show yourself, what's the point of sneaking around like this?" Chapter 3498. After waiting for a long time and seeing no response from his surroundings, Yang Kai sighed and said, "You're so boring. I know you won't do anything to me. Everything you've done is just because you're angry. Since this king has offended you before, I have no complaints. Since you can't kill me now, let's all sit down and talk. If we can't talk, then we'll go our separate ways. Is it fun to keep tormenting people like this?" After saying so, Yang Kai looked around, as if trying to find where Bai Liemo was hiding. At this moment, a weak but pleasant voice suddenly entered his ears. "I think you should be talking to me?" Yang Kai was slightly surprised and quickly looked around. Who is it? This voice definitely did not belong to Bai Liemo. Although it was weak, it was extremely gentle and the tone was completely different from Bai Liemo's. Yang Kai was not confused by this. This surprised him greatly. There was actually someone else in this 18-layer ice prison? Yang Kai had investigated this damned place before, and although it was not small, it was definitely not large either. There were no signs of life, but there were many corpses of masters from the demon race scattered around. Suddenly hearing someone speak to him, how could Yang Kai not be surprised? "This way!" The voice called out again, guiding Yang Kai in the right direction. Yang Kai looked around for a moment before looking in a certain direction, hesitating for a moment before stepping forward. Yang Kai's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to know who was talking to him and why he had not noticed them before. Bypassing one ice sculpture after another, Xueqi walked a few dozen meters before finally standing in front of one of the ice sculptures, his eyes staring forward as a look of amazement flashed across his face. There was also a demon race sealed inside this ice sculpture, and it looked like it was the same as Bailey Mo, a snow demon. Her skin was crystal clear, her hair was black and soft, her figure was slender, and her facial features were exquisite and perfect. Xueqi had seen many beautiful women and his wives were all outstanding beauties. Of course, due to the limitations of his strength and vision, he could not compare to Yu Ruming and Bailey Mo in terms of temperament, but this one in front of him definitely did not lose out to them. Unlike the other ice sculptures, the demon corpses in the other ice sculptures were all sitting cross-legged without exception. She was the only one standing in the ice sculpture with her hands folded over her lower abdomen. Her expression was serene as if she had fallen asleep. She didn't look very old either. She looked like a young girl who hadn't grown up yet. Xueqi did not feel any vitality from this ice sculpture, or perhaps it was because his cultivation was sealed, so even if there was, he could not detect it. Looking around, Xueqi looked back at the woman in front of him and asked with uncertainty, "Are you the one speaking?" After a few breaths, the gentle voice sounded again. "Yes, it's me. I'm sorry, I've been trapped here for too long, so my soul has been affected and my reaction is a little slow. Please forgive me." Xueqi almost laughed out loud. The words of this young girl made him feel that she was a little naive. But when he thought of what happened to her, he could not laugh. In his heart, he felt that Bailey Mo was really not a good person. Although he did not know what this young girl's temperament was, he felt that she was not a bad person. However, Bailey Mo actually threw her into this 18-layer ice prison, and from the looks of it, she had been frozen for who knows how many years. Thinking of this, Xueqi was shocked. Even he could not withstand the cold for too long in this damned place, almost fainting from the cold, but this young girl was still able to maintain consciousness to a certain extent. It was obvious how strong she was. As if seeing Xueqi's thoughts, the young girl said, "I also cultivate the ice element, so although the environment here is harsh, the effect is still reduced for me." Logically speaking, it was impossible for someone who cultivated the ice element to end up in this situation. In fact, the harsh cold of this place could be used as a foundation for her growth and cultivation. But if there was a more powerful person who did something, then the situation would be different. Since Bailey Mo locked her up here, she must have made some arrangements. However, the ice element. Xueqi suddenly understood and asked, "Was it you who saved me just now?" When he almost fainted before, he felt a cold force sweep over his body. He thought it was Bailey Mo who did it, but now it seems that it was not that woman at all, but this young girl in front of him. "I can save you for a while, but I can't save you forever. Over the years, many people have been thrown here, but in the end, you saw the result. Not a single one of them was able to leave this place alive." This was undoubtedly an admission. Xueqi chuckled. "In any case, I must thank young lady for saving my life." Although it was not that he did not have a backup plan, it was a fact that this young girl had saved him, so after a pause, he asked, "May I ask young lady's name?" After a few breaths of time, the young girl replied, "My name? I have forgotten it myself. You can call me whatever you want." Xueqi couldn't help sweating. How many years had she been locked up here? She actually forgot her own name, or was it because her soul was damaged? Rubbing his chin and thinking for a while, Xueqi snapped his fingers and said, "Then I'll call you Young Lady Bing." "Young Lady Bing. Haha, as you wish." The young girl did not have any objections and asked curiously, "Why were you thrown here by Honored Master?" "Honored Master?" Xueqi blinked a few times, then said in horror, "The Honored Master you speak of? Could it be Bailey Mo? You are master and disciple?" Young Lady Bing said, "From what I remember, we are indeed master and disciple." This time, Xueqi was really surprised. He thought that this young Lady Bing was like him, and that she had offended Bailey Mo in some way, which was why she was thrown here as punishment. He thought that she should be Bailey Mo's subordinate, but who would have thought that these two women were actually master and disciple? Xueqi broke out in cold sweat. Although Xueqi did not like Bailey Mo very much, he did not expect her to be so ruthless. She was even willing to punish her own disciple so severely. Throwing her into the ice prison was tantamount to taking her life. After all, she was her disciple. Even if she had done something wrong, she should not be punished like this. However, Xueqi did not know the cause and effect of this matter, so he did not say much. But Bailey Mo was a demon saint, so her disciple should be at least a half-saint, right? No wonder this young Lady Bing could last so long in the ice prison. Young Lady Bing said, "You still haven't answered my question. How did you offend Honored Master?" Yong Kai scratched his face and said, "Anyway, I accidentally offended her." He couldn't say that he tried to molest her Honored Master, but was seen through by her and then severely beaten. That would be too shameful, so he quickly changed the topic. "What about you? Why are you locked in here?" Young Lady Bing was silent for a long time, then said, "I shouldn't be saying this to you, but after so many years, you are the first person to talk to me so much. I am locked in here because of a man." Yong Kai's imagination ran wild. "You two master and disciple fell in love with the same man?" Miss Bing laughed and said, "How could there be such a thing? It's just me, that's all. But Master didn't agree and then cruelly tortured that man to death in front of me. I remember that Master wanted him to humiliate and curse me, but he would rather die than curse me." "Bastard!" Yong Kai was furious, but he quickly reacted and said, "I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about that bitch Bailey Mo." Young Lady Bing said, "Don't cuss my honored master." Although her tone was light, Yong Kai could hear the dissatisfaction in her voice, so he could not help but ask, "What happened after that? Since she had already killed that man, why would she do this to you?" "Because I was angry and attacked her. She was very disappointed, so it became like this." When Yong Kai heard this, he sighed and didn't know what to say. If this matter was true, then this young Lady Bing was undoubtedly the most tragic victim in this matter. The man she loved was humiliated to death by her honored master in front of her. Then she was cut off from her honored master and was frozen in this place, living a life worse than death. What could be more tragic than this? It was really difficult for her to hold on until now. If it was an ordinary person, their divine soul would have already collapsed. "Right, I just heard you say that honored master won't kill you? Why are you so confident?" When Yong Kai heard this, he smiled. "Because your honored master still has something to ask of me." Young Lady Bing was surprised. "What can honored master ask of you?" Yong Kai did not answer, but instead rolled his eyes and laughed. "I've thought about it. When your honored master comes to ask me, I will ask her to release you. It can be considered as repaying you for saving my life." Young Lady Bing said, "No need." Yong Kai frowned and said, "You don't want to go out?" "It's not that I don't want to." Young Lady Bing's voice was bitter. "It's just that my body has already died, leaving only a broken divine soul. If I am frozen here, I can still struggle at death's door for a while, but if I really go out, I'm afraid I will die even faster." This was difficult to deal with. Yong Kai couldn't check the condition of her body now. Otherwise, he might have been able to find a way out. Just as he was thinking, Young Lady Bing said, "Are you sure you can leave this place? It's not that I don't believe you, but for so many years, no one who was thrown here has been able to leave alive." Yong Kai smiled and said, "Just wait and see." "So it's like this." Young Lady Bing sighed faintly. "It seems that this is really heaven's will." "What heaven's will?" Yong Kai frowned. Young Lady Bing said, "You just said that you are grateful to me for saving your life, and that you want to repay me. Are you sincere?" Yong Kai said solemnly, "Naturally, Young Lady Bing, if you want to leave, I can really say a few words to you in front of your honored master. I can't guarantee that she will agree, but I am 80% sure that she will." Young Lady Bing hurriedly said, "Please don't, and even if you can really leave, you must never mention me in front of honored master, otherwise your life will be in danger." "Is it that serious?" Yong Kai had a suspicious look on his face. Wasn't it just a little dirty between the honored master and disciple? He couldn't even mention her name, although he didn't know what this girl's name was. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.